Welcome back to the stream, chat. After that exciting draft, we are in game 1 of day 2 of our Champions League. My name is Vic, and I am joined by the famous Joe from OmniPoke. Joe, welcome back to the cast.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. We'll be crowning a champion today after 3 rounds. We've had a really interesting draft. I think everyone kind of had to make the most of the draft. I don't think anyone's had a completely clean run. I think there's a few people playing just one block color, but a number of players have really had to come up with the best they can build. And I think that's sort of demonstrated by our 2 players in round 1 here. The lists are called Mix and Match and Pile. So there you go. Expectations are low for both these players.
I think both players are very aware that their decks are a combination of different lines, is I guess
Yes.
the nice way to put it. Well, I will say they both do have some strong trainers in the mix, as expected of this coin flip cube. If there is anything high power about this cube, it is the trainer lines, the item lines. Because of that coin flip rule, you have stuff like that dual ball and that timer ball getting you multiple cards where you would not normally expect it to. I think though it's really interesting how the draft played out. I think it's part of it is because we have so many strong drafters that they picked at each other's Pokemon.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's definitely wanting, especially when you're going for a win for this event rather than just trying to get like a 2-1 record. You actually have to go 3-0, covering some typing, but also just playing towards the strongest possible opener or like deck you can build makes sense. One really interesting thing here is that we have the early Zubat in the active, so we can already scout the hand here. And there's the Mesagoza, which I imagine is going to stick in play for a long time. Both players probably want to use this stadium for a huge number of turns here. So it means that we're both going to get pretty well set up. This stadium is pretty tragic in standard, but when you can guarantee that heads flip each turn, that's a guaranteed Pokemon search. So I imagine both our players are going to be utilizing that every single turn, trying to make the most of it.
I think this Mesagoza sticking in play might make this matchup kind of seem like less of a pile v pile matchup, where you would normally expect it to kind of swing one way. Whoever gets set up, they would just start destroying. But we have that dual ball already. We have the Mesagoza. We have an order pad as well. So things are going pretty swell for MP right now.
That's an insane opener. I'm not sure if the Cyndaquil was off the Mesagoza before the Titanizer. I think it might well be after the fact. Because then you can just get that guaranteed choice as well, now that you've seen this other side of the hand. But yeah, it's going to be thin Typhlosion line with that guaranteed fire energy acceleration. And then we have a couple other attackers. We have this thin 1-1 Malamar package with the Dark Arceus, which is a great revenge style attacker, I feel like, as the sort of main focus of this deck list. And we're up against like a Noctowl build with a Crobat and Nidoqueen on the side of JL. So not necessarily any advantage from typing going on here whatsoever. It's mostly going to be coming down to the effects of these Pokemon themselves. You see the early Cutiefly come down with the Ribombay in hand, a nice way to just thin the deck of energy every turn.
While MP is searching through the deck still to resolve this dual ball, remember, chat, that you can find the deck list on cubekoga.net under the events tab. So if you're curious what cards these players have access to, go ahead and check that out. You can also see their drafted cards in general, which is kind of a neat thing if you want to see what decks they could have built. But these 2 players, yeah, like we mentioned, the pile, the mix and match name, almost every line is a 1-1 line.
Yes, feels like they just picked the very best cards, didn't worry about trying to thicken those lines, or just virtue of just how difficult the draft actually was for all of our players out there. As the Quilava is going to come to hand before we see the Confusion Wave. Both active Pokemon are confused. That's actually an upside for Inkay. Because if it's confused, you can search your deck for a card that evolves this Pokemon and evolve. So next turn, he'll be able to just immediately grab his Malamar, which isn't in the prizes, which is quite fortunate. So that's looking pretty good. And we pass over to JL. Does have a Cynthia in hand, a decent chunk of Pokemon, and obviously we'll be flipping with Mesagoza, but we're going to see 3 cards first here.
We see Cynthia and Caitlyn discarding a card for that draw 3 effect. You are still allowed to play it, even though there are no supporters in the discard pile yet, because there is at least one effect that you can resolve. So we get 3 cards off of that, and nothing too good quite yet. So the Mesagoza will save JL a little bit. What will be the grab here? I imagine it's gotta be the Golbat, right?
Yeah, the Golbat is a great way to continue drawing cards whilst, evolving through your line. The Air Slash is only capped at 50, so it's 10 away from dealing with the Inkay.
Mm.
You can at least see your opponent's hand again, because obviously they played as Titanizer, so you can get that information again, know what your opponent's working with. Essentially, all three stage ones will be online next turn for MP by the looks of things. So let's see how things pan
One
out here. Is the search going to be the
downside.
Nidoran or the Golbat? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of the choice here. So one downside, JL is doing the prize check right now, probably, or maybe he did it last turn. But either way, one downside of these thin lines is that there actually is a Crobat in the prizes. So even if you go for that Golbat, you're kind of capped out at that Golbat line, and the attack is not bad, but it's not it's not good either.
Yeah, that's going to be an awkward one. Also, worth thinking about what Malamar can do to you next turn if you're not KOing the active. It has this constant trapping option where you can just bring up a Pokemon on your opponent's bench and then confuse them. And it's got that Trash Tentacle, which I imagine is probably the best attack here. You do 30 and can just grab a card back from your discard pile. So if you're not like pressurizing the Malamar early, you've got to be a little bit concerned about like what it can do over the next couple of turns. It's unfortunate the Air Slash from Golbat does remove energy from itself, but we are going to see Golbat
Right.
first here. I think I like this pressure line, honestly. There's only 90 hit points on the Mali, so you get that initiative and you're drawing two, so maybe you high roll your way towards the Nidoran. Oh, we're actually going to see the ticket first here. Surprised we're ticketing before drawing two to just see what's what, but either way, we could grab a basic off this. We could grab. Is there any dual ball in this list? No.
Well, the
It's going to be
ticket
any
puts it on
card, though.
top, right?
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, yeah, of course. So it's combining with the Golbat.
Let's see what card JL chooses to grab off of this ticket Golbat combo. Maybe a Nidoran or Dual Ball or a way to get Nidoran of some sort.
Yeah, it could just be towards Noctowl as well, just for even more draw. Yeah, we see Noctowl Collector.
Noctowl, it was the choice. Okay.
Yeah, just carry on with that engine. Night Sight. There's no downside to this. You just get a free card with every Night Sight you have in play, and there's a 2/2 line here.
Ooh, Pokeball, nice.
Yep, looks like it's worth playing this Pokeball out, so we eventually do get our way to Giovanni's Nidoran female. We don't have to worry about the trainer names or anything else like that on the cards. Just think about the Pokemon themselves. And actually, for the Nido lines themselves, you can also evolve male Nidoran into Nidorina and vice versa. So you just have to think of Nido, and that's the line as well in this exact cube. It just so happens that it's a 1/1/1 of actual queen pieces in this list.
So here's
But
the
yeah,
question
overall,
now.
pretty good turn.
I imagine you want to attack with this Air Slash, and JL chooses to attach this double rainbow and discards the grass. So we're hitting for 40, but that means next turn you can't get to that 90 number.
It doesn't set up the KO perfectly. You're right. That is a little awkward. Is there any other way that we can get ping damage from his deck here? Is that something that we have to consider? Well, we are going to first see the upside down evolution, so we are getting immediately into the Mali as expected. We are also evolving up Rabombe and Quilava, I should say.
So the Rabombe has that Honey Gather ability to search your deck for energies and doesn't combo too well with the deck, but it just thins it out and makes sure you have energy attachment every turn, which is important in a cube like this. Not many decks have access to Premier Energy Acceleration, so attachment per turn ends up being really important. But MP, I think, is pretty happy with the situation now, having only 4 damage counters on this Malamar. It's not in super big danger quite yet.
And MP has lots of 1/1 lines, but they do synergize well. There's the 1/1 Bronzong,
Right.
which works really nicely with Rabombe, which then works nicely with Delcatty and Typhlosion. So you can see why they have this random amalgamation of one-offs, because they actually do combine quite nicely. You kind of need a lot of them up and running for it to all work super smoothly. But the order pad's going to search out the ticket by the looks of things.
So ticket, what does that grab? And it seems like the ticket can grab a card, but can't draw into it this turn. So it might just be a supporter for next turn potentially. And then what does the trash tentacle grab is the next question. It could be a dual ball. It could be that order pad potentially.
Yeah, maybe you just take Tantalizer to hand, give yourself a better top deck from the ticket, and then you just know that you
True.
refresh for 5 as well. All options here. The Trash Tentacle has any card, so it's not limited in any way. I think because you've been dealt 40 damage, you're much happier with this outcome. Although I suppose you could also expect a Crobat. Like, we know it's prized, but MP doesn't.
That's true.
So he's expecting a double cross next turn.
That's true.
With Crobat.
I guess the next turn, JL's best play is to play Electrode and bump the double rainbow. And then take a knockout that way. I think that makes a lot of sense, but it does feel bad that you're not accelerating energy anywhere else on your board.
Yeah, this does have like efficient attackers. The Nidoqueen itself can be okay for just one attachment for a little while. But the deck doesn't really have many means of accelerating, unlike the Typhlosion on the other side of the board. So you kind of have to get the job done with your attackers as they are. I think it's only the Celebi Prime that can accelerate in JL's list.
Oh, interestingly enough, JL actually chooses to only play one Rainbow Energy. So the Celebi Prime can attack, but it's quite difficult for it to do so.
I imagine that's the main reason why there is the Rainbow, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because you're pretty comfortable with the 2 types you have already. As we do see, the Arceus is getting prepped with that prize count, just in case this Malamar is aggressively taken out. So it's a great way to protect yourself here from MP. You've got a nice basic Beat Stick Revenge lined up, if need be. So we are going to see the Mesagoza grab Celebi Prime, which makes sense if you are going to be losing energy.
There is an escape board in the list to kind of combo with the Celebi Prime. This Forest Breath ability lets you attach an extra Grass Energy card once per turn, but only if Celebi is your active Pokemon. We use that Night Sight to draw a Fighting Energy, and something about this Noctowl that we mentioned in the draft is that not only is it a decent draw support, I mean, it's not the best, but it definitely gets you there. The attack is actually pretty decent too. 3 for 80 potentially if you have the same amount of cards in your hand as your opponent.
And I think you generally, with the amount of item density in most of these lists, it's actually pretty easy to square up the hand sizes, I feel like. So, yeah, I think that will be a usable option and something you're probably just going to Forest Breath to as the game develops. So, yeah, definitely a nice option. We even see the Collector here that was stashed. Actually, that was the random card that we saw, right? From the second draw from the Golbat. But it's working out pretty nicely here. There are multi-prizes in this cube. You can see the Groudon EX there. They are just as red. So this is giving up 2 prize cards, but this is one of the bigger beat sticks within the list. Power Blast dealing 100. Again, forcing a discard, but it's reasonable. And you can see there's the 1/1 Diglett Dugtrio line in this list, punishing the opponent from retreating, giving them 2 counts if they are retreating. So that's also a nice thing. When you're in low power, retreating is like very commonplace, I think, just to sort of save stuff. Sure. So I think that's a nice punish that you can just sit on board and give your opponent more headache.
So do we see the Electrode play come through, bumping this double rainbow back to hand? I imagine so. I can't see any other play that comes to mind.
Yeah, I feel like that was lined up at the start of the turn, but now it's going to be the Diglett attachment instead here.
Interesting. So setting up Dugtrio instead of going for that knockout, valuing the energy attachments on the board rather than the immediate KO, or actually
we're changing up our mind, maybe.
Active and discarding the fighting, but it's not a knockout. So I mean, the Electrode play isn't perfect by any means because you have to bump the double rainbow, so you kind of lose an attachment that way. But I think it still makes the most sense.
See the debate here from JL's definitely debating this one. He's just going to put the Malamar down to 10 remaining. Maybe saying, sure, go ahead, get a Trash Tentacle in, and then maybe I can punish that with Dugtrio later, maybe. If you do just remain active, you've sort of put your opponent on the clock in that instance because the Mesagoza's pressurizing the stage 1 next turn.
So we see MP draw for turn into that Judge. The Judge right now doesn't hurt JL very much, but the AZ might come through. I think that's kind of what JL is prepping for at the moment. with that double rainbow discard.
Yeah,
Just tank
that's
30 more
likely.
damage and then play it. Yep. So
Yeah. Actually, a lot of switching cards in JL's list. That's one thing he did get a good chunk of. Bird Keeper AZ, couple switch. It's pretty solid, actually, in low power. I think it was prioritized highly just for Forest Breath activations over and over again, but it's just these are just generally strong cards anyway.
Yep. I wonder, I mean, looking at how these decks turned out, I wonder if Champions Cube specifically, the Cube player demographic, I mean, these are some of the best Cube players, the most dedicated Cube players, right? These are the players that play Cube League after Cube League throughout the season and consistently do well. I think that demographic skews towards people who play pretty open and tend to pick generically strong cards in the beginning and kind of look for those open lines. But if everyone is doing that same strategy, maybe this is what this is what happens. And this is what you end up with.
It's very hard to read signs when everyone's basically open and waiting for stuff to come their way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Are we gonna try and entangle the Groudon here? Do you think that 2 retreat cost seems like a good combo here? Unless
that
you
makes sense to me.
You've got supporters back in hand, so you don't really care about grabbing Judge back or anything like that. Actually, the Judge is played, so this is played until end of turn anyway, so he could only access the Titanizer right now. But yeah, 2 retreat cost Groudon seems like a decent thing to pull up when you reduce your opponent's hand down a bit.
MP does not have any knowledge of JL's hand, but if that's the play that MP goes with, actually played expertly. There were 2 switch in the hand before, but the Judge shuffled them back into the deck. And now you're just stuck with potentially this Groudon on the active. If you can pull that up and chip at it, that could get you in a pretty good position given that it's a 2-prizer.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being the most likely play here, as we're just kind of building behind the Malamar still right now. The Arceus is still like checking anything that comes into response, even if there is a switch play or anything along those lines. And the Typhlosion's going to start just accruing that value and putting more Tackers into play, getting them powered up. So I do feel like this is a solid option here. It's not only dragging something active, also confusing them just gives you a real problem.
JL's hand after this Judge has evolutions, but not the cards you need to see right now. You definitely need some supporter options, and given that Mesagoza is still in play, it's not like you were hunting for them.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what Pokemon is a good search here. I think it's only like the Holland's Electrode that would be helpful. You've already drawn into your stage 1 and stage 2. Yeah,
well,
it is going to be
like
the Electrode.
MP actually goes for the Trash Tentacle, so not quite having the read that there were no switch cards in hand. And to be fair, MP doesn't know what's in hand and knows that the deck plays those copies of switch, so just going for that consistent attack instead.
I think it works with both the supporters he has in hand, the Candela and the Bug Catcher. If you can do the ticket first and just give yourself one of the better draws to react to whatever your opponent has, I think that's also a pretty safe play here, as we're seeing some evolutions make it onto the board now. Dugtrio and Nidoqueen, both powerful options in their own right. You know, Nidoqueen was great in its own era. Dugtrio was basically never played, but is always like a cube edition, I feel like.
Right.
Is there a way that we could do some trapping plays now? Maybe push down with Dugtrio on something else? Is that ever open to us here? We still have the Night Sight, obviously.
Well, this turn, I'm not sure JL can do much of anything because this Golbat has 1 retreat. Not
we've already
retreat
night-sighted. You're right.
Yeah. So we night-sighted, and then we need to attach somewhere. And so I think it might just be attach to Nidoqueen and pass. JL, the play last turn made sense in the context of JL's last hand. So you had the AZ to bump up your Golbat, then you can attach for turn to Dugtrio or Nidoqueen and then use that Toxic. But with this hand, yeah, this Golbat's just kind of stuck.
I'd like to see, well, the Bronzors and the prizes, so I'm not even sure what the best final bench space is for MP here. You've got more Pokemon Search, but I'm really not sure what's actually that helpful. Your Swablu kind of blocks the Altaria that's in hand, and the Bronzor's also in the prizes. Bronzong, kind of the main draw engine within this list. Moltres EX.
Top decks the Altaria, and then Mesagozas for the Moltres. I think it looks like we're setting up Moltres EX to be... Malamar goes down.
Yeah, you know me, I love a big basic. It's always a strong option.
Of course.
We could think about maybe Warp Point as well as a card that we can always time quite nicely. We can weave that in at some point. Maybe protect the Malamar could be reasonable. The Dugtrio only punishes retreating, right? Not just moving out of the active. So it's the only way to safely move Malamar. Again, based on your opponent not moving the Golbat, maybe bringing up a 2 retreat cost Pokemon makes more sense now.
That's true. That means more than likely there is no Switch or AZ available to JL right at this moment.
Yeah.
So I wonder if MP will go for that play.
Yeah, there's really interesting like board tension going on here. JL has like some fighting type coverage with the Dugtrio that can be punishing Arceus quite quickly if it needs to. And even though Typhlosion's doing bits and bobs right now, we don't really have a consistent way to discard our Fire Energy without the Bronzong. So that's a bit of a pickle that we have to think about. Viridian Forest, is that a way that we can start pitching Fire Energy with the Bug Catcher, which is an amazing supporter in this cube? It's just a solid draw 4.
Yes, very good.
And especially combined with the ticket here, this is going to work out really nicely. As expected, we're starting to thin some Fire Energy so that we can get more fire recharges off.
Yeah, these players, they're really trying to make the best out of their drafts. Both players have pretty good item and support quality. I mean, MP specifically has 2 Professor Birch's Observations, which is a card you're probably not too familiar with if you're not a fan of the coin flip cube. But in this cube specifically, it's a stronger Cynthia, which is which says enough in and of itself. But the downside of MP's deck, like as you mentioned, are those thin lines, those Chaos Cube-esque lines, and that Bronzong not anywhere to be found, meaning this Typhlosion slowly but surely, with those manual attachments, will be attacking eventually. Not quite
Yeah,
yet.
you'd imagine this Malamar's not long for this world now. But we did just get back a dual ball. What do you think about that overtaking like Judge or Ticket again?
I'm not sure what dual ball actually grabs you anymore. I mean, it is true that the Mesagoza is gone. There is a Viridian Forest now. So in that sense, if you really are digging for, I guess there's the Chatot, which grabs you the supporter, and then there's a Jirachi, the Dreamy Revelation Jirachi as a pivoting option potentially.
It doesn't sound that thrilling, does it?
Yeah, I agree. I think it might have been better as something like a Judge.
Judge isn't in your imminent plans, but yeah, it's just a solid card to have available to you. I guess there are a couple of them in the list, so I think you're not like too worried about getting it back, perhaps. But either way, we're back over to JL, who's using a Viridian right now, grabbing a Fighting Energy. There is the option to do a Magnitude if you want to, as your highest damage output play. You really don't need to do much to deal with this active, though. So there's still the option of Push Down. Knowing you can finish this Malamar off later with a Magnitude. AZ, an interesting option as well.
AZ, which could be used as a heal to get rid of a liability from the active if something were to take damage. Interesting thing about the board position, though, is that for MP, one of your easiest, most accessible attackers in this case would be that Dark Arceus, but prize count only does 20 unless you are behind in prizes, and MP took the first one, so not going to be a great attacker in this situation.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to manually attach to the Nidoqueen and then Forest Breath to the Dugtrio, so both of those are a step away from their strongest attacks. It's just going to be an easy toxic KO here via poison by the looks of things. So leveling up the prize trade. You're kind of letting your Nidoqueen get or like receive the first hit, but it has such great bulk that I think you can just about get away with that.
Yeah, there's no great attack to deal with this Nidoqueen. I mean, the Typhlosion could attack this turn with a manual attachment and a fire recharge, but I think I would have liked to see the Malamar play you mentioned earlier with the entangling control to bring up that Groudon. I think that is that was at least one of MP's best options to get ahead in this game.
There's a grass weakness on the Nidoqueen, so there's no easy Pokemon you can capitalize with right now. There's no great attacker. The Delcatty has no damage on it just yet, so power heal's not really an option. Like you said, prize count, not an option. So I think it kind of has to be a Flame Burst here,
Right.
but you kind of just you're like a step ahead, but then you'd be losing your engine in this like 2-shot exchange, which doesn't feel great.
Yep.
We can just go into Moltres, I suppose.
Oh, that's an option too, for sure. And it does two-shot the Nidoqueen cleanly, so that might be what MP goes for.
Yeah, probably gonna be the play here. And I think, yeah, you definitely want to keep the Typhlosion around for as long as possible. Seems like the best strategy overall here. So the Typhlosion does come up. We're gonna throw away another fire with the forest so that we can easily use our ability on our active Typhlosion, the fire recharge. This was like the OG Malamar, but it was a stage 2. And you had to flip coins. We've come a long way since then. I guess Eel and Bronzong, so many iterations now.
Firestarter, Blaziken.
Yep, sure.
From Gen 3 era. Swablu coming down, that was the first prize drawn, so the Altaria will be live soon, and the Moltres EX also comes down with that legendary Ascent ability. You can move those fire energy to that Moltres EX and switch it at the same time thanks to that Poke Power. And it means that we are going to go into this Nidoqueen and use Crushing Flames.
Yep, throwing the extra discard in as well for both players, I believe.
Yes,
oh no, it's yourself
may.
to confuse, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you may discard to confuse, which probably will be what MP chooses to do. You're not really low on energy at this point, so you might as well go for that confusion, even if it has a chance of not really doing anything. You might as well.
We see the water onto Swablu. The Altaria actually can attack in this deck with the amount of types
true.
in here.
60 for 2 is not bad.
Yeah.
It's probably about,
really not bad.
It's about average statted for stage 1. Plus you have that ability on top of that. With stuff like that black belts, there is potential for MP to make big plays in certain situations.
So we are seeing the Crushing Flames will discard to confuse this Nidoqueen. Seems like it's a reasonable AZ turn for us here if we just want to undo this headache. The Nidoqueen doesn't give itself free retreat, unfortunately, with its own body. It's more helpful to lower stages and the Nidokings, not itself. You could pay retreat as well, of course, and then you're locked into going into Dugtrio.
Yep. So it looks like Dugtrio will be the next attacker of choice for JL. One benefit of the AZ is that you could bring up the Celebi, like you were saying, instead of being locked into the Dugtrio. Get that Forest Breath off. Viridian Forest actually helping both players as well after that Mesagosa. So both players use Mesagosa to get their entire board set up, and now both players are using Viridian for JL's side to get energy attachment per turn, plus that Forest Breath attachment, and then for MP side, it's actually like anti-synergistic in a way because you already have energy search with the Honey Gather, but MP is certainly glad that there is some way to discard these fire energies.
Yeah, with the Bronzong pieces prized, I guess this is your backdoor option, so you kind of just have to accept your opponent's getting some help here. It is going to be the AZ spent, and that means we can weave in a Forest Breath in the process. Both players have quite large hand sizes. Is there a consideration for Noctowl here, or are we still just thinking back towards slow charging a Queen?
That's true. I don't know. I mean, Noctowl, pretty much everything in this cube survives 2 hits and 2-shots things, so it's hard to imagine where you kind of take your swings and go for the game-winning play. I guess Nidoqueen is probably the best statted Pokemon, so you might as well charge that up first. It's also a little bit easier to get value out of that Nidoqueen than the Noctowl. The extra sensory actually is kind of annoying with how MP is stacking the hand size thanks to that Honey Gather.
We do see the third energy onto the Dugtrio as well as the Forest Breath onto the Groudon, actually. It means we're probably just going to swing a Magnitude out there. I was thinking maybe there's a consideration to push down probably the Typhlosion, just as a 2 retreat cost and a 4 energy attack. So even though you could move out of the way, it would be costly.
Yep.
But it's just going to be the maximum damage output here. Damage
So looking
being
at
flung all
Groudon
across the board.
EX in JL's deck, it can do a Power Blast and hit for 100, which is pretty good numbers. I mean, it knocks out that Typhlosion. It's probably what JL is aiming for at this point. Nothing else quite gets there compared to Nidoqueen and Noctowl as attackers. But it does leave JL pretty vulnerable. The Power Blast discards 2 energies from the Groudon EX, and this deck isn't a deck that has energy acceleration from the bench. So I'm not sure what JL will follow that up with now that the AZ is spent.
Yeah, especially with the double fighting cost. If it was too colorless, you'd feel a lot
Right.
better about that situation. But when you're having to spend 2 of the fighting energies, that probably, at least a grass and a fighting is being removed there, then you really have to just pick your moment for the Groudon. Could even just be a Pokemon that sits in play for a long time and then just as a checkmate style card for you while you battle it out with your other guys. Doesn't look like there's an easy way to get through the Dugtrio in one turn here. The Delcatty's well on its way to getting some damage at last. Something you have to bear
We're
in
right
mind.
now in this like back and forth 2-shot mode. So I don't know who will end up pulling ahead in this trade. There are some interesting Pokemon that are getting set up, like the Groudon EX and the Delcatty. So both players are kind of 2-shotting and like in the meantime setting up these 1-shot options in the back.
I'm going to see an Iono at least. Could have been something you held for when your 2-prizer gets KO'd, but already just putting your opponent down to 5 is reasonable. You didn't see much yourself there. Unless you want to rip an order pad. I don't really see a huge reason to do that. It's going to be Rabombe reloading some basic energy.
Yeah. So the Dark manual attached to the Moltres EX sets up that Crushing Flame to do 60 and Confuse again, potentially. I mean, the Dugtrio has free retreat, but there's nothing to retreat to at this point, so...
Yeah, I think possibly just because there was that Nidoqueen line, it was a decent Iono there, just to prevent the easy way to slowly evolve up. Is there an easy search here from X-Transceiver? Can that get us to a supporter that gets us Nidoqueen? Because we have the Candy in hand now. Don't think so, but at least it's a way to reload your hand.
Something like Lookers or Mallow plus Night Sight could potentially be
Mallow
an
Night Sight.
option.
Yeah, that would get us there. Looks like the Judge was tempting Tune to the top of MP's deck for next turn. And we are just going to dish out that 16 Confusion again with Moltres. Pick up one of the unknowns. This is a nice theme of the cube. There's lots of different unknown, and they actually are quite useful in this cube.
This one has an interesting attack, which does the amount of damage counters as the amount of cards in your opponent's hand to the defending Pokemon. But it is a steep attack, 3 energy. So here the question is there any way to knock out this Moltres guaranteed this turn?
With the Candy Grass, you can just go...
Oh, right.
Toxic, right? You can do the Oh, that's only 30.
Oh, 30.
Yeah, and this is 110 on the Moltres. So that doesn't do the trick. You can obviously just Mallow. You have a switch in hand, you can just switch in and out of your Celebi and just bring Dugtrio back. Just Magnitude again.
Yeah, that's probably what you have to do, I think.
Yeah, it's certainly reasonable. We are going to see the Transceiver, though, for a supporter first. Birdkeeper as well could be something weaved in. No, it is going to be the Mallow. So we have a play lined up by the looks of things.
Looks like we are going to Mallow, put 2 cards to the top of that deck. This supporter has been actually printed with multiple different names at this point. Oracle, Mallow.
Cypher Maniacs code-breaking.
Cypher Maniacs, yep. Cypher Maniacs.
It's a mouthful. That's like my least favorite card in Standard right now because of how many syllables it is to say in quick succession when you're broadcasting.
Right.
So easy to get it wrong. Yeah, and I
It's
always
a
think of
it's like
Cryptomaniac as well because that was
right
what
because
it
of the
was.
translation.
Yeah, yeah.
It's also a bit of a tongue twister, to be honest.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It's a whole thing. So I'm much happier seeing Mallow. That's an easier one for me.
Mallow. Yeah. So we see two cards put to the top. We don't know yet what they are. Let's see what the first one is. It is that
Hmm.
Nidoqueen comboed with the rare candy. And the grass probably to start setting that one up. The ground EX is getting set up as well, but it needs two fighting, like you said. So I think the grass will probably just get attached to this Nidoqueen.
I don't mind the Toxic either, even though you're 10 off. I don't think there's any healing cards in MP's deck, and with the Sinkhole of Dugtrio, you know this Moltres is basically trapped, and then you can just like switch in
Oh,
hand out of the Queen as well. So you can kind of board lock your opponent and force them back into just another swing for 60, which you don't mind too much, I don't think, on this board. So it's whether you want to spend a switch or just save that for later. The
right.
unknown is going to be sacrificed to the Viridian here. Also, maybe just starting to attach to Groudon a little bit more this turn is valid. It's going to be a
I
Viridian
think
getting rid of that unknown.
so. We see the fighting energy grab out the Viridian, but where does it get attached to?
Yeah, so we are
We
spending the
do see the
switch, which
switch.
means we could just go into either. Well, yeah, it means we're going into Celebi for some acceleration quickly here. Accelerate to Queen and then attach fighting to Groudon maybe and just have as many threats developed as possible. Yeah, that's what we're seeing.
Oh, so we are doing that toxic play
I think I
that
liked
you
this more by
mentioned.
just hard retreating rather than spending the switch because now you're in that position of you're going to get 60 in confusion anyway.
Right.
And
Exactly. Yeah.
even if the Moltres gets KO'd by poison, then you are still in that position of like, oh, I don't know what to do now.
There's also the potential of a black belt play. You could retreat the Moltres and then knock yourself out to go into black belt range
That's
to knock out the
wild.
Nidoqueen. So
That's
that's a
true.
scary potential for MP.
Well, we have an order pad, so we can at least grab an item card here. Pretty tanky Nidoqueen right now, 110 hit points it's sat at. There is the likes of Scramble Switch and Warp Point, so if you want to move this Moltres without it getting KO'd via Sinkhole, that's still open to you. But you have to be aware that Magnitude is another way that they can get you later. That bench spread attack from Dugtrio.
We're seeing an apology from JL. It's okay. You do not need to apologize. Don't worry.
You're there in day two. We're just we're just out
Yeah.
here yapping. It is gonna be
So
the Warp Point in the end.
something I just thought up, but then realized wasn't possible was I was wondering if it was possible to retreat the Moltres into Arceus and then use Firestarter plus Dark Energy plus Black Belt to try and take a knockout on the Nidoqueen. But yeah, unfortunately, this Fire Recharge ability, Pokemon Power from the Typhlosion, only attaches to Fire Pokemon, so can't attack with that Arceus this turn.
And we're still level as. Oh, you're saying if the Moltres hard retreated? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
The Warp Point is a big decision for JL. Do you go Knockdown and possibly just lose an attachment as like your tankiest poke that you don't mind losing right now? You definitely don't want to go Doug or Groudon, I don't think. Especially there's Viridian in play, but there's two training centers in the list for MP. So if you sort of bait out the Groudon, JL's in top deck mode if that Viridian is bounced. Actually, I think there's we mallowed a card to the top, right? So there's at least a supporter on top, I would imagine. Like
There
maybe Birch
is,
on top or something.
yes. That would make sense.
Ooh, maybe giving up the Celebi here.
I think that might be the best thing to give up, or maybe just giving up the Noctowl is okay because you don't. It doesn't actually get knocked out by. Oh, it
That's
does
what I was
by
thinking. It
Typhlosion,
can
right?
it can tank a turn, perhaps. Yeah. Well, MP can
What
definitely go
is-
into Altaria at least, because that's a free retreat. Oh no, he can't because of Sinkhole. Yeah, he actually has to think about what he's promoting now.
Are we just attacking with Altaria maybe this turn?
Yeah, I mean, it does the 60. It's a fairly
Yeah.
chunky stage 1. I think it's reasonable. Is there ever debate to going into Delcatty to retreat to receive some more damage counters for power heal? Just so that can be a more damaging option later. No, it looks like we are going into the Altaria. The metal energy in hand will pay the rest of this glide attack cost.
And there you go. Your support Pokemon now becomes the attacker 2 for 60.
It's
Pretty
everything.
fair number in this cube. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually pretty above rate, I would say, in general for the cube. This is just a well-satted Mon.
For a stage 1, I would say it's above rate as well.
Mm. And it takes a wacky list like this to make the most out of it, but here we are with Rabombe and Viridian. It's pretty nice. We're putting Black Belt to the top of the deck with Tempting Tune. Something that your opponent has to play around now.
It's interesting because of the existence of that Dugtrio Pokebody, that Sinkhole, you can kind of proc that Black Belt whenever you want to.
Yeah, that's wild, actually. Yeah. If there is just a huge threat like that Groudon, you could be a game-ending 2-prize swing your own end, in your favor if you prop Black Belt on that card. So you're almost checking the Groudon entirely with that one supporter.
Yep. So this Toxic play ends up actually putting some control into MP's hands a little bit, and we'll see if that ends up actually swinging the game or not. There has been strategies like that in official tournament play before. For example, there's been Milotic Trevnor Ace Trainer shenanigans and Expanded.
Oh, yeah.
I think soon there will be Dusknoir Charizard shenanigans in Standard.
You're already testing the Dusknoir? That card is terrifying, dude.
I am, yeah.
That card is terrifying.
I think I'm not really a Charizard gamer, but I am expecting that deck to be quite popular.
For sure. Well, we top deck Electrode. That was the card we placed on top of our deck. We have Night Sight still available as well. The Magnitude can be taking 2 prizes here, just via the bench damage on that Moltres. And it does set up the Altaria to be 10 away as well. But by this Dugtrio being in the active position, it's risking itself getting KO'd, and then you lose that Sinkhole, which has been quite frustrating to play around. Groudon's going to get some energy. Yeah, we're going to protect the Doug and just go with Groudon for 100 here and just take out the active.
So there we go. We're using our big Power Blast to take a knockout, and it can do so once, but the question is, what is the follow-up after? There is some synergy in it, some self-synergy with Groudon EX. You discard the 2 energy, and it now has that Hard Rock Pokebody active. As long as Groudon EX has 1 energy or less, it takes 20 less damage. So this is a bit of a tanky Pokemon right now, but if you just confuse it and leave it there, JL doesn't really have any follow-up play.
Yeah, especially not in the hand right now. So that's probably, this is the only way you play around Black Belt, right? By enabling your body once again. So it still will have to be 2 shots. I think JL's in a pretty commanding position right now, to be honest with you. This confusion could be awkward, but even if you just retreat the Groudon next turn and just poison finish off the Moltres, you're going to be getting pretty far ahead in the race, I think.
MP could still do the one-shot play with retreating the Moltres and then doing 80 plus 40 with the Typhlosion, but...
That's true.
Is it worth it at this point? I mean, this Groudon probably isn't doing anything next turn anyway, so it's probably better just a 2-shot. But if MP is worried about a switch or something, then that might be the play he goes with anyways.
Yeah, there's still plenty of those switching effects in play here to be concerned about. I think it's only 1 switch and 1 AZ used so far, so those are definitely on his mind. How big of a problem is the confusion for this Groudon compared to just cleaning it up now and taking the 2 while they're on the board? If you do take the 2 with Typhlosion, Yeah, I mean, it can tank the Dugtrio pretty well, actually. Just mapping out those last few prizes. If you just punch the Groudon, you have to sort of get it back into the action somehow later as well, which is a headache into itself.
Something I would like to complain about for MP's deck is that
Mm.
this Dreamy Revelation Jirachi cannot use Amazing Star. It's so sad, given how many
Of
different
all the
types of
energy that he's
that.
chosen to play.
Yes.
Yeah. He doesn't have that combination. That
It's
is
not a
shame.
real complaint because it doesn't make sense in the deck. You definitely need the energy that MP is choosing to play, but that attack is so cool. I just want to see it anyways.
All right, there's going to be the 40 in confusion from the Moltres here. Once again, we do pass over to JL, picks up the Defiance band. That's not handy right now. Can see one more card from Noctowl, though.
Defiance band is in this cube. I didn't even realize.
That's a crazy card. We've just been picking up Black Belt, and this is just insane. Yeah. The fact that you can get multiple uses of this tool is just crazy.
Yeah, we were talking about how 60 for 2 is above rate. Of course, a 30
Yes.
damage buff is it's a big deal.
Yeah, that's even bigger. Are we going to attach retreat this Groudon and maybe Toxic KO the active?
This Moltres has stuck around for a long time.
Yeah. Weaving the Brock's Grit here. We can quick ball the unknown Q and Q the Groudon this turn. So you're only losing out on one energy. And you can attack, maybe you attach to Nidoqueen, still do the Toxic finish off, but then you're lining up a Power Lariat next turn.
Yeah, that seems not bad. But you know, if you're JL, you know the black belt in hand, so you are a little bit concerned about that.
Yeah, he is a little light on those attacking threats. So maybe it is just a one energy Toxic and maybe attached to Togepi this turn. That mini metronome actually pretty dangerous.
Could knock out with Dugtrio, but you still will run into the problem of black belt eventually, I think.
Yeah, I think I like just saving Doug as long as possible.
Yeah, okay.
The longer you keep Doug and Noctowl around, the stronger your Queen is as an attacking threat. Are we quick falling away, Togepi? You hate to see it.
Yeah, we're quick falling it away.
Are we getting rid of Defiance? I feel like Defiance is just dead here. Yeah, okay, we are getting Togepi in the mix, so I like this discard more.
Yes. I think this makes sense. You need attackers.
Yeah, we're going two more prizes up this turn, so
Togepi is not a very tanky one, but like you said, 2 prizes up, so you don't need tanky attacker. You just need to close out the game somehow.
Oh, interesting. It's actually going to be Celebi here. So rather than quick retreat attached to Togepi, you're going to attach retreat active and pass, or sorry, retreat and poison.
You do have a play where you just pass and keep that Pokebody live, but nope. JL is going to attach return onto the Groudon manually, and then now that you've attached it, you pretty much have to retreat because otherwise it will just get knocked out.
Yep. So yeah, we are going to move it, and I think it has to be the Queen that comes up now. Interesting. Saving the Q just so it can be reused with Celebi for like a longer game strat of like more energy net gain rather than just a one save there.
The hand is
in the immediate
small
future
right now, though, so hopefully we see something out of the prizes that can help JL.
Yeah, maybe trusting the prizes, trusting good old Night Sight that could help you out. Yeah, there's not much in those prizes that help. Yeah, it's the Queen coming up.
Okay.
MP's in the better, like he's going down 2 prizes, but JL is getting low on attacking threats now that we've had to move this Groudon out of the way. It comes back to that switch play. We did a switch earlier on and could have saved that, but instead we did a Forest Breath, spent the switch, and now there's been like 2 or 3 turns where a switch would have been just like so much more busted.
The game has kind of turned into this weird situation where MP has a better board,
Hmm.
but JL is up on prizes. Only needs to take 2 more to close out the game. So
Yeah.
it's just a matter of if JL has the resources, has the gas left in the tank to close it out
Mm.
or
Well, the
not.
Dugtrio's got the easy response on the Arceus that's currently in the active. I
That's
imagine we're going
true.
to see Black Belt Arceus here just to swing, maybe.
Yeah, I imagine so.
And then you're hoping that there's nothing after this Dugtrio, essentially, and you can like let your Typhlosion do the rest of the trick, as it is going to be the
Mini
response KO
Metronome
here.
doesn't quite knock out Typhlosion.
Hmm.
So that, if things keep going this way, I think MP might be able to wipe JL out of attackers, but I'm not quite sure yet. Ooh, that's a good top deck.
Is it
Wait,
live?
sorry. No, it's not. Sorry. I thought it was Roxanne.
Yeah,
It's a
a
bad
different
top deck.
effect.
I lied.
We're going to Viridian away Crobat first, and then we're crossing our fingers with Night Sight to get the real bail out. What are some other best draws here? Like Bug Catcher or something like that would probably be your best draw at this stage.
Oh, where is the Electrode in the discard? No.
We
So
blocked it back.
one option you have is once you get rid of this Arceus, you can start attacking with Time Circle.
Hmm.
That's potentially a play. I mean, we actually already have the Rainbow in hand, so we don't even need Electrode. You can just attach for turn, and then next turn Forest Breath, attach Rainbow and Time Circle, and force MP to piece together another basic attacker.
Yeah, the Syndical's there on board right now, which does hit for
Oh,
weakness, which is a
true. There is
bit of a headache.
weakness. I. That
Oh, it's
is
going
fair.
Groudon. We're trying to close out the game of Groudon, so we're trying to put ourselves in Forest Breath, Switch plus Viridian for 100 to close
Okay,
out the
yeah,
game
I
next
like I
turn.
like this play then. That makes the most
It lines
sense.
up with the hand perfectly. Yeah.
And we did put energy back in the deck thanks to that Rocks crit. So this Viridian Forest putting in the
Yeah.
work for JL.
MP goes Delcatty. I suppose if everything's getting killed by Groudon anyway, the Catty makes a decent amount of sense. Are there any good items you can copy here with Sabrina's Psychic Control that makes things
You
awkward?
can X Transceiver for N.
Yeah, that certainly sounds like a good start. But yeah, we really need to draw into our own stadium here. We need to find training center. That's the big stadium right now to shut down your own Viridian,
Yep.
because that's
You
the thing that's
can.
really scaring you. There's already 2 fighting on this Dugtrio, 1 in the discard pile already. So there's only 1 fighting in the deck. So if you can remove this Viridian, you're really making it difficult for JL to find it. It's going to be the critical play here. As the Jirachi is sacrificed to the Viridian.
Are there any items that can search for? I think we've already used the reserve ticket from MP's side, so there's no way to guarantee that you draw one of those 2 training centers this turn, I don't think.
Yeah, that doesn't look to be the case. Maybe if you had had the Ino rather than the N remaining, you could have put that, like you could have stolen a ticket and then drawn into it. We have the chat up though, so we can lucky match Ino.
I don't
So we
know.
could psychic
Okay.
control. We can psychic
For
control
something
ticket.
else.
If
Okay,
you
yeah,
control
yeah.
ticket, then ticket for
For the
stadium,
training
then
court
Iono into it.
and Iono.
Yeah, yeah,
I
that's
like
actually
that
huge
play a
here.
lot.
Great use of that chat up.
Oh,
Oh,
we're not
we're
actually
not gonna
playing
psychic.
this
Oh
psychic
boy, it's just
control.
3 cards. Do we see the training center? Oh no, we don't see it. It's not game immediately. Oh, a skateboard's a really good draw for JL. That puts him a piece closer. Now, if he draws grass or fighting
And
off the top, plus the
yeah,
night
plus
sight, he
night
will win.
sight. Right.
Plus supported draws now are so much easier to close game.
Well, actually, Mini Metronome can copy. No, sorry. Power Heal will heal Delcatty to be out of range
Yes.
of its own rear kick. So it kind of has to be
Yep.
the Groudon.
I think that's why after the magnitude that Typhlosion's down to 80 left, so you have to go with Delcatty
Mm-hmm.
here. Very smart play from MP to play to his outs here. But GL is close to taking this final prize. We need to see a combination that lets us Power Blast one more time. It's almost certainly going to be Celebi promoted here. And let's see the top
One
decks.
energy off these next two cards is all we need.
Bug
Bug Catcher is a
Catcher,
great
wow.
start.
Going to see one more.
And then we can energy charge to shuffle the energy from the bottom back and shovel some more energy into the
Wow,
deck.
that gives us so many more outs now.
Yes.
All these fightings and grass. It really doesn't matter which one here. You need a combination of fighting and grass.
Yes, you do.
Here we go. 4 cards from the Bug Catcher. We do see the fighting,
There
so
it
we
is,
can
fighting.
Viridian for the final piece here. The grass energy so that we can Power Blast to take game 1 here.
I
Wow.
wonder if MP. I wonder if it would have changed if MP was able to get rid of that Viridian or not. But it was close. It was really close either way.
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't have lost on the spot there.
Yes,
we know
that's
that
true.
much because the Viridian was required. But he still had 2 prizes to sort of claw back. He could have taken out the Delcatty pretty happily. Sorry, taken out the Celebi pretty happily. That's when you could have gone to Typhlosion and hoped to tank, but just slow attaching to that Groudon still gave JL a decent amount of opportunities. Like if he whiffs there, he just attaches Groudon passes, leaves a boarded Celebi, and then he's still in solid shape. It would have to be like another N and eventually do replace that stadium. So would have come down to that, I think. Again,
JL
this is best of 3, so not
in
done
the lead
yet.
in the set, 1-0 right now. The interesting thing, I'm actually pretty glad that we chose this matchup though, because so many Pokemon were prized in that first game. It's pretty unlikely that this next game looks similar.
Correct. Ooh, awkward prizes for JL. The Escape Board and the Unknown Cube, both in the prizes, and even the Holland's Electrode. That is a rough start.
Quick Ball and Pokeball also good setup cards that you want in the early game.
Mm-hmm. It's a good opener for MP with this dual ball, getting some stage 1s online. We haven't yet seen his prizes just yet, so we'll make sure we can see those.
Cutiefly, first grab out of that dual ball, doing some prize checking to figure out what the next grab will be. Only Pokemon prize for MP is a Cyndaquil, and Cyndaquil happens to be the only card, actually, Cyndaquil and Colava are the only 2 of Pokemon
Yes.
in MP's deck. So
it's a relief, I suppose.
yes.
You see the Inkay again coming out early as well as Cutiefly. I think one of the big differences here is MP should be drawing a lot better with that Bronze online actually available. Didn't choose to get Bronzer early with the Pokecom, so maybe is holding that for next turn. But we just saw an attach pass from Diglett here.
Oh, because the Dugtrio's in hand.
We're
so
holding on. We're actually holding on to a monster, but we're just hiding it from our opponent right now.
The hand seems bad from MP's perspective, but it actually is not. JL has some options, has the Mesagoza as well, but doesn't want it to turn out like last game, so choosing to hold it this time.
Yeah, this is a heads-up play. Just feigning a weak hand, then you can go evolve, attach, Meza into Birch, and see 7 plus a guaranteed poke is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Volkner grabs Lightning plus Pokeball. We see Malamar into calming Jirachi back. Time to weave in the Bronzor.
Just grabbing the Rebombi.
Oh, Ribombay,
with
yeah.
that Honey Gather. Where did the manual attachments go? Not quite sure yet. That Malamar was a key piece in the beginning of MP's game plan last game.
Yeah, this Quilava, not ideal in the active, really. We do see Fire to active. Maybe just going to sponge with Quilava for a turn and then retreat out of it into Mali next turn, perhaps. We do see the
push
turn 2 Dug
down.
Trio. Look at this. It's the play we
Ooh.
expected.
Mezagoza into the Professor Birch's observations. Between these two players, I believe they have 3 of the 4 Professor Birch's observations in the entire cube.
Must be nice. It does seem like a slam dunk pick in this cube.
Very good pick for sure. Dug Trio, though, the push down attack actually isn't very good here. You kind of push the Quilava back to safety.
Mm-hmm.
You still definitely use it just to put some chip damage on the Typhlosion or Quilava, soon to be Typhlosion, but this actually sets up MP kind of nicely to bring up this Malamar and then start using that Trash Tentacle or Entangling Control.
I'm interested to see what we grab from Mezagosa here. Is it going to be Hoot Hoot lining up a Noctowl next turn? Is it going to be Zubat to sort of weave in that line? Your Celebi is just far less useful in this instance. So coming up with a secondary strat seems pretty important.
Yeah,
Nidoqueen Queen is one of the more efficient attacks, so
it is. I would guess that you get something like start to set up that Golbat or the Noctowl to combo with this Mallow. Kind of get your hand moving next turn.
The Zubat would be the more immediate one. But yeah, the Hoot Hoot seems fine as well, just to accrue that value throughout the entire game from now on.
Unlike last game, that Crobat line is available to JL, so we might see that double cross happen. Double cross hitting 80 for 3. Actually a fairly powerful attack.
We're going to rip the Judge immediately from MP here. Put the opponent down to fewer cards, knowing that Rabombe can get you a Dark Energy here quite nicely out the deck. And the Mezagoza can get you into some more Pokemon here. I'd love to see a Bronzor weaved in on his side of the field. Well, you don't really need the Typhlosion just yet. That's going to be the Swablu, also a decent shout, so it can get you towards another attacker and setup Mon. And we're just going to recover. Are we allowed to recover Judge? I thought they stayed in play for a turn.
That
I need to check the rules. Yeah, so Judge does stay in play. So yeah, it's not a trashable, tentacleable target. So we've got to pick another one here. I feel like Pokeball is just a decent pickup anyway.
Good shout. Good catch.
Yep, good to see. I had to do a quick rundown through the rules this morning just to make sure I was on the fake RSPK player. Real RSPK players, no. But either way, Pokeball's not a bad solace to take. We're back over to MP, sorry, to JL, I should say, and we do see Noctowl pick up.
Actually, the second Hoot Hoot being benched means we might see the double Night Side action this game.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. It's value. It's really, really high value as well, to be honest. Dug Trio getting that third energy, so Magnitude can immediately deal with the Malamar thanks to weakness. And the Magnitude is also going to push, so JL's able to take a prize here. Black Belt comes back in response, though. Look at this. Black Belt Flare for 70 finishes off the Dug Trio. Wow, that's wild, actually.
Yeah, JL doesn't have this LB Prime in play, so nothing is really threatening this Quilava once this Black Belt comes down, and I think we're seeing the power of MP's deck. Like, sure, you don't have any super strong hitters, but if you can weave in this Black Belt with your consistent support Pokemon, with your tempting tune, you can get some real tempo swings, even with a weak attacker like this Quilava.
JL's hand is not ready for that. It's not ready for all of his energy to be wiped immediately here, because I think it's only double rainbow now when you don't have your
Oh,
Celebi
but
engine.
wait. No. Okay, so we're gonna be tied on prizes, but if we
Yeah,
weren't, JL could potentially bite for 10 plus
that's
black
true.
belt.
We have Black Belt Defiance. That's the hardest biting Zubat in the land.
Turns out
But
you don't need to
yeah,
draft strong
wow.
attackers if you just have black belt and defiance band.
Just be behind. So simple. This is a really well timed Black Belt. We mentioned it in game number 1. It's coming up again here. Responding on 3 energy being wiped immediately from JL, who probably thought he was in the clear, probably thought he was pretty safe this turn. And JL's hand is really not prepared to go level on prizes. He wants to be behind.
Yep. Yep.
He really wants to be behind, not level.
Last game we saw that Viridian Forest really put in a lot of work for JL. Actually, it ended up getting that game winning energy, but there is no Viridian Forest this time just yet. So we'll see if JL is able to keep up those energy attachments. Even if there was a Celebi Prime in play, there isn't really enough energy in hand to accelerate those onto the board. So we see the Pokemon Collector now probably grabbing Celebi.
Yep, seems like a nice play. Finally getting the Nidoqueen pieces into play. You can Mesagoza for second Noctowl and get 2 draws off the top here as well.
Yep. In some ways, actually, even though JL took the win in game 1, in some ways this is a bad matchup. Not a terrible one by any means, but there's some awkward interactions where if you want to attack with Noctowl, it's really hard to do so because MP has that Rebombi, always using that Honey Gather to put your hand at unreachable sizes. And the Celebi Prime, one of my favorite attackers in the cube, just isn't very good into MP's deck, given that they have access to that Moltres EX and the Cyndaquils.
Yep, true. So a lot of his lines are shut down by virtue of the matchup, but that's what you got to think about when you're playing a pile of cards. There's going to be a random attack somewhere amongst like the 12 you're playing that can check you. It will be the second Noctowl from Mesagoza, incidentally, here. So we have 2 Night Sights inbound after this Collector. Easy, not too handy. Oh, was the Noctowl drawn from the other Night Sight? That would be a huge draw, because now you get to Golbat, actually.
Yeah, it seems that it was. So we get to draw even 2 more and start setting up this Golbat 1 step closer to the Crobat. A powerful attacker that, even though it is grass type, it is not weak to fire, so could survive a hit potentially depending on what the attacker is.
Double Gust seems like a really strong card in JL's list. You may just want to use it for a slow down play here. Maybe just bring up Bronzor for return or something.
You
but
could,
no, it's be
yeah.
attached to Nidoran to probably just pass things over here and just let Noctowl be the sponge. You've got AZ in hand now. Oh, it's actually going to the Noctowl. Interesting. They are currently all square in hand size, right? But a lot's going to happen this turn to change things.
I wonder if attached to Golbat is a safer play. I'm not sure. We'll see how MP can play around these hand sizes during this turn, but if MP draws into the right cards in the right order, could make it pretty difficult. Could use that Honey Gather to put their hand at 9 after a Juniper, if they so choose.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good. We see the pad to the ticket, and ticket's going to put a card on top. Does that indicate we're going to be researching this hand, perhaps? Yep, everything must go. Throwing too far in the bin is a pretty good start.
Professor Juniper.
This Noctowl will get KO'd via this Typhlosion as well. We've drawn into it, but we had the Mesagoza either way. If you want to just keep pressurizing prizes.
The Quilava has 4, so the Typhlosion now has 4, only 60 health remaining. So the Noctowl does threaten the Typhlosion. What can MP do to make this awkward?
Black Belt Defiance and Giovanni's Nidoran can do it. Let
that's
us
true.
see it. You just need to
You don't
draw
even need
energy.
you don't even need
Yeah.
the defiance. You just need black belt.
Just need around. Yeah, yeah. Just need around black
Yeah.
belt. This is
Turns
crazy.
out you don't need powerful attackers if you just have enough damage mods.
This has been such a faster back and forth than the last game. We're seeing the fire recharge onto the Typhlosion. We see the trade. Oh wow, the extra hit
Ooh,
points of Training
okay.
Center means we do have to Defiance band.
Defiance band black belt Nidoran.
There's actually no way that this is happening.
And it
Stage one should we
actually
get
makes it
an
so
additional
that
yeah.
Noctowl as well can't reach a knockout without using one of those damage mods, and it's gonna be difficult because you need to attach two energies to it still. So you might be right. It might just end up being the Nidoran being the attacker here.
I guess with the center though, you're not actually KOing the Noctowl in the active, so you're just punching into it
Oh,
now as well. There's a Larry been put on
okay.
top from MP, so he's just kind of slowing the game down for this instance. Oh, he still chose to do the extra damage though. Oh, maybe he can bounce the stadium later is the plan. He has like warp point in hand. Maybe he can look to
Okay.
do a warp point and change this for Viridian later. Pretty interesting stuff. So without all of these comeback cards active, there is the Nidorina evolved up now.
No, JL evolved his best attacker.
He actually lost so much damage with that choice. We do have a few ways out of this active, but we don't really have much to do this turn. So we could still just be
Right.
looking for energy to attach here and just chill, essentially. The Night Sight's going to come in now. Well, Grass Energy is a good
Ooh, that's
start.
good.
Okay, we'll take it.
So you can AZ the Noctowl and then, well, Unknown Q is prize, so that kind of leaves you
Yeah.
in a weird position.
Yeah, it would have been cool to weave in the calm and everything. It would have been a very
Right.
smooth line. Yeah. Instead, do we just. You don't really want to spend AZ and Double Gust all in one go, I don't think. Doesn't seem that valuable. You have to do the AZ first, I guess. It's such a weird sequence to spend both as well.
Yeah, I think you'd have to double gust first and assume that MP, like hope that MP chooses the Groudon. And then no,
Yeah.
even that
Ooh.
still requires, oh, so just AZ the active instead, knowing that there is risk for this training center to be bumped. Doesn't want to give that prize over.
Does
But
that mean you
now
just
what do you
weave
set
Celebi
up?
now and just weave in Forest Breath and attach and just hope that like these extra attachments can keep you up on attackers? And just say go
Yeah,
one
just
prize up
sacrifice a
and let me
Celebi, maybe.
yeah. Let's see. We've protected the Noctowl draw power this way round. Celebi may be valued over the Golbat as well. Maybe just bring Golbat up as another sacrifice play.
You aren't really starving for attackers right now. It's the attachments that are the
Mm-hmm.
issue. So it could be reasonable to give up the Golbat even though it's so close to Crobats.
I feel like it's between those two. Oh, interesting. Going the next Noctowl here.
I mean, that is the only Pokemon with an energy on it, right? So I'd imagine that you'd
Mm-hmm.
want to keep it alive unless there's something that I'm not seeing here.
We're calming away the Noctowl into Crobats. It does offer some disruption. That carry off.
Yeah, I think Tail played this turn a little bit awkwardly. I think he played it like as you'd expect, like normal Pokemon gameplay to go. You evolve your Pokemon, right? And you sacrifice something. But there were some cool lines with the
Yeah.
Nidoran female that I wish JL would have seen.
Well, it was just because we stayed on level prizes, right? MP decided to like not play into the comeback cards. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
we've gone into. We're going to spend our attachment on Crobat here. Just sort of weave that. Oh no, it's going to
oh,
Nidorina
I'm
instead.
switching.
We could even have not had to send up this Noctowl as well. We could have gone into Crobat with free retreat and then thought about going into something else. But I suppose
Okay,
the
yeah.
same concept applies where this Noctowl's not getting KO'd by a flame burst. So Maybe that's in the consideration. If the Typhlosion wants to hit the Noctowl down to the 90 hit points again,
Yeah.
you can then finish it off with a Toxic.
So looking at MP's discard and deck, what are the ways to bump this training center if they do go for that warp point play? Is it
Just
just
the
Viridian
Viridian.
Forest?
Yeah.
Okay.
We do see the Candela coming onto the Arceus for a little bit of acceleration on the bench. We've drawn into Moltres as well, so this could be a great way to protect this Typhlosion a bit more. If you just want to hit this Noctowl and confuse it, perhaps. Even just hitting it, because you know it's probably not going to attack you, I think is reasonable. The Warp Point's still open as well. You've got the pivot from Altaria too. It's interesting. JL took a long time to think about what he wanted to get hits, that it almost makes the Warp Point feel like a better play. He's 10 attached to Arceus though, so perhaps we are content with Typhlosion just going down.
I do like the idea of putting Noctowl to 90 and trying to cash in on that later if you can, but there's no guarantee that it'll work out that way because you don't have the Viridian Forest easily accessible. But that's what MP chooses to go for, just doing that 90. So you will probably lose that Fire Recharge this turn.
Yeah, that's a lot of his own acceleration in the bin after that.
I guess you won't.
We're just making sure that JL shuffled after his Pecon, I guess. So he didn't. Okay, so we're gonna have to shuffle before this Noctowl comes back into the hand. Must just not have been shuffled, which is completely fair. There's a lot of clunky mechanics on untap.
Yes, does looks like no, it seems. Yeah, so this Typhlosion will I would assume goes down, but I don't actually see any way for it to that they're even on prizes. You could retreat into Toxic, but that does not KO it quite yet with the training center in play.
MP asking for the time extension. He knows that that is actually a factor now, that he's pretty behind because of the time situation. I'm going to see a quick Night Sight Brock's Grit is not what we're after here. Let's have a look. Is there a way to still protect this Noctowl with a double gust play? Then again, doesn't seem like much that's that good for you. You can obviously just pay retreat here into something else. We're still trying to sponge. What's interesting is Crobat can actually carry off the Moltres that's in hand for MP, and that's potentially a big deal.
That is true.
Especially if this Typhlosion's not getting KO'd. Trusty Rainbow to Groudon. We saw that in the last game, and it worked out pretty smoothly, so I think that's a decent choice. And we're just passing.
I think it's just a pass, yeah. Celebi is pretty much your only energy acceleration that you have as JL, but with the Skateboard, the Unknown Q prized, really much less valuable than it was last game.
As expected, the Warp Point's been lined up for a few turns now. Eventually, we'll go into this Hoot Hoot, which is a ridiculously tanky Hoot Hoot. This is a crazy Hoot. 70 hit points, and it can force switch. This is absolutely cracked. That's actually huge.
And it can do 2 for 90.
Yeah. Well, that's lest we forget. Yeah. Got free retreat on this Altaria. We see the water attachment. I imagine that means Moltres is coming into play here. You got to think. Oh, we see Larry coming down as well. It's an incredible. This is like built for this cube, I feel like.
Right.
Oh, is that just coming to the top of the deck, perhaps?
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's from the Tempting Tune. Oh, we're going back into good old Typhlosion.
Typhlosion's the only thing that takes a knockout here, so I think that makes sense. It is awkward giving up your energy excel. Plus, I mean, if you were MP, I think you would like to have a second Cyndaquil down, but it is prize, so won't be an option.
Yeah, you know JL's not been drawing too well for the last couple of turns, so just make sure you can't see that second Noctowl. Makes a good amount of sense here. There is the free retreat pivot for JL to go into, but it's going to go Celebi. Oh, yeah, thinks twice about it. Yeah, it's going to instead go Crobat now.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh. Oh.
It's a tough call.
Celebi? Crobat? Celebi? Crobat?
You're finally behind on prizes, so there are a lot of opportunities for you to weave in some of these these supporters and trainers we've been holding on to for so long.
There is the Nidoqueen now, but what do you attack with? Can you attack with anything really? You can attack with Toxic, that's for sure. But anything that actually takes a knockout, I don't know.
Yeah, we see the Night Sight by the looks of things, grabs Mallow, not ideal. Is it just Forest Breath active, Ace Trainer, and just Toxic, this Typhlosion? You'd only be going level on prizes, so you're not afraid of the Arceus in the back.
Okay, yeah, that seems pretty decent.
The Ace Trainer also plays around MP's stacked supporter to the top as well, so pretty nice time for it.
MP shuffles and draws the supporter anyways.
Not bad. We've picked up a switch as well, so the Celebi gets to retain its energy, but we've already commit the Rainbow elsewhere. But it can be used for a pivot later. Again, we've been starving for those pivots.
And there is the Messagoza bump, so this Noctowl and the Typhlosion are going to go down.
Yeah, we've really accelerated the speed of this game finishing, actually. Prize for each player. There's the escape board now as well. And it forces MP into a weird position. Like, kind of not a lot of information to work this, to like figure out this choice either. There's still Messagoza, which can be played. There's still Turn Attachment, which can be spent by JL here. It's just been a Forest Breath so far. Or was there a Grass attached to this ground on this turn, actually?
Yeah, I think there might have been. There was only one energy on it prior, so attachments have been used, so you're expecting whatever you send up to get hit by Toxic, I would guess.
Uh-huh. So it is going to be the Arceus that's sent up.
Is that really the best send up? I'm a little bit worried of this getting Toxic.
But you're ahead on prizes from MP's side of the board, right? So
okay, yeah,
prize count is pretty trash for a while.
That's true.
To be honest. We do see the Crobat come in as well now, the carry off. So JL knows what he's up against. Has to think about that Sabrina's Psychic Control. It's not actually doing a whole lot.
Yeah, it was really good last game, but this game it's not so great. Only Pokecom is the only available target right now.
The big chunky Queen is coming up then. Can just start toxicking away. 2 counters instead of 1. Messagoza finally gets Bronzong, so the engine that we've been touting this whole time with Honey Gather plus Tempting Tune plus Miracle Oracle is all here at last.
They combo with each other pretty nicely, drawing 1 off the Miracle Oracle, discarding the Lightning, drawing another. And there we go, just the Burgess Observations. Not choosing to play the Viridian, deciding not to give that option over to JL. You do have the Honey Gather already, so not necessary.
Yeah, I think basically all of JL's Pokemon are either in play or on the discard pile, so I think you can confidently just keep that around. Knowing that you aren't going to be Snuff Energy now.
That's true. The second Cyndaquil has been grabbed off of the prizes, so it's in deck somewhere. So we're gonna see Sabrina's Psychic Gaze.
There it is.
Put back the Jirachi to get that second Cyndaquil, which combos pretty well with that Lure Ball. I mean, we are in the end game, but still, I mean, I say end game, but JL still has 4 prizes remaining, so you probably do need to reestablish that Typhlosion.
Yep, I definitely think it's part of the strat, but I think we're just going into Altaria and gliding for 60 here.
Seems like pretty solid. Yeah.
Yep, set up that 2-shot. It's got free retreat, so you can always move out of it if you need to. And we're getting to work on re-evolving, especially with the Lure Ball in hand, an easy way to that Typhlosion over a couple turns. The training center's back as well. Stadium control has been so interesting to follow this set.
Yeah,
Gaining hit
shooting
points is
center,
it's such an interesting effect, especially when it's
For
on something
sure.
your opponent can affect, right? We've seen it with like tools and stadium cards where you know your opponent can sometimes take full advantage of that being removed at the right moment.
So we see JL top deck the Mallow. No more Noctowls in play though.
Yeah, he's really just working off the top decks here, and his turn is really not going to be much. You can just Toxic again, essentially.
Is behind on prizes, so the Defiance Band is live, but no attack to actually make use of it at the moment.
Mm. What are we mallowing here? Are we just going for a complete refresh with like a Zinnia or something along those lines?
Yeah,
We've
I would
played the
think
Birch. Sinlin,
so.
maybe, just to get Birch back.
Sinlin's not bad for sure. Drawing 3, and then one of the 3 that you draw is guaranteed. Oh, actually, sorry. You top deck the Sinlin, yeah, and then you draw 1 card you choose and 2 cards you don't. But there is a bit of a concern here that, I mean, MP knows that this Mallow is happening, so if you don't draw any of these cards, I imagine MP just goes for a Judge or something off this Tempting Tune Miracle Oracle combo.
Yeah, definitely could be in his range. MP has a ton of hand disruptors. He has the N, the INO, and 2 Judge, as you just said.
Yep.
Still has a couple of those options available to him. I guess you take that as a win if you're JL's perspective, because the 4 cards in hand are absolute garbage right now.
Yep. Yep.
And it really isn't a great play. I feel like the top card has to be a supporter, and it's like whether it's energy or whether it's something along those lines. Sinlin, so you can get into Birch, seems probably like the best play from my perspective. Maybe you go back to Ace Trainer as an option, but you know that with Oracle tempting, that JL can always, MP can always get out of it. Or do you want to disrupt them those pieces first?
JL making that choice. MP back on over to them. Top decks the Sabrina Psychic Control. Looking for probably Judge if I'd have to guess.
So I
I
think
don't
the
know.
last judges in the prizes, I think one's played,
Oh.
right? Yeah, so it would have to be Ino.
I don't know.
Ooh, instead it's Clara.
Clara.
Interesting. Gives us access to obviously more energy as well as these Pokemon. We just oracled away a bug catcher by the looks of things. Is that right? It's going to be the Clara getting back the Malamar line. Things are getting pretty spicy now.
We are starting to get low on resources, so that Malamar with that Entangling Control could matter.
Yeah, you still have to play around that Crobat as well. Don't forget. So you just hold the Lure Ball for now, knowing you can fire that off next turn and evolve them both.
Yep.
The Lava's getting powered up once again. These are going to be some tanky evolutions right now.
So we're just going to put Nidoqueen at 120. Altaria will go up to 6 and then back to 9. So again, we might see a situation where things get double knocked out. Or actually, sorry,
It's just the
Altaria is
2,
at
yeah.
2, so that's at 5. So Nidoqueen right now survives, but could potentially go down if Viridian is drawn for MP.
Yeah, I think it's harder for him to sort of lay that trap. His warp point's played, but obviously just slamming Stadium at the right time now
Yep.
could be pretty helpful. I think the energy charge is actually a pretty good pickup. Perhaps that was so it was Bug Catcher that was put to the top. I'm not sure which of the other 4 was put next, I suppose. These are some decent draws. You have the option to Fighting Energy with Groudon and just push through this Altaria if you want to be more proactive. Maybe you can make a double gust play with Switch in hand. You could double gust like Quilava, then switch into Groudon and just take it out now.
Looks like that
Yeah,
might
it is
be
going
the
to be double
choice.
gust. Yeah, it's going to be Quilava, and basically anything doesn't matter here. You just select probably the unknown to come up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's just going to get switched into Groudon anyway.
Groudon is awkward though because you are using so much of you're using Switch, and then you will Power Blast according to, and then what happens after that I don't quite know.
Yeah, Jail, it's a weird thing because it makes use of all the cards that you had available, but again, we're in a situation where we still need to be top decking / looking for other helpful cards. So
I
this is going to
really
be
wish
another
there was
KO.
some better way to take advantage of this Defiance Band that JL has attached to this Groudon EX
Mm.
now. The Defiance Band or the Black Belt, right?
Yeah, I wasn't a big
Nidoran-
fan of attaching the Defiance, especially with the unknown, which was in prizes. We obviously get the sad news that it comes to the hand
Oh.
now. But yeah,
Yeah,
it was something to
so
think about.
a 1 for 20 attack could be really powerful in the right situation.
Especially this one looks like it is going down to that last prize by the looks of things. I think MP's again still in the fine spot. He'll be able to punch this Groudon. Doesn't look like there's much on the comeback swing. The Nidoqueen can be KO'd pretty quickly, just via a stadium bump. So he's slowly getting there. Looks like we're seeing the PCOM Psychic Control combo, so we can get Skitty into play as well. It's funny that we've Sabrina's just for Com twice.
Looks like we're giving up on Typhlosion at this point in the game.
It's got to be done, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And we just swing into the Groudon for 40. JL picks up an energy, which isn't the worst draw. Not like the highest value, but it's still something.
This Groudon being stuck here is really annoying.
MP revealing that there's nothing for JL to snipe with carry off from Chromat. There's the Q now as well.
So do we just retreat this Groudon then? Oh, we attach the Defiance Band, so you can't. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. I just now understood what you said before with the
yeah, all you've done is block yourself from a play. I think you're playing around
Yeah.
INO and N, which I understand completely, but it's just unfortunate how things panned out with the prize being taken.
There's nothing that survives 100 anyways, I think. Or I guess with the training center
Yeah.
stuff does, like the Bronzong, so.
Yeah. There was decent logic around it, it's just worked out poorly. The Aroma gets knocked out again, not too helpful right now.
So I guess now you're just considering Unknown Q as potentially an attacker. The Nidoqueen has 120 on it, which is like a little bit precarious. So if this Groudon just sits here and gets knocked out, plus a training sensor bump, that could be
It's just the game. Yeah.
for MP.
Ooh,
yeah,
attached
so
active as well. That means we have to
So is
retreat,
it
right?
just a
Yeah.
retreat?
We're
Yeah.
getting out of here. Is it into Q and just give up a 1 here, or is it back to poison for 2?
Yeah, I think it has to be poison, right?
Yeah. Back to poison. Punish the Altaria that's lined up. We will see Lurball, so that can get the Malamar back, which is immediately coming into play. We're going to see the Larry as well.
Larry.
Gets Chatot and Delcatty, 2 really strong options. And Rabombe. You can see MP's deck really flowing fully now. The Bronzong was that missing piece from game 1, but it's so much smoother now.
And we really want to draw a Viridian, I think. If we can Viridian here, KO the Nidoqueen.
We're just going to swing into it with Altaria by the looks of things.
Okay.
Go down to 2.
I almost wonder if we could have just played Iono to dig for that Viridian, or Tate. It's just something that wasn't the Larry, but it does make sense to set up this Delcatty as well to line up that final knockout anyways.
Yeah, I think that's really what it is. Line up those last bigger swings to get through. Because it looks like JL is far away from an attack now. He has nothing threatening at all on board. So MP just has to literally announce attacks for the next few turns.
Unknown Q.
I'm aware of Unknown Q, yeah. But, I mean, this Altaria is going down no matter what, so... Like it's only getting a 2 tick of poison, but it's still vulnerable. And again, like an energy on unknown Q, then we're still just a ton of turns still away for JL to do anything useful.
That's true. Yeah.
You can at least carry off the Chatot. Yeah, that's going to get shuffled in. All right, so we pick up Dark Energy. It looks like MP's just slowly getting over the line here.
Yep. Seems that
We're
way.
going to see the Bronzong getting powered up now for a Shady Stamp for 50. It does look
I
like
don't know if
time is probably the
players know
biggest factor
this.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am getting word that there's only 1 minute remaining. So if time gets called in a weird spot, potentially JL's win condition is just to not lose.
Yeah, and I think the training center might even help in that cause. If we can evolve up some Pokemon, that could be huge. We're not drawing too hot right now, but keeping maybe like Yawn in mind or something along those lines as a last minute panic play in turns.
Oh,
Maybe what
that's
we see here.
true.
Everything is so squishy right now.
Wait,
That's
wait, wait. You
that's the
can
problem.
the bench is locked. You can time circle. Oh, Electrode
But
is
we
prize.
don't
Never
have the
mind.
rainbow, right? Yeah, with
Yeah, Electrode's prize. Sorry.
Electrode, yeah. Yeah,
Otherwise, you can Electrode bounce with grass,
we're
but
just gonna send the Bronzong to sleep, but it's a Tails as well. There's Tate and Liza in hand, so we know that MP can take a prize here. He's turn 1, so it's just whether or not JL can deny that final prize card.
so we have
Crobat's
Scramble
only at
Switch. We have
50 hit points
Tate
snap
and
right now.
Liza.
MP has to find a way that he can deal 70 next turn, right? Because he has to get over this Groudon that has no energy. I think that's the biggest thing that JL has
Yeah.
remaining. So he has to have a way to deal 70. And I think the Delcatty should be able to do that, right? If we can keep power
Yeah, it seems that way.
circulating. I think he will just creep over the line here. MP had a really good decision of getting that Skitty out when he did, because it's given him exact
Right.
amount of turns here to get over the line, I think. He just has to make sure he's not missing a beat here. He absolutely has to move this Bronze. He has to take a prize this turn. There's no question about that. It's just whether he goes back into the Bronzong, I suppose, or whether he... Okay, it's going to be a Scramble Switch. He can make a different attacker entirely here.
MP is down. Sorry, JL is down AZ.
Okay, so it could be the rear kick, perhaps. So you're not healing yourself with Delcatty.
So rear kick. And there's no attack available from JL's side.
He just has to hope that Groudon's big enough. And right now there's only 4 counters on this Delcatty. Oh, it's the turn to action to Mally. So we are going to heal with Power Heal here. Okay, it's because we're going to 6 this turn.
Yep. And then you go to 4.
Yeah, so the Power Heal can still do it next turn. We do have free retreat. Oh, sorry, we have 1 retreat on the Catty. What's going on here? We going into Altaria, perhaps? Oh, into Mally, but that doesn't KO, right? Are we dragging up?
The Groudon?
Dragging up Groudon, maybe? Yeah, maybe. What's this now? That's from the Altaria, I imagine. Putting a card on top of the deck.
At the discard for JL, I think there is still 1 switch remaining. AZ and Switch and Double Gust are gone. But 30 is not enough.
Oh, we have a Sabrina. Is it... what's happening here, then? I was thinking Double Gust. I was thinking Switch. I was thinking... This is going right down to these last couple turns. We're in time. It's turn 1. 4 MP. He has to take a prize, as far as I'm aware.
Unless you're going to take the 2 prizes off the Groudon next turn somehow.
Oh, did we just hit for 30 and recover a Sabrina?
Sabrina's.
So we're just trying to double
We're
gust for
trying to double
game
gust
next turn. We have
Does
Tantalizer double gust as a combo for game next turn.
yeah, I guess so. It does look
That would be
like
yeah, that's how you win with Delcatty next turn, right?
JL is out the Ace Trainer, has no other hand disruption, no VS Seeker or anything like that. So I think
It looks like we'll
MP
get
may
there.
have seen a checkmate scenario.
Very cool. Yeah,
with
rather than
this.
swinging with the Catty, which could have been randomly dealt with by black belt shenanigans or anything along those lines.
Well,
You protect the cat, and then
MP doesn't know Electrode is prize, so MP is playing around that. Otherwise, JL could timer ball for Electrode, time circle, if you just take one and you didn't get back this double gust option.
That's also true. So keep the board locked as well.
Yeah.
Sorry,
keep the
because
board
he's
locked.
board locked, he
Right.
yeah, because he's board locked, he has to respect that play. Yeah, essentially, just it's JL's own double gust, which is just going to be the ace here for MP. We've played the AZ, so we can't pick up Groudon.
Yep. So we know that MP would have won either way, but MP actually making the best play possible because, yeah, if that Electrode was available to JL, there's no way to get through that in the final turn of time.
Yeah, JL acknowledges that he concedes game number 2 here. So we're going into sudden death game 3 to decide a winner because we can't have a tie here. A 3-0 will be I think we don't do ties in this 3-round set for our cube here. So here we go. Strap yourselves in for a sudden death. Lay out 6 prizes. First prize drawn wins. I don't even know who I put in the driver's seat here. I also don't know if they flip a coin. I think they flip a coin, right, when it goes sudden death. Yeah, Dabby's saying it in chat right now. You reflip for who's going first. JL not happy with his play, but plenty of time to ruminate on that. First, you got to see if you can get over the line here. You can't be in your head too much. There's still a job to be done.
One last chance.
Here we go. The coin flip does seem massive. Both players have some aggressive stage ones. There's Altaria, there's Malamar, there's Dugtrio, which we saw in that game 1. Even Golbat can get into the mix on certain basic Pokemon, so there's so much going on in this game 3. Yeah, I think they will still get gents here. I don't see why not. It's a new game. We'll make sure, though, because this is, a massive game 1. Well, the Groudon's the start for JL. We're going to make sure we can see hands here as quickly as possible.
Groudon Fighting Energy might be the best start possible in this situation.
What a huge tank. My goodness.
Yeah.
He's holding on to Double Gust as well, so he can just attach 3 times to this Groudon and just pick anything. It doesn't even matter if
and you can
MP
Bug Catcher
gets...
next turn into Lookers. This is not fair.
He is in a great position, actually. The only thing we're missing is Fighting Energy, but we could even just draw like Mesagoza and see Electrode if that's not prized this game. So he has set up a very good clock of 2 turns, essentially. It's not guaranteed, but it looks like a 2-turn clock right now for MP.
So now I'm just wondering, what can MP even do?
His biggest Pokemon is
Moltres. Survives. Yeah.
Moltres could survive long enough to evolve into Typhlosion plus Training Center as a combo. What else? The Chatot does have natural resist, but it still gets KO'd. Yeah, I think it's exactly Moltres, which you can use yourself here. It's going to be the Swablu here. We do have Altaria in hand, so reasonable, but it is going to be the Birch for the Fresh 7. We are still attaching to Cyndaquil. We have plenty of Ball Search, so we can get Moltres into the mix.
Nice.
I think that has to be essential. You
I
have your
assume you
own warp
can't
point and go
use
on.
entangling. I assume you can't use entangling control if there's no bench Pokemon. Is that right?
Where are we? Hold on. The
The
Malamar.
Malamar and
Yeah.
Hitmonlee, yeah.
You have Inkay for confusion as well. That can do
Oh,
it.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Certainly
It's
not.
not. I wonder if Inkay might even be better than Moltres EX because you don't. I mean, I guess you have Scramble Switch and Warp Point, so you switch
Yeah.
it in, take the 100 at some point whenever JL chooses to. But there is still the Double Gust, so
There's a lot at play here. I feel like it's going to come down to like some Casino Judge or Casino like N and stuff going into the next turn, especially if JL chooses to play the Bug Catcher. If he just attaches and attaches Band, maybe he like feints a weaker hand while still doing like just enough to win. It's a weird balancing act here. It's a
Oh, I
really weird
see.
balance.
If you're scared of the judge, I mean, I think MP plays the judge regardless if you attach energy.
Yeah, very well might do.
Could
Like, the energy is
communication
always happening, but yeah.
could communication for Altaria, but I guess there's no way to draw into judge, so you might have to end.
Yeah.
It's weird,
We
but
are
no,
going to see the
JL
full
isn't gonna
cards.
play. Yeah. Oh, fighting energy.
So with fight, oh, that's amazing actually for his outs. So he's holding on to Unknown Q Double Gust as well. So that plays around Confusion as well. So that's also huge. The Switch does the same
Okay.
thing effectively as well. So Confusion won't be enough here. It has to be Moltres by a turn while we work towards Typhlosion.
But
Then
even Moltres doesn't work,
Typhlosion
right?
can.
You double gust around it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. You have to do it with an N, right? And just have to.
Yeah, with N. Yeah.
We're gonna
So I
search
think
out
it's just
Rabombe. We've evolved
Rabombe.
into Quilava already.
I think it's
And
got to be
here we
N
go.
into
The big
confusion. Yeah.
N. We've drawn Pad. So we can Rabombe for confusion. We've got one retreat on the Quilava. Is it really coming down to
Man,
this?
I think it has to.
Oh my goodness.
The Quilava has 60. Malamar has 90. So if you survive one turn of confusion, you can evolve up and then use the training center to survive another
Sweet to
turn
fighting.
potentially.
Sweet to fighting.
Oh.
So this is really just panic
It's
stations.
just just confusion, and I think JL has no choice but to flip for it.
Well, does he have it? Well, let's figure out what the choices are. If we draw
There's
another
not much.
basic, we can Birdkeeper into a free retreater. If we Birdkeeper find us, well, yeah, that doesn't work unless it's with. JL's cracking up right now. Oh my goodness!
You could. Oh,
Does that? Does not? You can
get Birdkeeper double gust.
Yeah, Birdkeeper Double Gust. My goodness, the top deck of Double Gust. You can now. Yeah, exactly. That's game. Off the top. Unbelievable.
Oh.
Wait, is Keeper
You
prized?
can get unknown Q. You can get unknown Q as well. It's fine.
Yes, this does it also. Okay, there we go. What an insane top deck. Unbelievable. Double Gust does get there. Gets around the confusion. The crowd is booing that we didn't see a coin flip, but there it is. A guaranteed victory from JL.
Not the real coin flip cube. Not my coin flip cube.
What a way to end our round number 1 here. Some really intricate gameplay from both players, and then it just comes down to chaos in that game 3.
Ground fighting, pretty good if you need to take just one prize. Good
My
start.
goodness, absolutely crazy. Actually, incidentally, MP even prized his Moltres, so it had to be confusion. There was no other line of play for him. I only just picked up on that because I was so into that last game. But my goodness, what a wild way to start the day.
Enthralling.
Well, we got 2 more rounds of this, guys. So I'm already emotionally drained. But there we go.
I am too. JL still in the running for that first place spot and the title of Champions Cube champion. MP in the running for cash still, but let's check out what we have in our next round. See you chat in just a bit. Welcome back to the stream. We are here in game 2 after that exciting sudden death moment between JL and MP. JL moves on to 1-0, but we are here with two new 1-0 players, Blue versus Slight. Tell me about these two decks, Joe.
Well, Blue pretty much got complete Wall Rain, uncontested,
Yep.
and also has both a Maxis and Archie's package within his deck, so can really lean into that aspect to get two really interesting Pokemon into play, Swampert EX for potential Energy Excel, as well as Kladov, that Cosmic Power. These two Pokemon have basically been nerfed to only be searched via Maxis and Archies respectively, so Blue has that package within the deck to, as soon as you can pull that combo off, which we kind of have to follow the entire set now, you're going to spike into one of these incredible Pokemon within the draft. And then for Slight, it's a much more low to the ground build, a couple of powerful evolutions. You can see already two Eevee into play here. For Slight, you have the Vaporeon as well as Jolteon, as well as double dumbbells. So you can really buff these up a bit more. Even the Delcatty we saw from the previous round 1. And then there's some decent EXs in here as well, like Zapdos and Absol. So we're going to see the turn 1 teleporter into Lily here to draw a fresh 8 cards from Slight. A very good turn 1 play.
So there are a lot of cards from Slight's side. The hand is set up. The Pokemon are set up. 5 basic Pokemon on this turn 1, ready to go. There is a downside to this play, though, in that Blue does have Sabrina's Psychic Control in the list, if I remember correctly. So that Night Teleporter could come back to bite Slight, but let's wait and see for that one. Dumbbells coming down onto the Eevee.
Yeah, we could pressurize this field for 20 right now.
Yeah.
Or we could charge up. The hand's not great after the 8 cards have not been super kind.
And we just see and attach and attack, I would guess.
Yeah, it's going to be the 20 or the 30.
I think
20, right?
20. Yeah.
We'll make sure we can fix that, because that is, yeah, there we go. We fixed it pretty quickly. Oh, it's the compressor top deck. So we can go compressor teleporter and turn 1 Maxi here. I feel like Claydol has to be the better of the two. Because getting one Claydol then gets you the Archie so easily later. Oh, maybe just get both in the bin. We can get a lot of targets here. Oh, wow.
Both in the...
We're going Turbo Swamp here instead.
Just going for the aggressive play of getting that Swampert into the energy cycle instead of setting up that Claydol. The more aggressive play. Is this the right choice? I actually am not sure. I don't know.
I also don't know. This is maximum tempo. So there's something to be said about that. And it's harder to pass turns later on in the game. So maybe like if you're expecting to do a rollout for 10 or just get 2 or 3 energy in play, it's a big upscale here. But look at this. We're even holding on to the Sabrina Psychic Control
into the Night Teleporter. I think that actually might have been part of the decision making for Blue, considering that Sabrina Psychic Control, it's such an easy out to Night Teleporter, considering that Blue has 2. But that being said, Blue chose not to discard that Claydol.
Yeah, that would have been crazy, actually. You could go essentially Teleporter into Teleporter and turn 1 Maxi, turn 2 Archie. But look at this. It's going to be a fully powered up Swampert EX. 150 hit points on this 2 Prizer. Just 60, and you can discard 2 from hand if you do. 20 more damage, and 20 to one of your opponent's bench. And that could also help set up the Maxi and Archie combo. So maybe that's also coming into the thinking. You can use this Ultra Pump to then also skew your hand in a different direction.
Just putting on the pressure right away, and
tempo. My goodness,
doesn't have any way to respond to it in hand. Azelf Time Walk, but nothing really valuable in there. Just the Delcatty.
Delcatty not too helpful in the immediate future, especially with the board full. So you pretty much just have to Mallow and pass here more or less. You can lunge again for 20, but you're staring down a very imposing Swampert now. And of all the types that is being played in Slight's list, Grass is not among them, apart from this Pineco.
Yep.
So, and that can't even attack with Tackle, as far as I can tell. So, yeah, this is real trouble for Slight right now. Huge pressure from the Swampert. It could simply just run away with this game if Slight doesn't really bounce back from this quickly enough.
I think that might be what happens.
We
Blue,
probably Mallow Pidgeotto to the top, then you can airmail for the second piece, and that could just be like a bug
okay,
catcher or
yeah.
something like that.
So we
Or
see
Chorus,
the
maybe.
Mallow coming through. I think you also definitely do want Jolteon to get the speed energy live.
That's also true. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so that could even be better than Pidgeotto. You could go Jolteon top,
And then something
then
after
speed
that.
into something.
Supporter.
Yeah, speed into Ace Trainer, although your opponent's only a 2-card hand, so maybe that's not the priority. Maybe into Teammates. You may still just want to retreat this Eevee as well, rather than do a
Oh,
20 poke.
just attach the Pineco, it seems.
Wow, interesting. So the Forretress does do a decent chunk. The Iron Crash does 20 and 20 more for each colorless in your opponent's retreat cost, and the Swampert does have 3. So we're trying to crash into that Swampert as quickly as possible for just response pressure here. So you have to think the top deck is a supporter of that Pidgeotto play that we mentioned.
So we see Blue using that Sabrina Psychic Control for Night Teleporter for Juniper.
Mm-hmm.
Get that
Fresh 7.
hand of 7, and the hand is not great, but
Yeah, we whiffed on Arcelio. There's 4 of them in the list. It's, like I said, uncontested Walrein, so that's a small misstep here, but the Swampert can still come in regardless and still take out this Eevee. I kind of would have liked to protect the dumbbells, honestly. Even just retreating into Azelf here. Maybe
yeah,
force some Ultra Pump to do discards.
I was thinking about that too.
Because your Vaporeon has 90, Jolteon does have that 80, so if you could have just like protected a Jolteon for a bit longer, it could have been pretty handy. In the energy art coming in here. Just in the deck of a couple energy. It's essentially just a professor's letter with more text.
This Fortress is gonna, this Pineco is gonna get hit by, oh, but there's the exoskeleton on the Pineco, I guess. So no matter what, Fortress will survive a hit from the Swampert. I think that's part of Slight's game plan here.
Yeah, try and get 2 Iron Crashes off.
And it does 2-shot the Swampert, so I like Slight's thinking.
Yeah, it seems like rather than letting the Swampert run away with the game, you'll at least be able to respond it. They'll probably like 2 for 2, but that's fine. You're also able to finish off this field with the Thorn Tempest, which is very cool. With no evolution to Celio here, you're actually getting a free prize just by evolving up.
Yeah, Slight showing off why he is such a menace in Cube.
It was the Pidgeotto as expected.
Pidgeotto, Airmail for supporter, I would imagine it's the teammates, right? Grabbing probably Fortress energy.
Yep, seems reasonable to me. It means he's still kind of on fumes, but at least has the airmail now to like lean into a bit more.
Yep.
You also are drawing a card for a prize here, and you can pick your prize because you have time walked.
That is true. And we get
so you can take maybe, yeah, it takes VS Seeker for
VS
next turn.
Seeker.
Opens up Mallow or Lily for next turn. Seems really powerful. This is a great response to some early pressure from Swampert.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Slight was able to piece it together. It was looking pretty doomed. At least you might have to give up a couple prizes, what I thought, but nope,
Yeah.
Slight just giving up one and answering right away.
Weaves in the contest tool, which is amazing in his deck because he has a handful of tools. We've already seen one of those dumbbells. There's another one in the deck somewhere. And it can free up that Delcatty for next turn, so maybe he's eyeing up Lily. So he can just draw a ton of cards next turn. We're going to see a Blanche or a Blanche. I don't even know what you call this.
Yeah, we were talking about it in the draft. I think it's Blanche. That's the
Blanche.
French. That's closer to the French pronunciation, anyways.
Okay. But it's perfect in this cube. Draw 2 and the guaranteed water energy attachments.
Yep, Pseudo Melanie.
We're still missing on any Celio. And now that the Swampert EX is under pressure, you kind of need to start finding those evolution pieces. There's only one Candy in the list, but has those 4 Celio that you kind of just hope to draw into. So that's a little unfortunate for Blue here.
one more psychic control. Do we just get back Swampert at some point
Yeah, we could.
with the VS Seeker into
VS
psychic control
Seeker.
to Night Teleporter? But Slight
Yeah, maybe
is
you take a turn off
pressuring.
into Spiel. Yeah. And what's super powerful about the Fortress is it's also pressuring the weakness into the Spiels and
Yep.
the Wall Rain. Even like Celio won't be tanking too many hits either. So this is the perfect response actually.
There's only one Walrein that does not have metal weakness, and that is one of the Walrein EXs. It has lightning weakness instead.
Mhm.
Two of the one prizer Walreins have plus 30 weakness, but
Yeah,
so
that's a
they
little
can
more
survive.
manageable. Yeah.
Yes, they'll survive something. Actually, what's going on here? Is it a retreat?
Yep, looks like we're retreating.
Retreat into energy recycle, it seems.
Seems to be the case. We're just going to take off the gas and feed us feel. I think it makes sense rather than punching this Fortress and then having to wait anyway. So it works
And
out for
now
Slight pretty nicely.
it's Slight that's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, fully healthy Fortress has draw online. Can Fuji to fix his board a little bit here. And then can just VS Seeker for Lily for a fresh 6. It's a really good start. You can see the Noivern there comes to the hand. This is also a Pokemon that has to kind of be cheated into play, and that's from Altaria. Yep. It's attack Draco Melody. You can just search a dragon from the deck and then put it on the bench. So it's actually awkward the Noivern's in hand, but this is just simply a stage 1 that's way above rate compared to most other Pokemon in the cube.
Yep. So we see hand for Slight. What will be the choice?
Some
Looking
interesting
at the
plays
top
with
the
Dual Ball. Could we
airmail.
do some sneaky? Thinking if there's any random sneaky play we can make with an Absol to finish off a Sphere, but I think they're just out of range right now. Actually, you could KO the active Sphere, right? If you just take the damage off Swampert, KO that with Absol EX, and then you could punch something else.
That is true. Does Slight want to go for something like that? It makes sense to me. There's nothing else you really want to send up into this Fortress, is there? Oh, I guess. Yeah, I think everything else
take the KO.
Gets knocked out anyways, but nope, Slight just gonna go for the standard KO. Keep that Absol EX in the back pocket for
That's
later.
the thing. I've thought of a good turn for it now, but there's so many turns where Cursed Eyes is an insane ability. So.
Yeah. Oh, we have the top deck Rare Candy.
Wow. So the Wolverine that's in hand has Freeze Up, where you discard energy off the defending Pokemon, I believe, right?
No, you discard the entire Pokemon.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
And then your turn ends, to be fair.
Well, this is a very threatening Pokemon.
It is. It is.
Like discarding
the
Fortress sounds insane.
Yeah, this isn't. I mean, Slight's deck is really powerful. It is similar to the decks that we saw in last round, where there are a lot of light Chaos Cube-esque lines coming together to form a stage 1 box almost. And even though it is really powerful, the downside is you can't set up multiple versions of the same Pokemon. So if you do get rid of this Fortress with that freeze up ability, there is no Pineco waiting in the wings to evolve into another Fortress. So that could relieve some pressure off of Blue should he choose to go for this play.
Yeah, let's have a look what Blue wants to do. So many options, but it's going to be third energy to bench Spheal, so we're just candying bench here. Oh, it's still going to be active. I guess we're not looking to attack anyway this turn, so we're just going to keep loading up a boy on the back and keep that Ice Bind available for next turn. That pesky Fortress and the all the energy and everything else just gets removed.
Yep. No prize taken, but that's fine. Sometimes in this cube, it's more about getting rid of threats rather than taking prizes.
This feels like a decent turn to try and weave in a Draco Melody here. You can copycat and shuffle the Noivern back into your deck. That feels pretty reasonable.
Yeah, that does make sense, I think.
I don't think there's a huge amount of pressure coming out guaranteed. Like, maybe there's a way towards Vaporeon. And it's going to be
Vaporeon or
the EV coming up.
Jolteon could be decent. Vaporeon with the
Mhm.
evolving Aqua could actually knock out this field with 3 energy on it. That might be some good value.
Yes. The Vaporeon does seem like an insane hit if we can find it from the copycats. Or maybe can we Lapras towards some guaranteed search here?
Let me take a look at the deck list. I don't think there is. There's Mallow, but that was already played, and Teammates was already played and not live at the moment.
Ooh, we have Absol plus Zigzagoon. That could take out the Spheal on the bench as well here. We have 2 bench spaces open. We could Tantrum and then move the 3 off to Swampert and KO that bench Spheal as well. Without having to hit the Vaporeon.
I can see why Slight chose Mr. Fuji as the thumbnail for his deck. There's a lot of
freaking love
value you
this
can
card
get
as
with
well.
that card.
He has so many options. He's got the Lapras, got the Time Walk. Yeah,
Yep.
these Absol, Zigzagoon. Crazy amount of synergy cards. Doesn't line up that play, just goes for Copycat for now. Ooh, we
And
whiffed
is
on
there
any
a
stage 1
Vaporeon?
here.
Oh no, Vaporeon.
That's a shame. We can queue the EV at least and then go into the Altaria. We didn't draw into Noivern, so this was the sort of backup turn if all else
Yep.
failed. Coming together. Yep, there we go. Big old Noivern. I feel like this is definitely a Pokemon that you want to spend your second dumbbells into because it has insane value.
It does. Actually,
And
I think
90
this
plus
might
confusion is crazy.
Slight might have. This might have been the plan A for Slight because I think the Psychic Energy was attached before Copycat,
Yeah,
right?
it was. It was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just going for this guaranteed play. Well, almost guaranteed, assuming you don't draw into the Noivern. And this Noivern, how do we charge it up, though, I guess is the question. Just manual attachment.
Slowly
I think
is
the
the
only
answer.
way. Yeah.
You've got the Mewtwo in here as well. Can help you get there. Another coming into play basic that can fix your energy situation.
So back on over to blue, drawing for turn.
That hand is
Blue's
just wonky, to
board.
be honest with you.
It is weird. Yeah.
I think this all comes back to turn 1 decision of Swampert versus Claydol, honestly. Because we kind of
You
bricked out
have-
after those 5 cards, and
Yes, for sure. And it's hard to imagine how the game would have turned out had you gone for
Yeah.
that Claydol, but
it's just entirely different, isn't it? Yeah.
we do have to credit Slight though for coming up with basically the one solution to
Agree.
turn 2 or whatever, turn 3 Swampert EX.
We VSC could Blanche by the looks of things, so we could get some more draw, and we're back to Swampert, I think. With the Jet Energy.
Swampert not quite KOing Altaria either, just going to do 80 here and putting some pressure elsewhere on the board.
There's a lot of good options. I'm terrified of this Noivern, so any prep damage seems reasonable. Damage on Pidgeotto as the draw engine for Slights is reasonable. Yeah, even the 2 on the EV seems fine. There's a 90 hit point
seems to
Jolteon
be-
that we've already mentioned, so...
Yep. With that Sabrina Psychic Control, blue actually has a way to use Maxis, but Claydol is still not on the discard, unfortunately, for blue. So
Oh, this is such a
we
cool
just-
combo that Slight has in the deck. He has Skyfield, so he can use all these coming into play effects. And if he can bounce his own
Oh,
Skyfield, he can like recycle them with Rod. That's actually
is
so
very
cool. Jolteon comes into play. It does have that underdevelop. And also the Evolving Thunder does so much more when you evolve to EV this turn, so that indicates we're definitely attacking with it here. Otherwise, we're losing out on a ton of value.
seems to make sense to me. but that also means that blue put the damage in the right place, setting up this Jolteon for a knockout from potentially this Walrein with Ice Bind.
Yeah, definitely the case.
Slight
Being
really
aware
wants
of
to
what
get back
threats are available.
into the Fortress, I guess, but no easy way to do that right now. Super Rod will only grab one of those pieces.
Lagoon Ping does get through the Swampert, so that's handy. So the one from Zeke plus the Evolving Thunder this turn finishes off that EX, and now you're going down to 2 prize cards left already for Slight.
Slowly
Yep,
but
here
surely,
is
though, your
Zeke.
energy are drying up. Your manual attachments are.
That's been the only headache, I
dwindling.
think. Yeah.
Yeah.
You lost one early on Eevee. Yeah, having to pay one out for Altaria. We're probably going like quite far ahead. Then we're like slow attaching to Noivern whilst we power up Delcatty in the back, and then we're just hoping that like
Yeah.
after like 2 or 3 turns we can just go swing. But there we go. There's the big KO on the Swampert EX, and also a couple extra counters on some of these Feel, which are also possibly a backdoor route to your last couple prizes for Slight.
Yep, for sure. I think that might be one of the last 2. Slight took 1 prize.
Yeah, he's just taking the
Oh, there
next
we
one
go.
now.
Oh, because of time warp. Yeah, just thinking about what to choose. Makes sense.
Yes, yeah. All right, we're back over to blue. Has a Tate and Liza just to refresh this hand, which has been really terrible for a long time. We finally see a Celio as well, and it's immediately just shown like, hey, we got one. We really lacked these for so long.
Something we were noticing in the draft when blue was drafting is there isn't that much item Pokemon search. We saw blue actually skip over 2 different dual balls
Wow.
for various reasons, but you would expect to see raw copies of Pokemon. There's 4 Celio in the deck, 6 Feels.
Yes, 6
blue-
Feel.
Yeah, finally finding that Celio, prepping this Celio to become another attacker soon
And at
enough.
least we can Ice Bind to respond onto this Jolteon now. So, like you said, all the energy's wiped off the board here for Slight.
That is the scary part. I wonder if you have to cash in on this Feel sooner rather than later before it evolves, but you have no easy route to do so. Absol can only move from 1 Pokemon at a time, so can't knock it out just yet.
Let's have a look. It's going to be some energy coming back from the discard to damage this Delcatty a little bit more for that power heal attack. Dealing 70 for 1. That's very efficient right now. We see a maintenance getting back some of these pokes. Yeah, I feel like the Fortress weaving in for Absol later as well could be a great way to take some of these last couple prizes. If it's not this turn, you're still setting up for just putting more pressure on the lack of Celio that we've seen so far in game 1.
Fortress actually would knock out this Walrein if you had the energy, I think. It would do 110, and it has 10 on it, plus you get the 10 from Thorn Tempest, but fortunately not going to work out that way because Pineco had to be recovered, and you still have to attach energy, which we don't yet have for Slight.
See a lot of the Pokemon recovery, and with Skyfield, we can free up the bench space to weave another Eevee in here. Pretty awesome. I think that Vaporeon is also going to be on the agenda for how to close out your last couple prizes a little easier. Can be Lapras as well for Chorus. Look at the value of this combo. That's actually insane.
This makes
9
so much
cards.
sense. Yeah.
We didn't do incredibly off that.
There is a bug catcher for next turn, which is nice.
Yeah, actually, Spark might be big for next turn. You could go Spark into Jolteon for an Evolving Thunder.
That's
or for
true. I didn't realize.
Yeah, that could be big. I'm pretty
So
sure
we're
there's
hitting
lightning in the bin. There is, yeah.
We're hitting for 70 this turn, so I think this might actually be the play that Slight was lining up. It puts Walrein at 8, so
Yep.
just enough for 5 to take one more KO next turn.
I really like the dumbbells on Pineco as well. You're trying to this could just be a bait to be like, if ever you have a way to take something out, take this and not Eevee. And also, like, if my massive hand is getting disrupted, then I've at least played this card out. And there is actually a judge in hand for blue, and I feel like a judge probably has to come here.
Yes, I agree. Too many cards in the hand. The Spark is really threatening. It does let you attach a lightning Pokemon to, well, a lightning energy to any of your bench Pokemon, so it can be on that Pineco. So
You
Pineco
finally see
and Eevee both
Timeable.
being.
This is big. We can use Walrein EX.
Oh, Chilling Breath. No trainers for your
Yes.
next turn.
Yeah, this sounds great. You're taking a KO whilst also just denying that Spark play. Oh, interesting. Going to see the Viridian bump the Skyfield as well. I mean, Slight can get rid of that terrible Altaria now that it's done its job. Lapras can go and Ziggy can go pretty happily, I think.
Oh, there's only actually
no,
choosing to
yeah,
keep the
sorry, yeah.
Suicune over the Altaria, interestingly enough.
Altaria's done its job. I know it can do a 30 poke, but it was heavily damaged. I think that's always doomed.
Well, there's a chance that discarding Suicune might come up if you have more
True.
Pokemon recovery, which Slight might not, to be fair.
Yeah, I think we played the Night Maintenance and the Rod,
Night
to be
Maintenance
fair.
and the Rod, yeah. Okay, well then, doesn't matter.
But Slight's drawn not incredibly from those 4.
Yeah.
Does he still have Has he played
Order
VSCK
pad
yet?
we can order pad for X Transceiver for Spark, but we don't have an evolution yet. So it looks like we're gonna use Second Bite on Noivern off of the order pad X Transceiver Spark combo, I think.
We have been chilling breathed as well. Let's not forget.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So we're probably just sponging with Noivern for a turn and attaching
Yeah,
maybe
and
to
then
Pineco.
attaching. Well, you can attach to Noivern, right? This turn?
You can still go Noivern, yeah.
Yeah.
And just second bite it later, but that just prompts a retreat and then things get
That's
foggier
true.
again. We are still going to attach active, and then it is just a pass. Very nicely timed Walrein plus Judge combo from blue there. See how they can keep this pressure up. They're not that far behind in the prize race now. They just have to be very selective of what they're attacking with. They still have 2 different Warlords they can evolve their final Celio into. There is another EX in hand right now. Interestingly, Water Arrow is a 40 damage snipe, but the Pineco's exoskeleton is keeping it out of range.
Yeah, so close, but so far. I will say, Blue's board is definitely living up to his name. That much is true.
Yeah, I agree. I think I like attacking with the EX here. If you just use Viridian one more time this turn, and then you just wreck away the Viridian, because there's an annoying attack cost on Noivern, it needs Psychic, Dark, and Colorless for the Sonic Bazooka, you're at least denying that. And Second Bite really wouldn't be doing much to your bench DX.
I do like the retreat
Celio
as
is getting discarded, so yeah, I think there is a Viridian being used here. So it's holding on to Psychic Control in hand. Have they got any hand disruptors in their discard? Yeah, so they have a Judge for maybe next turn as well if Slight makes a good play. So there is a lot of options for them next turn too. There's still plenty of turns left in this game. Even though Slight was edging towards that final couple prizes, now that we've finally evolved into the bulkier boys, it's getting trickier. The Blanche is going to come in.
Now if we should have cashed in on Absol at some point in the game. It doesn't seem to be
Possibly
that useful at the moment. Could actually combo. How much does Second Bite do? It's 10 more for each damage counter. So you could combo Second Bite with Absol, but it's not going to get you towards a knockout.
Yeah, 150 on these whales is just insane.
Yeah.
They are massive. So we have the option to wreck and Water Arrow here. Both seem like decent options. I think I like removing the Viridian, but there's also temptation to just go here for Water Arrow instead. Pressurize some other Pokemon that you're afraid of. maybe you're just afraid of the threat of that Fortress. It's a
Where's
real
the
awkward
water?
one because if you poke the Fortress,
Okay.
then it can evolve up, and then like you're so far away. So this snipe damage may end up being irrelevant. It puts Slut on a 1-turn clock to evolve this up, but I think he should be able to from where his hand is now. And that makes this 40 damage kind of irrelevant. I think I prefer the wreck there and just remove the Viridian.
Yeah, I like that too, to be honest.
Because if you're going to ignore, like now, you can just attach again to Noivern, evolve into Fortress, and just swing. And that just seems like great pressure again. And then you're kind of forced to retreat this guy, and then you're limited to one Wall Rainy X. And like again, you're just hitting Noivern, and then that can hit again for 19 confusion, and then you're down to this one whale that's then confused. So I think Blue may have just gone wrong whale there, and it might just be an issue.
Something to note, though, at the very least, for Slight is, despite how powerful the deck is with its sniping and spreading options, there is no Gust. So if you do retreat, your Walrein is pretty safe.
Yeah, it's just the Absol and the Vaporeon and stuff that can close the game. Yeah. Oh, interesting. We're going to swoop Zig into Azelf.
Are we considering some lockup shenanigans at some point?
Certainly might be. I mean, it's a really solid option if you're going for a 2-shot into something. it can set up second bite quite nicely.
Can do lockup into Pineco Fortress, Thorn Tempest into Absol. That puts the Walrein at 80, which would second bite knock it out for game.
Look at this. We drew the Spark, so we can evolve into Fortress, Spark, attach. Is that game? With weakness? The 1 damage counter goes to 120. Yeah, 80 we're there.
2. 160 damage out of nowhere. Spark plus attach onto the Fortress. And somehow, Slight's mishmash of cards just has what it takes barely to close out the game, despite Blue's amazing Swampert EX start.
Yeah, it looked like it was the perfect start. We both said Claydol, I think. Like, I certainly was like, oh, Maxi Claydol sounds
I was thinking
insane.
Claydol too, yeah.
The tempo of of Swampert looked hard to ignore, to be fair, but Slight's really identified a great attacker in this matchup where Fortress is insane into all of these stage 2 EXs and is good enough into Swampert, especially with that 100 hit points. So, yeah, really impressive stuff there from Slight. We were debating what line was best from that Mallow combination where he was just Mallow passing, and he found the right line, and it really allowed him to capitalize and reloading the Fortress. He's also just exhibited some really cool plays. The Skyfield has synergy with his Pokemon as well as his Colress. He has enough recovery to try and reuse those effects. He has a lot of synergy in this list, even though it looks like a weird combination of cards.
The deck is awesome. I think it is a slightly stronger version of the mishmash decks that we've seen last match. There is some inherent synergy in there, which I like.
Oh yeah, a ton of synergy. We're starting though with Blue, who has the classic Sfeel attach pass. The hand has just been unlocked by an order pad, I think, from Slight, actually.
Yes, interestingly enough.
Slight also has the Lily start, so he can go for like Time Walk. Oh wow, he has Lapras as well. He could grab for maybe next turn. May not be Lilying for many cards though. What else can we grab here from the pad? I think we just grab Dual Ball, right? And get some basics down. Yeah.
Almost has to be the play.
The Q is a very good lead. We could find a useful attacker here for the early game, perhaps. We could use Signs of Evolution with an Eevee, maybe.
Swablu and Pidgey, interestingly enough.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Pidgeotto is in the prizes, so we are thinking of weaving in the Time Walk.
So we're, instead of pressuring this field right away with something like the Jolteon Evolving Thunder to knock it out, we're just going to go into the Swablu and prioritize that. Use Noivern.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, Noivern is just crazy. It's really a crazy Pokemon. That's why it has such a stringent restriction on it. of having to come through a different stage 1 Pokemon, but it's an insane attacker, to be honest with you. You can also attack with Fury Attack if we want to with a Swablu.
Gotta make sure this Pidgeotto goes to hand.
Yep.
Please
yeah,
don't draw.
we're
Yeah,
aware
there we
of
go.
that.
Nice.
Ooh, we did actually pick up the perfect Eevee for the situation as well, if we want to go for
Nice.
that. Slight has not had issue getting his basics on the opening turns here at all, even though it's just hard draw most of the time. Oh, it looks like we are getting pressure. We're pressuring here. Maybe Fury Attack for 20. Oh, it's 3 coins. It's 30. Yeah, nice.
30 for 1. This Swablu actually hits pretty hard.
Pressure is pressure. So we do see the Sabrinas. Is it going to be the pad or the dual ball? Doesn't sound too inspiring just to get more feel on this board, to be honest with you. But you can't get there. I don't think we can get there from this hand to get all the way down to a Maxi, I don't think. Is there any combination of cards that can do that?
Order pad for... No, you
have,
can
like,
get Night
Ultra
Teleporter for a
Ball.
supporter, but that's it.
Yeah. It feels bad to spend a teleporter as well when you need these so badly for your own Archies and
Yes,
Maxis, that if
that
you're
is
not
true.
using it for that, it feels terrible. So maybe you just do it for like Cynthia or something. Oh, it's for X-Transceiver. This is another way of doing it.
X-Transceiver, yeah. I am a little bit worried about Blue, though. I mean, last game we saw Blue have basically the best start you could ask for, and Slight was still able to pull through in the end.
Mm.
This looks to be a little bit of a slower start, and Slight firing on all cylinders, having that Swablu Pidgey Eevee out already, ready to go.
Yeah,
I'm
I
a
think
little bit
that's
concerned.
certainly the case, but I mean, there was still a fizzle, right? If those Feel were evolving into Celio and getting into Walrein much
That's
earlier, I think it's a
true.
different story. Like it was early tempo, but then we had to retreat and just pass a bunch. So
That is true. That is true.
we kind of had to double back on ourselves a bit. This research does achieve one goal in getting the Claydol discarded as well, so it's a decent 7-card dig here with some more
Ooh.
upside.
Night Teleporter for next turn, potentially.
Yeah, that's looking pretty
Order
solid.
pad for Timer Ball.
Yeah, that could work out for us also.
Grab
That's
some
exactly what we're
Celios,
seeing.
grab a Walrein, set up that Maxi's next turn, potentially.
Double Celio. Coming in. The power circulation Celio is a good way to accelerate alongside your crush draw Walrein.
Yep.
And that's going to be evolved onto the bench. Once we go into
Blue
the
not...
chunkier active one.
Did Blue only grab two evolutions?
Yeah. From the
sorry,
timer, right?
Balls 2. Yeah, I thought it was 3 for a second. 2 evolutions, 2 Celios.
Yeah, we're just going to find ice, grab some water to hand. Just in case you're not going to go for the teleporter, or just to improve your top deck as well.
Oh. And then there's the Altaria off of Airmail.
This Pidgeotto is well trained. It's done everything correct so far.
For a second, I was like, "Is there a Mallow that I missed or something?" But no, I don't think so.
We're just getting there, and this is looking very nice. We can just melody out our good friend Noivern again.
It's like really believed in the power of the Noivern. You would expect. I mean, this Dragon package was put into the cube for this reason, but Slight's going all in, just finding only Noivern, 2/2 Altaria, and the only target for this Treecko Melody is Noivern, but that's enough.
I honestly think this is the card. This is the single strongest card in the cube, apart from Claydol and Swampert, which is actually on the other side of the board. But from the Altaria package, it's definitely Noivern. Yep. And with the double dumbbells, you just lean so heavily into this. It's the biggest Pokemon. You know, this is EX hit points with the best attack, and it's a one prizer. Yeah. It's just the guy. Here we go then. There's really now we're going to see Teleporter into Maxi here. That's open to us. There's a Walrein that has been drawn as well. do we want to go into this Wall Rain?
Ooh, Gather Ice Wall Rain is interesting. We can actually attach all those water energies
Yeah,
now.
this is awesome. The Find Ice last turn was perfect for this Wall Rain.
Yeah.
So it was was it the ticket into Blanche? Was that the combo that we saw there, or was it the? Oh no, we've got the teleporter still here.
Yeah. It was Viridian, yeah.
Yeah,
Viridian.
we forested the.
How did
Yeah.
we get this wall rain? Was it just random top deck?
Yeah, I think it was top deck. Must have been, right? By the looks of
I think it was
things,
just
it just
I think it
happens
was
to
just
be the
random
right
top deck.
whale.
It happens to be perfect. Yeah.
The right whale at the right time. And this has to be Telly to Maxi, right? There it is.
There it is.
So we are getting Cosmic Power online. When you're looking at the likes of Pidgeotto, Noctowl, some of the other things, these are just not the same.
Dodrio. Yep.
Dodrio, yeah, we are not equal, and that's why it's such a headache. You have to go round about the houses to get the Claydol out, but Blue's been able to build a list that can do it fairly consistently. And look at this, even lined up a Archie possibly for the following turn. We don't currently have any useful water Pokemon in the discard pile, but with Cosmic Power, I mean, you can completely reload this hand now as well. There's the Crush Draw Wall Rain. Swampert finally in hand.
That Crush Draw Warren definitely needs to get into play somehow, but you want to keep this Power Cirque Celio around.
Well, it's gone.
Evolving it
Oh, was that a
anyways.
random water off the top?
Yo. No, discard to play. So first Power Circing, and then Evolving, and then Crush Drawing, I think.
You're right. They didn't Power Circ earlier. Yeah, it was the Viridian first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it. That's more reasonable. Then it's the manual attachment from hand. Because so far, yeah, we got 5 energy on the board this turn from Gather Ice into Crush Draw Attach. Not bad. We're swinging into the Altaria.
Walrein deck, showing its face here. I mean, maybe Blue is just saying, hey, like, I can evolve the Celio, get the Crush Draw value this turn, and you know what? I have Claydol. I have Zinnias.
Yep.
I have Blanche. I'm going to find another Celio eventually, right? So it's pretty reasonable, I think.
Yeah, the issue was last game we were using the big 2 prize whales when you could just be using these big 1 prizes, and they're still weak to the Forretress, but they're not just feeding a bunch of prizes for Slight. So yes. I like this change up this time around. They're still chunky, but they're only giving up 1 now. And
not to
save
mention
those
the
EXs
plus
for the bench.
30. They're actually tankier than the EXs because of the plus 30 weakness, as opposed to 2 times.
Right, Dual Ball is going to grab trusty Pineco as well as Mewtwo here. We're filling the bench with Pineco, but also just grabbing Mewtwo to hand as an option. We have Skyfield after all, and then we can Pidgeotto. After that, it's going to be the Viridian first. Gets rid of Oricorio to use essentially half of its effect via the stadium instead. I think I like just attaching to Noivern and maybe sacrificing the Altaria here, knowing that you can use Mewtwo next turn and shift that water onto the Noivern.
Yeah.
And then you can be launching this crazy Sonic Bazooka attack.
Just use Confusion as a way to get back into this game.
Yep. These have very high retreat cost. The Warlord in front of you has 4. so you'd have to commit more resources just to move this big old whale. And we've already seen the Jet Energy used. There is the Tantalizer prized as well for Blue, so Confusion seems like a headache. Literally. We're going to see a Blanche here first, I think.
So Blanche instead of Zinnias. Maybe Blue is holding out for that max Zinnias value when the Skyfield comes out.
I'm going to shove a water active to this Warlord. A Wall Rain, I should say.
Hoping to see another power circulation Celio, I think, to get these water energy in play.
Yeah, I kind of like to fail this Viridian just so I could go lower for a cosmic power here.
Yeah,
Getting the
that makes
Swampert
sense.
banked in the bin is good. And then, yeah, you can throw away these 2 other supporters and just look for 4 more draws here. And we do hit a Celio. That's nice. And Ultra Ball can get the best Celio if we want to.
With this much energy in play, you would think that you don't really need Crush Draw yet, but yeah, the confusion is imminent, so you need some way to keep the energy flowing if you want to retreat and pivot.
Yep. Ooh, interesting. We top decked the Ace Trainer for Slight. That finally unlocks his hand a little bit more, even though there's the Claydol on blue side. It at least gives us a playable hand now. So
Okay,
we
I
can
guess
make
the
the Noivern
concern,
play. Yeah, go on.
the concern for Slight is probably this freeze up Walrein yet again. It almost brought blue back into the game, getting rid of that Fortress last time, and might do the same this time
Yeah.
around. Getting rid of that Noivern is such a pain. Slight worked so hard to get this Pokemon out onto the field.
Yeah. And just saying goodbye, especially when this deck doesn't play Acceleration, losing 3 energy would feel
Yeah.
backbreaking. So maybe we just make a play with like Vaporeon this turn as a 90 hit pointer and just try and poke with it while we can. That would be the safest way to play around the freeze up Walrein, but it is the play that we kind of expected, which is attach to Noivern, Viridian out an energy to this Noivern, and just get your best attacker in the mix here. I think I like committing Dumbbells and Ace as well. Dumbbells to the Pineco also seems pretty good.
Might be splitting the energy, expecting this freeze up to come through potentially.
I think we've manualed to the Noivern as well now, so I think we're all in on the big boy. Here he comes, the big Sonic Bazooka, 90 in confusion. It's expensive, but it's a crazy good attack, and at least you have refresh the hand for blue, so there is no guarantee of that.
Right.
Freeze up Walrein. Blue's hand is quite a meme, so it's good that we have the Claydol to fix it.
3 water energy. Battle Compressor. What does blue discard here, if anything?
Yeah, we've already got the Swampert in the bin. Maybe just some excess Energy Arc, I think, was
Energy Arc.
pitched there. Just some of these cards you don't really want to draw at this stage. I would think about getting rid of.
Yeah,
possibly an excess feel or something, but yeah.
Probably wants that 1 Walrein this turn, so getting rid of some fodder might be good. Just choosing only to discard the Energy Arc, though. Doesn't want to get rid of too many resources.
We really want to draw Floatstone, I think. That's pretty much...
Floatstone is pretty good.
Great as well. Ooh, we did draw Float.
And we have Floatstone.
So we could come in Sheer Cold, maybe.
Power Circ. And we have VS Seeker and Zinnias, so we can still keep digging for freeze up if we choose to use that instead of an attack.
Yeah, that's also true.
Sheer Cold's pretty solid too, though.
Yeah, the defending Pokemon can't attack, and when Slight doesn't really have an attacker at all lined up, seems like a good time to weave it in. And this is a perfect target for your Floatstone, a 4 retreat cost Pokemon. Might be debating the Zinnias, getting rid of like Spheal and Mewtwo, or whether possibly you want considering Mewtwo in its own rights, just use it now. Yeah, it's going to be floating the active here. Oh, we're thinking twice. There are different options. Like I said, this Walrein is confused currently, so definitely a reason to move this guy. We have seen some big confusion flips already on the stream, though, so I wouldn't put it past some of these players. When it has to be done, it has to be done.
Even when it doesn't have to be done, it has to be done.
That's so true. It is going to be the Zinnia first here.
Drawing 6 off the Zinnias. Do we see that freeze up? And we see an Ultra Ball, so we might go
Ultra
for it.
Ball. It's open.
I think
Furthest to
Surecold.
just pressurizing prizes. You've taken a prize already, so like
Yeah,
just
you are ahead
removing
on
it as a you're still
prizes.
kind of ahead on tempo if you just freeze up here.
Yes.
And this probably is the hungriest attacker for Slight with that 3 energy attack cost, so it probably is the most value you're getting from it. Oh, interesting. It's the Chilling Breath Walrein.
Instead. Okay.
So you
Chilling
go
Breath.
Sheer Cold plus Chilling Breath as a play here, just to make sure that Slight can't really like move in and out of this Noivern.
Yeah, otherwise you would be... I think that is the case. This Chilling Breath, does it stop supporters?
No, it's everything but supporter. It's just
Everything
trainer
but
cards.
supporters. Okay,
Yeah.
so it stops the X Transceiver, which, interestingly enough, could have found Spark into Fortress.
Oh, it is stopping. Oh, so it's an era thing, right?
We're getting ruling that it
Cheers,
stops
Dabby.
everything.
Okay.
We're
That's
getting ruling that it
broken.
stops everything. So
So
no
broken.
supporter, no Spark. That means there is no response coming from Slight this turn. No attack that can... No Pokemon that can attack for only 1 energy except this Azelf, maybe.
Yeah, I think lockup might be the best play. Set it up for a second bite, perhaps, and just make sure this stays around. It's going to be the energy to the Pineco, though, so we're taking a turn off, perhaps. Retreat still seems pretty reasonable
retreat,
here.
Yeah, to safety.
The second bite's still lined up right. You're doing 60 next. Oh yeah, this is 120. So yeah, the math doesn't work out perfectly, but you're still lining up the Fortress.
You can still do Sonic Bazooka for the knockout,
Yeah.
I guess. Yep.
Yeah, definitely still valid. And it is going to be the pass behind the Azelf. Now, almost even more so, this is a better turn to use your Walrein, right? Is the freeze up Walrein the active, or is it any? Oh, it's the defending.
I think it's the
so yeah, you're right.
So
maybe
I would have liked to see that last turn. I think that actually would have almost checkmated Slight. The game is still in favor of blue, but it's looking a little bit dicier. Yeah, I agree.
We're getting energy sloshed around all the board right now. Big retreats from this Warlord. Going into your EX is risky because now there's a Pineco with 1 lightning on the bench as well now. So you're just walking into another huge swing.
At least this one is the one that's weak to lightning and not metal, so it will survive a hit at the very least.
Oh, true. We're going to Nessa back a bunch of water. Insane supporter card in this deck, obviously. It's even more flexible than a Clara, which I already rate as like one of the insta-pick supporters in the majority of cubes.
So good.
So perfect for a deck like this. We're going to Viridian and throw away the... Oh, sorry, we're going to wreck and throw away the Viridian in the process.
The top deck of the Jolteon is actually pretty massive, but Spark is prized, never mind.
That would have been a huge draw.
Yeah, doing 100 to the active and 10 to the bench could set up Slight pretty nicely to eventually close out the game, but nope, the Spark is prized, so Jolteon is not a valid attacker.
I see a Bug Catcher for 4. We have the combo of Speed Lightning here as well. If we want to just evolve up and Quick Attack here, still for a decent chunk, and we're drawing cards. You'd be doing 80 for 1.
Do 80 still, yeah. So
that's pretty good.
Guess you can't complain about that.
With the stadium discarded, the wreck is capped at 70 right now, so... And blue only plays 1 stadium themselves, so you're pretty comfortable that this Jolteon's tanking at least this Walrein in the active right now.
I wish there was a black ball in Slights. I wish there was a black ball in Slights deck to do 160 for 1.
Would be solid. Would be pretty solid. Yeah, Walrein is going to take 80 from this Jolteon. Blue still with a really awkward hand now. Even the Claydol can't really fix this hand too much.
Yeah, it's weird. You can Knight
You can Sabrina's Psychic Control, but there is no Night Teleporter, so you could do that for something like Order Pad if you wanted to, but Night
Yeah, that's
Teleporter has already been
true.
used. I mean,
Yeah.
Slight still hasn't taken a prize, but it's just slowly chipping away at these giant walruses, getting
Yeah, and
closer and
as
closer
we
to
know,
being able to
he has
KO
such
them.
weird gymnastics to finish these off via abilities as well as attacks. So
Yes.
I'm not writing him out yet by any stretch. It's going to be another retreat here from this whale by the looks of things. That's what's becoming so awkward, so glaringly
It
obvious that
is.
this is one of the big downsides of Blue's draft. Like spending the jet early, there's a floatstone played, and we do have to call out the prized Tantalizer as making things more awkward here. They drafted a decent number of answers, but you really have to respect the size of these whales turn by turn. We can at least blanch these energy back on. We do have Power Circ cross draw as an option if there's still water in the deck here. There's 12 energy total in the list. So there might be
This
one still in the deck.
Jolteon. Only 6 cards left in the deck for blue, slowly running out of resources, and these wall rains are getting chipped.
Yeah, I like
Looks like,
the double discard here as well.
yes.
Because that's the one thing that's lacking, right? You're still 6 prizes away, so there still needs to be a lot of steady attacks coming out from Slight. And he'll slowly but surely lose out on these energy. The Noivern's fairly damaged. I think the only thing that's super efficient is going to be this Forretress.
So what does Slight attack with now? It is a shame that you don't get to knock out the Jolteon, but at the very least you do get to keep the Jolteon from using that undeveloped ability, so not going to get that secondary effect from Evolving Thunder anytime soon.
Starting to even the Delcatty by the looks of things, get that nice and prepped up.
Yes. That
That's
I
one of
think
the
will
only
be
things
key
lacking.
here.
The thing lacking from Blue's list is that everything is just hitting the face, and it's basically all just for a similar set amount of damage. So Slight should
Yes.
really be able to play around this with a bunch of options, especially now that he's in control of Stadium with Skyfield. He can just let a bunch of things get punched and then like remove those options later. Like this Vaporeon is another great example of that. With the level ball here. Also, Blue's only at 6 cards in deck. You can Claydol consistently to not deck out, but in terms of like actual resources left, there's not many cards that
Right.
can swing you back now. Kind of set your stall out.
You know, the longer and longer this game goes on, the more and more I like Slight's position.
He's creeping
These
over.
Walreins, yeah.
Creeping over. It's taken a while to take the prizes, but he has done very relevant things in the process. Incidentally, we did
Walrein
whiff on the Forretress, so it's probably just Vaporeon time. With the option of Skyfield, there's Zigzagoon and Absol live to make some sneaky plays. You could KO the Celio here if you wanted to. If that's part of your scheme. You can do that anyway with Muddy Water, plus you don't have to commit the Zigzagoon, maybe.
I think Slight's game plan is to get through all 3 of the Walreins and get rid of the attackers, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. I'm just liking the fact that these Vaporeons are staying out of range. Like,
That's
you
true.
can use Skyfield to remove damage Jolteon, damage Vaporeon by combination of like Skyfield, then bounce it later. Yeah, I really like the Vaporeon choice here. Oh, interesting.
Actually,
We're just
I
going to
think going
second
for
bite.
second bite, yeah. This is the play that I was thinking about personally. It is a shame that this Noivern will go down. Or we can dumbbells it actually.
Yeah, it might be a great opportunity for that.
It would
Be at
put it
100
at,
hit points left.
and the wreck does 90.
We're getting spicy with some shenanigans here.
The Skyfield is coming through.
Yeah, we have some free damage on the active, right, that we can move off.
That's true.
So we can cash in on that damage now. And we're going to
We
Zig
are
King
taking
as
out the
well.
Celio, I think. Yeah, taking
Yep.
out the Celio. And we do get the Spark, which is massive.
Yeah, we have played the bug catcher, but like you said, it's unlocked now, so that
Yes.
one of those ticking time bombs of 1 attach per turn is now way less of an issue.
We're actually going to go for dumbbells on the Eevee and just sacrifice this Noivern up.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. We know that we can clear up a lot with Evolving Aqua here. There's 80 on the benched Walrein, and you're doing 60 next turn, so that with the Forretress can get the KO on the Walrein EX. Next turn, even if it doesn't come into the active. And he really has just
seems pretty
chipped
solid.
away. Yeah, he's chipped away really nicely here. Because you take out the Lightning weak one, and there's a Metal weak one for you to finish off with the Forretress.
Yep.
Blues picked up a Pokecom for this Walrein.
Slight set it up nicely where if this Walrein is put in the active, you can use Jolteon to finish it off, and if it stays benched, you can use that Vaporeon Forretress combo to do so.
Yeah, the good news is for blue at least, you finally sort of unlocked a lot of this hand so that you can maybe start using Plague Doll to recycle the hand a bit. Maybe weaving in your Judge now could be reasonable. If you could like Sabrina's the X Transceiver from Slight. That could be live. For a bit of disruption, because there's a lot of cards right now in Slight's hand. You know he scouted Vaporeon to hand as well, and based on the board state, that's looking like a terrifying prospect next turn. Do you see a Sphere at least reloaded from blue?
I think Sabrina's Psychic Control for Night Maintenance, is it?
I think it's VS.
Or no? Oh, VS Seeker?
VS for Nessa, yeah.
For Nessa, okay.
Looks to be the case, because yeah, even after these two whales are KO'd, there's more for Slight to do. So I guess redeveloping another 150 or so hit pointer seems reasonable, as we are going to wreck away the active, and again those bench spaces have to be managed from Slight. Can put the Absol and Zigzagoon back, which might end up benefiting him. Let's not forget with these rods that can reload them.
That is true. That's actually very concerning, I think.
So I definitely like the Vaporeon play this turn on the active. We've set that up quite nicely. I guess we could still just quick attack the active with Jolteon here. If you just like spark the
Yes.
active attached to Pineco or Eevee on the bench, that's reasonable. I want to start like Ultra Balling away Altaria, Swablu, that sort of stuff, just so that we're judge proofing ourselves a bit. Spark is going to go to the Eevee. I think that's solid. We can still just throw Psychic active here.
By the way, I'm assuming the ruling was correct. The wreck discarding the collapsed, you resolve the collapse first, and then you knock out, right?
I think Slight threw everything at the discard like at the same time, which I think is like fine, right? He didn't do
Doesn't
any
it
like promoting or anything.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Just as long as you don't promote first, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes. So there we go. The Forretress Thorn Tempest going to spread some damage around. More importantly, though, set up this powerful attacker. The only Lightning weak Walrein will be going down, which means Forretress threatens pretty much everything else pretty heavily here.
I think all the Celio have Metal weakness, so yeah, this is looking pretty sweet. The free retreat on the Jolteon. Oh, we're actually going Vaporeon now. Interesting. Does that mean we're attaching to Forretress here and just ignoring the Jolteon attack? Because we've just sparked right to the Vaporeon.
Yes.
I don't mind this. Just deal with your guarantees.
to get us feel playing the prize game instead of the resource game a little bit.
That's the thing. Is Vaporeon's just not being dealt with, right? So
that's true. You could even go for Claydol if you wanted to expend a Super Rod here, but there might be a better use of Absol / Zigzagoon. I'm not sure.
Yeah, surely just taking out these energy, lock your opponent into a sheer cold next turn seems pretty good for you.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. He takes out that one. He takes out that Walrein with Vaporeon here.
So Vaporeon plus Zigzagoon takes out the bench Walrein, the Crush draw Walrein, basically getting rid of energy on the board and making sure that blue doesn't have any way to set up energy on the bench fields either.
Yeah, it's pretty smart, to be fair. I think blue still has good odds of just random power circulation getting energy out now, because you can just Cosmic Power 2 water back in and still have like decent odds. But I think on paper that's good. And knowing that you can, again, sponge with Vaporeon here, then Jolteon can still just clear up this Walrein pretty contently. I think it's just lots of good options for Slight last turn, to be honest with you. He seems to be, again, in just a very good position here.
I wonder, it seems hard to do now, but I wonder if there was any point where blue could have gone for setting out Swampert EX as an attacker, just because it's weak to grass and not lightning or metal.
Hand just never, the hand didn't really ever show itself, to be honest with you. I think he's always been, they've been clogged with just supporters plus the VS Seeker, and like the teleporter wasn't live for long periods because it took a while for the Swampert to get discarded, so
right.
I think things didn't line up. I think I was looking for the play like every turn. I never found a good turn for it. We see the double Celio evolve up. I think I like the option of Raihan here as well, just like while you can.
There it is.
Probably just grab Judge to hand in this process. Can't imagine anything else is helpful in the deck at this stage.
And there's the freeze up Walrein in hand, the one that we would have liked to see a little bit earlier. I don't know if it would have changed the outcome of the match, but it's not a little bit too late for that one.
Mm-hmm. It's actually going to be a different Walrein. It's the Water Arrow coming to the hand as well. Freeze up could be pretty interesting, but like you said, with energy kind of scattered around the Pokemon a bit more, it felt like that one turn where we mentioned it with the Noivern was the turn to play that card.
Right.
If ever. Oh, where's this Walrein from? Where's this Walrein come from? It's come from the prizes. Why is that the case?
Yeah, wait.
Got to figure out where this whale's come from.
To blue. Moving. Is there a concession happening?
I'm not too sure. I don't think we're at concession point just yet.
Yeah, I would agree.
There's still a big Judge that you can use. There's still the 2 water back into the deck, the power circulation. At least lucky dip that and see if that's possible.
Did we forget to take a prize at some point?
It's a concession.
There was a concession.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
Congratulations to Slight then. A very clinical 2-0.
Yeah, just expertly navigated from Slight, showing off why he is a previous Champions League champion.
Two-time.
He's
breezing through these Champs Cubes. And what do you think about his deck? So, like, I want to hear your thoughts on it before the game started and then after we've seen how the game plan's been executed from Slight.
I identified Slight as being, during the draft, I was talking about it with Davi. I think Jolteon Vaporeon is so strong, and so from the get-go, I identified Slight's deck as being pretty strong and put it up there as like number 2 or number 3 behind Zac. But I think it showed itself to be even stronger than I expected with the Absol EX, Zigzagoon, Dumbbells, Fuji, all these cards kind of come together a little bit beautifully in a way that I
Yeah.
didn't expect, and maybe even Slight didn't expect, to be honest.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of synergy going on here. I think the dumbbells are the big power cards that impressed me. And again, we know Noivern's very good. The Jolteon, Vaporeon synergize with each other, even more so with Absol and Goon that you can sometimes reload. So, yeah, even though the deck does lack a little bit of draw, I think the quality of the supporters are all high enough that he can just get over the line sometimes. Like, he had some hands full of just Pokemon at points, but just manually attaching correctly essentially like got him over the line there. And we saw some really good Pidgeotto plays with airmail there, some very timely selectings from the mail. That was pretty good as well.
The deck is just barely has enough. The supporters, like you said, just barely enough for it to find Slight what they need at the right moment. And that one spark, I think, is really pulling its weight in a deck that has no energy acceleration.
Yeah, these supporters are actually massive in the cube just generally. We've got Blanche, we've got Spark, and I can't even remember. Candela, I think, is the other one. So yeah, they're all just very good. Even though this is just a 4 lightning in the list, like it's still just so worthwhile. It's way worse than a right hand, obviously, but it's still just like that style of supporter that's required in a cheap attacking deck with all these stage 1s. So very cool to see that rush style approach. I always love building low to the ground decks myself in cube. I think it sort of eases your draft as well because
agreed.
You're not forced into picks so often when you can just take these stage 1s as you go, and then you sort of free up some room compared to Blue, who clearly just like saw Walrein, Celio, and Spheal and just picked them the whole time. But like, to be fair to their list, the Walrein themselves have great synergy with each other. The Celio has good synergy with itself as well. So it's a like way above average draft, I think, for them in terms of like completely uncontested, recognized that, got the power pieces. Just a lack of flexibility, I think, within the line was kind of the big issue here. If there was another stage 1 in this list that could complement the Whales a bit more, I think we would have been onto a real winner here.
Agreed. I think I identified Blue as being like maybe the second or third strongest draft. And even this set was maybe winnable if we saw that timely freeze up. Maybe I'm not sure how that game would have gone. It would
the game would
pretty
be
different
super
for sure.
different. Yeah, really, really different. I think that was the time for it, and it's a weird combination where in game 1 we were kind of impressed by the Archie, but it didn't pan out that well, and then in game 2 we got to see the Claydol, and also that was kind of clogged up at turns as well. So even though these cards are insane, they weren't like flawless at any point. We couldn't get to a combination that got us into multiple Maxi and Archie, which was kind of an issue there as well. I was kind of expecting to see more than one each game, to be honest.
Yes. Unfortunately for Blue, that turn 2 or turn 3, whatever, Swampert probably ran into one of the few decks that could deal with it efficiently, with the Fortress and Jolteon as good options into it. And so Slight moves on, and the finals, which we will bring to you shortly, is confirmed to be Slight and Zach, the 2 decks that we were impressed by in the draft, and 2 of the best players to ever grace the Cube League server.
I agree. So can't wait for this one. We'll be taking a very short break, and then we'll be getting into the finals, I think.
See you soon. Welcome back to the stream chat. We are live with Game 3, the finals of Champs 7, featuring two of the best Cube League players our server has ever seen. We've seen the craziness that Slight Deck is, but Joe, tell me a little bit about Zach's deck.
Yep, we haven't seen this one just yet. It's been called Offensive Gas because there are two Wheezing in the list, and I think that's predominantly kind of the main attacker. We have a lot of other psychic Pokemon in the mix. The Miss Magius and the Bronzong can attack, but also have really helpful abilities. The Unknown Wise are great acceleration as well. And the Dugtrio synergizes really nicely with the Confusion Poison combo that Wheezing offers. So we have two Stage 1 decks kind of battling it out. It's going to be down to Slight to utilize his different ping damage mons. Unfortunately, he has a lot of like 1 and 0 retreat costers, which I think is going to be big here. But that can, of course, be punished by Sinkhole as well. So I think we've got a really good final here with two great decks and two great players, as you said. Slight going for the third time in a not in a row, because Zach's sort of been the one person stopping him last year, which is excellent to see. And Zach trying to go on level pegging with Slight. So a lot on the line for both these players. Interesting to me that we had Slight on to hear his thoughts from day one, because he was already locked into day 2, but Zach had to fight his way all the way to this final. So he's been on top of 2 cubes over the last 2 days, which is really impressive.
Zach going for the back-to-back wins. We do see Slight going for that order pad dual ball combo, Eevee and Azelf grabbing that Noivern from the prizes into hand, setting up for the Altaria play next turn potentially.
Yeah, maybe you can do like a teleporter to then shuffle the Noivern back into the deck. That's obviously one of the pieces that you have to go for, so that could be nice. A good start for both players. The dual ball for Slight, but also we see the collector for Zach here. So really good on both sides. This Cleffa is absolutely busted, by the way. It's a 60 hit point free retreater that has a great ability as well. Can draw until you have 6, and then it does end your turn. But it feels like Zach can have a very good setup here. Already has a number of basics that you could think about putting into play alongside
we have the
collector.
unknown army, the unknown alphabet soup hanging out in Zach's hand right now. And the key one here is the unknown Y, right? The unknown yields. It's not a card you've probably ever seen played in any deck except in this cube, but because you get to choose the outcome of your coin flips, you can use unknown Y to accelerate energy onto the board and move them around with various different Pokemon that are available to you.
Yeah, the unknowns aren't actually the worst attackers in this cube exactly, but because we have Miss Magius, we can freely move those. Not too much of an issue. Gonna see Collector grabbing Clefairy, as well as a couple others here. You got to think that Mischievous and early Diglett is nice as well. There is one unknown Y and one Mischievous in the prizes, but that's not too big of a deal. And yeah, Coughing is kind of one of your main attackers, so getting that weaved in early makes sense as well. Y is pulling a Psychic from the deck with its Poker Power here. I imagine we're just going to swing energy to Coughing and then Excitable Draw.
Makes sense to me. Clefable is a really cool Pokemon that lets you search your deck for an evolution and evolve a Pokemon, even bypassing evolution sickness, potentially, and makes the deck run a little bit more consistently. Something, basically the only weakness Zach's deck has is it doesn't have quite as strong draw and supporter draw as some other decks do, but the Clefable definitely helps you get there.
Yeah, and in Cleffa we trust, because look at a great 6-card hand we drew into. We got into Wheezing for next turn, so that's awesome. We pass over to Slight, who has the Lookers, but probably needs to refresh his own hand here. So really just doing this for info. And then we'll see 5 himself. It's partly to put this Noivern back into the deck, as we said. Because there could be a turn 2 Altaria here.
So Slight has 2 potential plays open based off what he draws, and doesn't look like he gets either. You really would have loved to see an Altaria to get that Noivern in play, or a Jolteon to hit for 40, and neither of those are going to happen yet this turn.
No, you're going to have to settle for 20 damage from Razor Wing, I think. Can bench another Swablu at least. Because you do have to respect the Wheezing on turn 2. That would KO this active Swablu.
Yeah,
only has 40 hit points.
Only 40 is really scary, and it's I mean, you can't really retreat into anything else either. This Azelf is weak
No.
to Weezing too, so you're just gonna have to eat early pressure from Zach, and I think this is why we see Zach in the finals after going 2-0. Both Davi and I in the draft identified Zach's deck as being pretty crazy, and he's showcasing this off right away. Weezing already threatening the Swablu and knocking it out.
Yeah, and the horror energy is terrifying as well. This can accrue so much value.
Oh, true.
2 counters when you get hit. This is just, again, synergizing so nicely with the quite low damage output from Weezing, but it all adds up with the poison ticks, with eventually getting towards your Dugtrio as well, punishing the retreat. Just a lot of synergy.
Oh no.
We drew Noivern again.
Yeah, we see Slight top deck, probably the worst card you could have possibly drawn, because the only way to get this Noivern out is through the Altaria attack, as we saw last game, and Altaria attack reads that you get to pull a dragon Pokemon out of your deck. So if it's in your hand, you can't use that Draco Melody to get it out there. So instead, we need that Lapras to get the Ace Trainer to put that Noivern back into the deck, hoping for an Altaria, and it's not there.
Another miss, unfortunate for Slights. It's not really all come together. You can bench another Eevee, maybe spread your energy a little bit here, but not only do you not have any of these stage 1s, but your hand is also really poor now. You can attach to this Swablu.
Thankfully for Slight, the Swablu does hit for 3, but you take 2 back, and the hand is just really that bad.
Oh, and Timeable's the draw for Zach.
Timeable.
You can get into Clefable, that gets you everything here as well. Oh my goodness, this is just crazy.
You have more
There is the Dugtrio too
than you could ever hope for. You don't even need more evolutions, but you probably take them anyways, just within your deck a little bit.
Do you ever Cleffer here just to reload the hand? The board is full, so you're not that afraid of Altaria.
That's true.
You could play Stadium as well. Do you like the reload here?
Well, the problem with that is if Slight has Jolteon knockout, you don't really have a response. So I think you want to at least put on some pressure to take some prizes.
Well, prizes
I don't know.
Is the choice from Zach. I do like that. I mean, the pressure is just crazy, right? Going a couple prizes up is just very, very good here. But I imagine if the Weezing is like pressure KO'd, you always can just go back into the Cleffer, so that could also just always be open to him when he needs it.
Yeah.
Just take the prizes as they lie.
Oh,
we do see the Signs of Evolution Jolteon is all we can do here.
Signs of Evolution. So we do know that they are in hand. How does Zach respond here?
Is a Double Gust kind of backbreaking here as well? There's 0 retreat on 2 of these Pokemon and 1 retreat on the other 2. You just pressured the energy again here.
Yeah. Double Gust is crazy. Oh no.
Here we go.
This is really bad. You know, Slight's hand has basically nothing but the evolutions, but the evolutions. So no matter what Slight chooses to bring up, doesn't matter. You can go ahead and retreat that and then take the knockout onto this Eevee. This Weezing, so powerful, can attack so quickly. We haven't seen it yet, but Zach does have Dimension Valley in the deck, so the Weezing can attack for potentially 1 energy. You also have that combo of the unknown Miss Magius instead of these Weezings, and they're just so low to the ground, so efficient, and the confusion on top of it. So even if there is a chance that you don't take a knockout with the Weezing, you can make things really annoying for your opponent really quickly.
Marley's Request, a great card in Zach's list because he has Double Gust and Counter Catcher. In this instance, he's been able to keep a Collector, but there are so many spots where that can be a very powerful supporter. And Zach has gone 3 prizes up very quickly here, and Slight's hand needs to be saved from a top deck. We are in a lot of trouble here.
Anticlimactic end to game 1 of this best of 3. Slight's deck not running as smoothly as it was last game. No way to respond to this Weezing knockout. Azelf could use the lockup attack, but even if you do draw into that Psychic Energy, you are only hitting... Oh, is there even Psychic Energy? Yes, there is. There's 2 in Slight's deck. Hard to find, but can use the Oricorio to get there. But even so, it doesn't quite take a knockout, just 10 damage short.
Yeah, that's a shame here. And then the Azelf will take the 20 and from the horror, and then its own plus
Yeah.
20 means that's getting KO'd as well. So it's a real downward slope for Slight, but you have to deal with this wheezing. There's just no question about it. The only good news is that's the only thing showing right now from Zach. So if at least you can take that out, in theory, you're in a bit of a better position. We're going to do the cool play where you can evolve Jolteon, then undevelop it after you've drawn with Lily. A very nice little combo. And then we are going to take the 2 from Horror. The Wheezing just 10 away from being KO'd. Mischievous is an interesting pickup for Zach. He's going to collect though. Could just be for another coughing instead.
So far, there is no follow-up threat just yet from Zach. If there is a silver lining, it is that Zach's hand is not looking too strong, despite taking 3 prizes already.
Yeah. His ball position isn't just astonishing. We're going to see the Mischievous weaved in here and just taking more basics to hand. We can instantly evolve up into his Magius thanks to Clefable, and we can start using the Magic Trans here. Capitalizing on this unknown Y. Yeah, energy's going to come over to Clefable. Has a vanilla 3 for 50. Not mind-blowing, but kind of good enough right now.
Yep. There are a couple of attacking options for Zach once the Wheezing gets knocked out. None of them too good, but 50 might be enough to close it out, given that we are going down to just 2 prizes to Slight 6.
Yeah, it's pretty scary right now for Slight. The game has really sort of moved past him at this stage. We can get the... Okay, we're gonna go Oricorio rather than Eevee. What was this play?
We use this bounce attack for 10 damage.
Ah, I see. We actually just attacked with Eevee.
Sacrificing 1 more Pokemon before moving on to trying to close out the game with something like that Jolteon Vaporeon, but with 2 prizes to 5, I have to imagine that Zach will find a way out in this game. That Clefable setting up the board perfectly, the unknown Y-Miss Magius combo online.
And I mean, a Wheezing could just be back here, right? We can bench this coughing. We can go Moon Guidance, Wheezing. We have Metal in hand, so we can just attach that, move a Psychic over, and just the Wheezing lock is still there.
This Oricorio is, in fact,
big enough.
It's weak to Psychic.
Yeah, but we're only doing 30 with the... Yeah, we can
so
tank
we're doing
just...
60, and then it'll be at 80 with Confusion and
away.
Poison, but it can't retreat either.
Yeah, because of the sinkhole.
Oh, what's going on? Oh, it's 80, yes.
Yeah.
So 80 on the Oricorio, not quite KO'd just yet, but also it might as well be. It's stuck here. I mean, if it retreats.
Yeah.
Just
so I can do the quick then retreat if it has to. It's also in range, for Psychic Pulse to finish it off. There's so many ways that this is just getting punished. The instant Wheezing so terrifying. This Clefable is just a crazy ability. We haven't seen any draw support from Zach throughout the entire game. It's just been 2 collectors used and a Marley's request, and still this is the board that he's created.
Yes.
That's all thanks to Clefable and that one use of Cleffa.
Low to the ground. Such a powerful deck, and I think the Wheezing, you would think the trade-off, Wheezing is a really low to the ground, fast attacker, great value for how efficient that attack is, sometimes even being able to use it for 1 energy under Dimension Valley. So you would think the downside is you can't compete with really big Pokemon, like let's say if Zach were to play against Blue, for example, but the Confusion and the Poison helps you chip away at those as well. So Zach's deck has very few weaknesses.
I think it essentially has to come alongside the Sinkhole, so the fact that he got the Dug as well just completely solves the deck. Definitely seems like amazing synergy between all of his evolution pieces here. We do see a VS Seeker from Slight, so we can Ace Train it again.
Okay.
We have evolved up into Vaporeon as well. We didn't hit Water Energy either here.
Oh no. And if you retreat, the Oricorio gets KO'd. And if you don't, it gets KO'd from poison.
Yeah. Can the Contest Hall help out in any way here? Any significant way? Not seeing a great...
And
no, we're just
there
conceding.
is
I
the
think it's pretty
concession.
clear that Slight was
Yes.
way behind there. So we are going to be going to game 2. Impressive stuff from Zach there. Really, really good opener for him. Had the turn 2 Wheeze with Horror, and that was just so powerful. And Slight started admittedly like some big whiffs there. Whiff from the Ace Trainer, whiff from Altaria, kept drawing into Noivern, which sort of dictated which supporters he had to play. So
Right.
it wasn't necessarily his best start. So even though that was a really decisive win, I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case for the next couple of games, potentially.
I agree. I think Slight had an answer, a quicker answer to that first Weezing. Could have easily gone in Slight's direction. Or if they were able to get the Noivern out immediately, that could have been a pretty important factor as well. But just gonna have to try again.
Yeah, he gets to go first here as well, so might get the jump on some evolutions, and he could be the one being pressurizing that little bit more. It does feel like a big deal when they're both stage 1 low to the ground decks, that you can just get your bulky guy out there first and get swinging. We have some nice energy in hand. We have Dual Ball here, Lapras for next turn. Plenty of stuff cooking for Slight here.
I can't help though but I'm curious over at Zach's hand. This could potentially be the perfect start. Collector into Moonstone Clefairy into Level Ball Clefable.
Yeah. You can
That's
go
really
Clefable.
gross.
You can we turn to... we can actually turn to attack with Weezing, right? We have
There's
Floatstone.
no
We can go
Dimension Valley.
Yeah, but you can go... oh no, yeah, we can't do it with Y because we have to have Mismagius as well, you're right.
Yes.
But even so, I mean, this is a crazy
It's
opener.
a really good start, yeah.
Like, Slight's going to be happy with his opener, but this is horrible to see. Zach's led his one Collector in game 1 and 2, and Collector unlocks his entire deck here alongside this Level Ball.
Top deck's the Coughing as well, so can grab yet another basic, maybe add that Cleffa into the mix to refresh the hand.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate a turn 1 just attack with Mismagius as well. That could be a play. Set up some damage for you. That's also on the table. He doesn't need to use Cleffa to end his turn because he's holding on to N, so he can attack
Also
if he needs
true.
to.
Yeah, starting with Collector, really powerful. Of course, Zach does have some other options. You could start with Dual Ball, not bad, but
Yeah,
this luck might bring Zach a quick 2-0 victory, and we'll have to see. It does seem, though, that Slight is a little bit better off having gotten to go first.
yeah, there's at least that going for him. He's an attachment up. He'll be able to evolve next turn if he just discards his top deck alongside Swablu.
Mm-hmm.
And then he can just Lapras for a bunch of cards. I feel like
Doesn't yet
Absol
have-
EX is going to be the most crucial card for Slight because it has that big 30 psychic resist and it can do like good bench pressure itself.
Okay.
I feel like that's got to be like the key, I think, for Slight if you can weave it in this game. I feel like that's going to be a big attacker.
That makes sense. We'll see if Slight's able to get into...
Yeah, not necessarily like straight
EX.
away. I think we'll go
Right.
Jolteon first. We'll try and spread some damage. We'll do the classic, like we have Forretress, we have Absol. I think those combined can be his win condition here. Oh, we are seeing the early Mismagius, so we can see the Floatstone attack if we really want to, as we're going to start pulling Psychic Energy out of the deck here. It protects a prize. It also sets up this Jolteon pretty nicely for a Wheeze play if you want to. You could just retreat
there-
into Clefable and let it sponge for a turn if you want. Oh, energy onto the Bronzor, actually.
Did we only grab 2 base 6 off? No, we grabbed Clefairy, Unknown, and Mischievous, right? And then bench the Coughing. Looks like we're moving the energy to Clefable and using Confuse Ray this turn, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Choosing-
this pressurizes an evolution, I suppose, but I don't think it's all that strong. But I think Slight will have the response to this. Does have to lose double Swablu in the process, but we know there's Pokemon recovery at least. Maybe he's just debating energy versus Swablu here. You could just bench Swablu this turn instead. It makes you have to hit an energy off the supporter, but you're drawing a decent chunk of cards. It is going to be double Swab in the end. Just guarantee the Jolteon. You're a game down. I don't think you can take any risks here.
Yeah.
You just have to play with what you got.
I agree
Especially
with
with
this
your
play.
board
It makes a
filling
lot
up
of
with
sense.
Lapras too. Yeah. You don't really want to go Lapras then Swab, because then you have to wait till you draw Skyfield to actually use an Altaria, so let's keep the board open instead and go Lily for 6.
Something interesting is that Zach chose not to bench that Coughing, even though there is the potential for Slight to play that Lookers and shuffle it out of hand. Zach's just valuing the fact that you want a fresh Pokemon to attack with. You don't want it to take any chip damage from this Evolving Thunder that was most likely going to happen.
Mhm.
Makes a lot of sense to keep that one in hand, especially when you can combo that with the Moon Guidance and get a Coughing into Wheezing attack out of nowhere anyway, so there's no huge benefit to keeping
Mhm.
it in play.
Yeah, it's saving this little counter that's coming down from Fortress, for example. That is a reason to
Yep.
hold on to that guy. So we are going to see just the KO on the Bronzor with this Jolteon here with Evolving Thunder.
Yeah, so there's not likely to be Noivern pressure this game from Slights, but if there is one weakness for this matchup for Zach, it is the fact that these unknown Ys that are crucial to keeping energy up only have 40 HP.
Yeah.
Really easy
That
to
is-
cheese some prizes off of them for Slight.
If there's one thing that Slight's deck does well, it's capitalize on these counters that are already across the board. So even though he's
Yes.
already up a prize and he's setting up prizes for future turns as well, kind of both these decks do a similar job of that in different ways, really. But I feel like, yeah, the unknown Ys are very much in danger. I think Zach will have to do a delicate balance. We may not even see another Y hit the board just because of how easy it can be. I'm surprised we didn't see a Stadium there. I would have liked to have gone into Wheezing and just played Stadium because the Jolteon has free retreat. I would have liked to just weave that in now. But maybe Zach's valuing that as like the last Stadium that you can use. So you make sure you lock it in.
Oh, I see. Yeah. That could make sense. Maybe
Has drawn back into the
Zach-
Stadium anyway.
maybe Zach is figuring that there's no good attacker except the Jolteon, but no, you really can't
Yeah.
attack under confusion, so
Yeah, maybe just the confusion enough is like enough of a blanket for Zach here. And say, I'm not afraid of an Azelf or anything like that coming out. Like, you're more than
Yeah.
welcome to just do a lockup. I'm happy attacking with Wheezing. We have Swoop Teleporter and Fuji here, so we can neaten up this board quite happily, which is good for Slight. Has got clogged up with some of these ability Pokemon. The Poker Power Pokemon, I should say.
oh, and because of the swoop, we can actually undevelop here and
That's
use
true.
this Eevee, evolve into Jolteon, get a quick attack off, or even spark into Evolving Thunder potentially if we draw into an energy.
I don't think we have any draw in this hand, though. I think we're just stuck,
Yeah,
right?
you'd have to spark and hit it.
Do we have a way to... Oh, yeah, we could Spark by undeveloping, getting KO'd,
Yep.
and then we could
Yep.
unlock Spark. Yeah. That would be how you do it.
But is 40 really enough on the Wheezing? You're just gonna get confused again, which doesn't feel good. So instead of going for that 40 immediate play, Slight going to set up for the long game with this Mallow instead. And actually, Lima in the hand for Zach is a crazy disruption supporter because it's almost never a disruption supporter. Both players get to choose the outcome of their coin flip, so essentially both players get to shuffle draw 6. But in this case, where Slight is exactly choosing the top 2 cards of the deck, it's better than not playing any type of shuffle draw.
Yeah, definitely a timely option for the Ilima. Pretty wild, actually. It may still work out for Slight because the 4 cards are so poor for him, to be honest with you. But
that is true. Yeah.
Yeah. Where do we go here? Do we just go? Yeah, we're just going Pidgey.
Pidgey.
It's rough out here. Just passing. It seems once again that Zach's in the driver's seat from a really good Clefable pop-off.
We can even use this Horror Psychic onto the active if we want to put that pressure on immediately and then move the Psychic off onto the bench coughing.
Yeah.
Horror Psychic was a mainstay back in Standard when Pokemon had like 300 HP, so of course it's crazy in this cube.
I think the only reason to not is if you want to just capitalize on Unknown Y as much as you can, like while it's still in play.
That's true.
Like that's the only reason to not, and Jolteon's already heavily damaged, so that would be the only thing I'd consider. But it's an instant Dugtrio, which is just even more headache for Slight here. Feels like once again he's got this insanely ideal board state.
Yes. 2 Weezings.
Like, this is the dream. This is yeah. Everything is developed already here. Absolute insane turn 1 and 2 in both games here. One by virtue of a Cleffa, second by just having Collector into Level Ball into N. Like, that's just insane.
Weezing might need a looking into after this run.
I mean, I don't think it's inherently that broken. It's only got 80 hit points, so it is like way more in range than of like a lot of these other Pokemon. But it's just the fact that we've on turn 3 got 5 stage 1s on board with acceleration and movement of energy. You know what I mean? It's like this isn't Weezing's fault. This is a Zach Krek built the list in a way to make it seem super oppressive. Now we're timing the secret base as well, by the looks of things.
Secret base along with Lima have 2 Weezing set up. They are both full health, not in knockout range. The secret base does help the Fortress do a little bit more damage. Actually puts Weezing in 1-hit knockout range from the Fortress, but that's not yet ready to attack, unfortunately, for Slight.
Yeah, not even any energy in the discard pile for like a Spark play. So I guess he could retreat the Jolteon and pay, and that unlocks a Spark. But I think overall you take this.
Oh, we're actually going for the Fuji. And contest hauling that Pineco back into play, trying to get as many Thorn Tempests as possible, Slight knowing that the tempo is quickly swinging in Zach's favor, so if Slight is to win, it is to come back through getting some cheeky prizes off the Unknown Y and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that's one of the only things I can think about as a comeback. To be honest with you. We will lookers ourselves for the fresh 5.
Speed Lightning. Not the time for it.
Yeah, just not ideal right now. Especially when you're pretty sure you're attacking with Jolteon here, I'd expect.
And we had to give up that Pidgey too. I wonder if it might have been better to give up Azelf. In case this situation
tough because
were to happen.
The lockup is a decent attack. Like I get why the Pidgey was sacrificed, but it's just all sorts of rough again for Slight here. We're going to undevelop the Vaporeon quickly. And we are just going to swing into the Oh, we're just gonna. Yeah, we are just swinging with Jolteon here,
Yep.
fixing that
All
damage up
better for
nicely.
5. Would have been neat to see the Horror Psychic on the active in preparation for this play, but either way, Zach's position is still busted.
Here comes Illimer, a fresh 6 for both players coming in. Surprised we didn't see another attachment there from Zach, honestly. Just onto like Clefable or something else.
Zach does not play any fighting energy for the Dugtrio to attack, so purely just here for the Pokebody and the free retreat.
We finally see a slow hand for Zach. We can bounce the Contest Hall. We do have the D-Valley now. That allows you to trans away an energy to the bench as well. Just even less commitment to the active Weezing, which probably is going down next turn. Oh no, it's colorless less, right? So we still need the Psychic cost.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess we can't save energy that way. But we are just going to take out the Jolteon. Zach pulling ahead now in prizes, but also vastly better in board position. The good news is that Illimer did give us teammates for Slight.
Yep.
So we can sculpt a good turn.
Teammates and Ace Trainer available right now. And we do get the Zigzagoon Absol combo. What do we knock out here?
Well, I think we just take out the active here with the combination of the two of them.
And then where do you put your 6 for the Vaporeon then?
Probably just onto the
Onto-
Weezing that has the Horror, just so you're not triggering Horror and setting that up.
Okay.
Unless,
Yeah,
yeah,
that
you
makes
could take
sense.
damage off this Weezing onto the other one. Like, you're still doing a similar thing here
Right.
if you do it that way round. Fortress comes in. We are getting those 1s around the board. Yeah, so you probably Zigping the bench and then evolving Aqua that one, so you never trigger Horror. Yeah, that seems to be the plan here. If you allow that Horror to get even just 2 pings, it's like such a swing. It's such an insane
So we
swing.
can actually KO both Weezings this turn, right?
With Muddy.
You
What are we
Cursed
doing it with?
Eyes onto the active, and then you Evolving Aqua.
Yes, you're right. So we've
So
taken
I
the damage
think
off the
this is
Mismagius.
potentially a massive swing here for Slight. Suddenly, a game that was looking to be Zach's for sure is now swung back into balance.
You at least promote the
Potentially even
Weezing here
in
for Zach, so you
Slight's
get
favor.
Horror
Yeah.
value.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the only thing that Zach can really do here. Yeah, well identified. You think with teammates, you got to think the rest of the plan is this. And there it is from Slights.
There we go. So wiping both Weezings off.
Yeah.
And
It's a
hoping
2-2
that
line.
Zach doesn't have any type of recovery to get those back.
Right now, Zach's hand isn't great. So this is looking pretty solid. Going into the free retreat pivot of Dugtrio here before drawing for turn.
So Zach might have to just attack with Clefable. We do see a Pokeball.
With Pokeball, we open up a couple avenues. Do we have much Pokemon recovery for Zach here?
It looks like there is a Brock's Grit and a
Grit.
Plara.
Yeah. So with
those
so
are
many
only
basics down, yeah, he's down Bronze or double Coughing, so there's not much there. There's a Pineco he could grab, but the Fortress is in hand, so you can't Moon Guidance it.
Okay, so here is a potential play. The Eevee only has 50 HP. This Vaporeon's obviously hard to deal with because it has the 90 plus the bodybuilding dumbbells. You can hit the Eevee for 30 with something like the Mismagius, and then follow that up with an unknown Devo play if you can find it. But actually, that unknown is prized, so that quite doesn't work either, unfortunately.
It probably is just the Moon Impact Prod, perhaps, then, as our best choice.
Bronzor's in the discard too. Otherwise, Bronzong
Yeah.
Strange Spin could be an option. So really not have many, you really don't have many options here as Zach.
We are going to see the Pokeball either way. It is going to be
Oh, there's a
Pineco.
second. So, sorry, there's a Pineco, but Fortress is in hand.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah.
This is for setting up for the future.
Yeah, it feels awkward to pass into something that can spread damage. That's the headache here.
Yes.
Whenever you're passing with stuff, you're normally hoping it's on a like less consequential Pokemon, but it is going to be spreading threats here, by the looks of things, from Zach. We're going to come in and just get the Psychic Pulse for 30 and 10. I'd like to start putting damage on this Absol because that resistance seems really problematic for Zach.
I totally agree. And speaking of which, there is actually an opportunity to attack with it this turn if Slight wants to. You can Spark, attach for turn, Psychic Pulse, hit 60 on the Mismagius because of weakness, and start spreading some damage onto the bench, taking a knockout on the
KO
Unknown
the
Y.
Unknown. Yeah. That seems like a play. Psychic Pulse is actually such an insane attack. This was like a world's winning deck, right? Just 4 Absol EX with other evolutions, ironically, but yeah, still does the trick here. Spark is going to be played. It's going to be for Fortress, actually.
Going on to Fortress instead. Worried about the potential of another Fortress, so not attacking with that Absol EX just yet.
This also has the 20 resist, to be fair to it. But right now, the Mismagius has got
true.
Floatstone on, so you're really not doing much yourself.
So
we do see Darkness onto Absol.
Maybe just wanting to cash in on this Vaporeon value while it's still here.
Maybe 40 on Pineco. Because we didn't see the instant Clefable, it means there's either the Fortress in hand or it's prized.
Yeah.
So maybe you're like doing a hedge here that you can make more out of Absol later. The Fortress only has 70 anyway, so like Psychic Pulse into that after the 40 poke onto Pineco makes sense as well.
That is true.
Just seems like a lot of good plays for Slight. His hand isn't great again, but he's kind of in pole position with the double Wheezing KOs.
I did not foresee KOing both Wheezing at once being a win condition here for Slight, but playing perfectly. And I wonder, maybe I don't blame Zach at all. I would have played it exactly the same way Zach did. But I wonder if there was like a big brain route where you could have kept coughing off the field just in preparation for that type of play from Slight.
Yeah, like maybe if you take it off the field, then the Unknown gets targeted quicker, and then you can't power up that Wheezing in time anyway. So there was
that's true
benefits to both, you know. It was just a nice teammates at the right time, I think, to make it come together.
We see the Muddy Water actually KOing the Unknown Y. So instead of trying to maximize the value from your damage counter, it's just targeting the energy acceleration instead.
Yeah, maybe it just means that it locks Zach into just another Psychic Pulse that you're not that afraid of, I suppose.
Yeah.
Does seem quite reasonable. Where did the Psychic Pulse put damage last turn, by the way?
I think Psychic Pulse only hits things that have damage counters. So just hit for 30.
Oh, you're right.
And also getting a note that Evolving Aqua only also hits things with that has damage counter. So the Pineco was
I'm just straight up not reading at this point.
It's okay.
It's late out here for me.
That's valid. I think I would have liked to see the Absol play last turn from Slight. I think it's slightly better.
Oh,
just putting 6 on the
Defiance band. How much does this push the spinning blow?
So this goes to 70.
70. And we know the Field Blower, or the Windstorm, I should say, is in the list for Zach.
It's there somewhere.
It's actually a really nice combination. Defiance Band, it's fantastic to put on a hit and run Pokemon, so you can squeeze as much value out of it as possible without it just going down after a couple of attacks in the best case.
So now we can go into Psychic Pulse potentially, but that still doesn't knock out this Mismagius quite yet.
You could KO it with Zapdos EX that's in hand. You could yoink some energy. You'd have to discard one, but you can do the 70 here to finish off the Mismagius if you want to.
It only lets you move basic lightning, right?
I am all over the shop right now.
It is okay.
So, yeah, that's also not available.
In theory, you could like Legendary Ascent and then Delta Switch if you had bench space for it with a Skyfield or something, but
Yeah.
not available to Slight yet. Spark coming back into the hand off the Cynthia and
Yeah, we
Caitlyn.
like that. Probably is just going to be an Absol swing then, maybe, you think?
Yeah, it's awkward that you're just 10 damage short. And
Oh, I
you've
guess we can't
already
retreat
used...
because of Sinkhole, so maybe we're just locked into just another swing with
Oh.
Vaporeon here.
Yeah. I think you're right. You want to get value out of this Vaporeon and force your opponent to at least attack into it instead of just getting value off of the Sinkhole.
Fortress is getting powered up nicely, at least. It's like not too far away. 2 prizes left and setting up some good damage here. I wouldn't mind another Muddy Water, just even pinging Clefable. 40 on the active is fine as well. 40 to Clefable is reasonable. There's just a lot of good math because he can fix so much of it with his abilities.
I'm surprised Slight chose to 2020 knock out the Unknown Y, but I guess just really valuing taking down that energy acceleration. It does make the prize map a little bit more awkward. It was so clean before with Absol taking the prize on the Unknown, but
yeah,
still in a good spot, doing forward to the Mismagius.
It's a Cynthia pickup for Zach, which is much needed because he's had a bit of a mid-game brick, so he should be able to do something from this at least. I feel like he's always just going to do Fortress in and out, unless he has some counter-catcher shenanigans from the Cynthia, perhaps. That could be on his mind.
This hit and run Defiance Band Fortress mode is not something that I realized was even an option from Zach's deck, but trying to pull this one back.
This is a big Cynthia. If we can see Metal Energy and a Gust card, we could Scatter Bomb and KO the Vaporeon just on the bench with its extra flips. Oh, we hit the Metal, but not the Gust. We've only seen, what have we seen so far? Just the one. Have we seen any this game? No, not yet. That's actually a big miss. Only 13 cards left in deck, 3 outs there.
It's crazy to hear that there are 3 outs to Gus, but that is in fact the case for Zach.
That's actually a huge whiff for Zach, to be honest with you. The Scatter Bomb would be a perfect way to finish off this Vaporeon clean, whilst, like, if you can bring up the Absol in the best case, you set that up for 2 prizes as well. That'd be
honestly,
pretty wild.
Scatterbomb or Windstorm, but Windstorm is prize, unfortunately, for Zach.
Yeah. That's not available just yet. So what do? The bounce feels pretty poor. We're seeing an energy come onto Unknown.
So we have this Unknown as an attacking option, as a nice blow-up late game option, doing 80, up to 80 if you have 6 Pokemon in your discard pile. It can attack for 2 energy thanks to the Dimension Valley, but not quite ready yet, so we're just going to go for that hit and run strategy. Don't know what is going to get sent up yet.
Kind of the issue. If we're moving energy off Doug, and Doug's our chunkiest boy, it might be just Dugtrio here.
Yeah.
You have to be very cautious of the 2 prizes left. Yeah, I think Dugtrio is the only choice. You're denying the Fortress, the easy prizes.
Now what does Slight attack with? Actually, are there any Psychic Energy available for lockup?
Good question. There are 2 in the deck. They're both in the discard pile right now, but there is Night Maintenance into Spark, possibly, or into Copycat. It's not high odds.
Copycat, yeah. Dimension Valley, unfortunately, not helping Azelf attack. So, lockup would be really good in this situation, I think. I guess you're still worried about the double gust anyway, so if you don't
Right,
know the hand
he's-
from Zach.
Yeah. Slight's definitely right to take his time here over this decision because it is not an easy one at all. It's really in the balance here. 3 prizes left for Zach, but he's got this Defiance Band Beat Stick of Fortress, which is so scary now. Does eventually go Absol, picks up Skitty. And we are just going to swing energy onto Absol here as well.
You could attack with Zapdos EX this turn, but that would eliminate your Fortress from being an attacker, and it would still not KO the Dugtrio just yet.
Yeah. There's even resist on the Doug as well.
Oh.
It's answering Zap even more.
Unlucky. So Zapdos, not a great option per se. So Psychic Pulse might just be the attack of choice, but it's not great. You're doing 30 to the Dugtrio and 10 to Miss Magius Clefable.
I think our big question for Slight is it worth using your Night Maintenance to like reload some of these EV pieces and then play Copycat just to like reload the hand a bit here? No, it's not. We're just going to swing with Psychic Pulse instead. More pressure on that Miss Magius on the bench, notably here. There is really low hit points on this unknown. Oh, it's actually 60. It's not that small. I thought it was 40 just from before I hovered over it. What do we see from Zach? Not much in the hand. Does have that metal still, so Scatter Bomb is starting to come live.
I mean, the board position is really good for Zach, but it's getting pretty dicey on the prize front. Only 2 left for Slight, and things are getting damaged. I wonder if there was a turn that Slight could have cashed in on the weakness on Miss Magius. Not going to get to do that. Now, 2 health remaining, 20 health remaining on that Miss Magius. Zigzagoon already used, Cursed Eye already used.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a case of reloading like Vaporeon or Jolteon with a Night Maintenance. It is going to be Fortress with the metal coming up, so this attack is absolutely insane. The Scatter Bomb does 40, and you flip 2 coins for each heads, put 10 on each of your opponent's benched Pokemon. For each Tails, you put them on your bench, but obviously we're picking those flips. So a 40 active plus 20 spread, but even more with the Defiance Band chipping in as well. So we're pressurizing this Absol massively, and we're doing 20 to all of these bench Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that sets up Zach pretty nicely. If you do get hit with Psychic Pulse, you can then retreat into Miss Magius and use Psychic Pulse, but instead actually just going for the hit and run option.
Protect around any hand destruction from Slight, maybe.
Do you just bring
Look still available. There's VS Seeker for Looker that he's playing around, maybe.
No?
He goes Unknown. It has Psychic Weakness, not Dark, so this is open to him. Oh, the VS Seeker is picked up. What does that unlock for Slight now? We see Lightning to the active. Zapdos is going to come in. So we can KO with this. We level up the prizes, and Zapdos is swinging. Tech that Absol in the process a little bit. And obviously has to discard, so we're not just doing 50, we're doing 60. It's like just 1 prize card away now. And there's a very heavily damaged Miss Magius.
Is there any way to really get at it? I guess you can just do 10 and poke at it.
Let's see.
The Mr. Fuji is gone, so you can't reload the Zigzagoon.
Yeah, it's still going to be the... Reload Vaporeon and Muddy Water. No, doesn't quite get there. Yeah, it's still tricky.
There's one last challenge for Slight to get through. Only 1 prize remaining. Has to somehow find a way through this 70 HP Fortress. I guess the Electron Crush is threatening 70 right now. So is
Yeah,
that just
that's
enough?
you are threatening game. Let's see what the Hapu brings from. Well, we
There's
have
a counter catcher
Countercatcher
here.
I don't see Countercatcher taking 3 this turn. But
can
maybe you
Countercatcher
can maybe you
stall.
can scatter bomb the Fortress, set the Absol up for 2
Yeah.
counters, and that does set up win, provided there's no pivot from Slight.
That must be the play, I think.
What are
is the
Slight's switching options here?
I don't think there are any. Just taking a quick glance. There is the Mewtwo Delta if we find Skyfield.
Yeah, Skyfield Mewtwo, and then you could swing into the Fortress, but you're still only doing 60 with the Iron Crush, right? Yeah, you'd be shy.
Yeah, okay. So you'd have to Spark, hit energy plus Skyfield, and then
Here it is. It's the Countercatch
Retreats.
Fortress.
Some
In comes
Countercatcher
Fortress,
play.
the Fortress. I think it's got to be the Scatter Bomb here.
this Defiance band putting in so much work right now.
Yeah. We've got an extra 90 from it already this game. It's nuts.
Super gross. VS Seeker available for Slight, but is there anything else that Slight can do? You can retreat if you find Skyfield, but then what?
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now as well. Let's see if Slight can think of any conceivable way around this. Otherwise, Zach is a turn away here. He may have just eventually checkmated. It feels like from where I'm sitting, there's not much of a way around
Okay, so
this.
we do have energy. So if you attach and then you spark and draw into Skyfield, you can then retreat the Fortress and take a knockout here.
With
Zapdos
how are we doing
EX.
that though? But it's discarded
So you
energy
attach-
as well, right? There's 3
you
retreat
attach-
on the active one.
Yeah, you attach Lightning to Zapdos, you spark Lightning to Fortress, and then you move the 2 from Absol.
Ah, true. Oh, so it's a Spark Draw 2 here for exactly Skyfield. You're
Yeah,
right.
2 out of 11. And there's nothing else that I'm seeing.
Yeah, that
Any
would be it, I think. I don't think
outs?
Delcatty can get there even after a power circulation. You're shy of damage. Not seeing anything else on board that helps us get there. Is it just going to be enough? Has the trap stuck? Or is it an 11 card deck and a spark for 2?
Yeah, I have to imagine that Slight has seen that play and is now just really racking his brain to see if there's any other more likely out than that, because it's not great odds, 2 out of 11.
Yeah, you might be doing calcs here of whether like Bug Catcher to hit Unknown plus Skyfield is better, because then you can still do the Mewtwo play, 2 to the active, Unknown Q to retreat and still attach to the Zapdos.
Unknown Q. Yeah, so I guess that depends on how many ball cards there are in the deck still.
Yeah, that's also true. Pretty sure the Q's not been discarded. No, that's available. So yeah, it's whether the
Okay, so
raw
that's
draw 4 for
true.
a 2 outer is better than Spark hitting a 1 outer for 2 cards, right?
Well, we do have VS Seeker.
It's more than a 2
but-
outer. Yeah, you're right. There's more ball search here. Teammates not live, obviously. Mallow not
Yeah.
live. So yeah,
Probably not
Spark
Copycat.
Bug Catcher is your biggest draw.
Yeah, I think Bug Catcher might be better than Spark then, potentially.
So I got to count some outs then. So we have dual ball played, 1 pad played. That's the only pad. Both dual
Ultra Ball
ball,
played,
ultra ball played.
level-
So it's literally level ball.
Night Teleporter.
Yeah, you can draw that. Oh, it's gonna be the spark.
Let's
Here we
go.
go.
Skyfield!
It's Skyfield. Energy to the Zapdos. You
My
can
God.
Skyfield, Mewtwo, get the attachment, retreat, and you are able to Zapdos full win. We're going to a game 3 here.
Oh my. I can't believe my eyes. Like going for the 2 out of 11 chance. Probably doing the same math as us, trying to figure out if Bugcatcher was the
Yeah.
player or not. And
That's wild.
just goes for it and hits it.
Yeah,
Less
I'm
than
pretty sure
20%
Spark was-
chance.
Yeah, with only one ball search, I'm pretty certain that that's the right calc as well.
To be fair,
Uh,
Night Teleporter. Oh, so I guess it's higher than 2 out
Yeah.
of 11 because Night Teleporter would be an out too, right? For the
Yeah,
Skyfield.
I think Fuji open as well. Fuji could have been an out
No,
to free
Fuji-
up space for Mewtwo rather than Skyfield.
Fuji was discarded. Fuji was discarded.
Fuji was gone. Okay, yeah.
So
yeah,
it was just
maybe
Night
like a-
Teleporter and Skyfield.
Wow. Well, here we go. We're in for one more. Really impressive stuff that game. Slight had a really strong
Game
swing turn with
three.
the teammates, and then had his back against the wall, weaved in the Zapdos at a really opportune moment. And here we are, game 3, Champions Cube 7 here. It's like trying to make it 3. Zach trying to be 2 on the bounce as well. Do what Light's done in the past.
Can Zach get this back-to-back win? I mean, game 1, solidly in Zach's favor. Game 2, lots of back and forth. Slight going for that energy acceleration maybe made the prize map a little bit difficult, but finally pulling through with that Skyfield draw. If we have to go by just the 2 games, Zach had a stronger showing, but I mean, Zach's deck is also a little bit prone to weird draws. Doesn't start the
That's
collector
the thing.
this time.
Yeah, like Zach,
so
Zach had the uber nuts game 1 and 2, I think. like,
Yeah.
if you're picking your opening hands, Zach basically did that in game 1 and 2. So even though it was like a hanging on for dear life for Slight in game 2, he got over the line, and you have to expect that, well, just based on the hands already, he's got a better chance going into this final game. Where Zach might just have to like attach active, Cleffer, and pass. Or it's even worse. Well, you can attach coughing and just Cleffer and get a fresh hand. That looks like where we're at, because this hand is a stinker so far. He's also prized 1 Wheezing and Miss Magius, which is worth noting. And the
only
horror
probably Miss
energy.
Magius. Yeah, that can be pretty scary. Thankfully,
It's
though,
really supportive prize for Slight. Look at that. Ugh, that's a bit gross.
that is awkward for sure.
Because his opener's not strong either, to be fair. He's got basic search, but not much beyond that. He's got an early Altaria to at least get Noivern out, but
Yes.
not much fuel, to be honest with you.
This hand.
He might just have to hold energy to try and draw in, or like maybe you just get early Zapdos and speed onto Zap early, and just forego
that
the
could
legendary ascent.
be a play potentially. Yeah.
Zach's
would
doing
say
his due
Zach's-
diligence with prizes here.
Zach's hand doesn't look great, but the Cleffa really saves it. Coughing, Psychic Energy, and having this free retreat Diglett, potentially threatening Weezing turn 2 again.
Yeah, and it's only a 40 hit point Swablu, let's not forget, so it could be a turn 2 swing pretty easily. We're actually retreating into the higher hit point Cleffer now, just in case there's any shenanigans from Slight, which makes sense. And it's a fresh 6.
There
and there
is.
is Wheezing Energy.
The hand is
Slight
pretty dead, but
draws.
that's all you need, really.
Yeah. Prizes as your draw engine. We're going to see a dual ball from Slight. The Darkness Energy is not a great top deck.
I wonder
Is there
what
any
to...
aggressive line you can take? Maybe you could go like Q and Eevee and Signs of Evolution whilst attaching to an Eevee, and then you have like Speed Lightning for Jolteon that you take to hand as like a turn 2 draw play. Lapras is way better. I don't know
Lapras
what I was thinking.
Yeah, forgot this was in the deck.
Yeah, this is
Lapras
actually a
makes
way
lot
better
of
start.
sense.
I just completely missed Lapras there. The top card in his list, and I've just been looking at everything else.
Slight
Swablu as well.
respecting the Weezing, the turn 2 Weezing, expecting the
I think you
Swablu
kind of
move
have
down.
to. Yeah. We know that Noivern can really outpower these Weezing because, like, basically everything in Zach's deck has 90 hit points or less, right? So if you just get
Yep.
that Noivern for like 2 or 3 turns with the dumbbells, it's just churning through prizes. So definitely makes sense. We're going to Fuji the Lapras straight away. It's actually a monster opener. I completely whiffed on the Lapras there, but that's wild. Great start.
Draws Pidgey, which
draws
is really
back
solid.
into it. Pidgey's really good. Yeah, for sure.
Lapras for next turn. Yeah, he's pretty well set here.
Only thing
It's
you're
again
really
like kind of you're kind of
missing-
submitting tempo, but you're doing it in the name
Yes.
of getting Noivern.
Noivern gonna show its face for the first time this set. Will it make the difference here for Slight? Will it be the wheezing counter that he's been hoping for?
Well, Coughing's the draw. Clefairy in hand, so not much reason to do anything but attach to Wheezing and retreat and swing, I guess.
Yep.
Here we go. Wheezing coming into the mix. Initiate prizes once again. It's not much in the way of supporters that can help out Zach off the top here. Honestly, second like Wheezing might be one of his better prizes. He gets the Bismagius, which is at least an option for him later. Another energy picked up for Slight. Not ideal. But we
You know
can
that
make the
Zach didn't-
Altari play. I'd like banking energy on Pineco here as well.
That's
Probably
true.
just water.
Could potentially utilize Mewtwo later, but it's in the prizes, so might just have to be 3 manual attachments or 2 manual attachments plus Spark onto Noivern.
Yeah, possibly a means of draw here. Is there any great thing we could do? Maybe just Lapras Bug Catch again as a play.
Could Lapras or X Transceiver for Ace Trainer, potentially?
Yep, Ace is open. You're right there. You kind of like holding Dumbbell's Psychic as a combo with Noivern, but if we're committing Psychic, then we probably are just going to Hand Disrupt here. Yep, there it is. Instant Ace Trainer, bouncing back for Slight. Saves the Dumbbells as well. Ooh, draws Pidgeotto. That's nice.
Ooh. And Zach
And
doesn't have much of
ooh,
anything.
That's terrible. That's just going to be a
What?
Cleffa turn, no doubt, right?
Luckily for Zach, there isn't much pressure on the board yet. So you could
Yeah.
Cleffa or you could choose to attack. I'm not sure which yet.
Still has top deck his own side as well. Fortunately, Slight didn't draw into the Noivern as well, so
Right.
mission accomplished with the Dragon Melody here. Oh, actually, he's going to swing. He's going to just go Cotton Guard instead.
Oh.
30 and 30. Try and nullify the offensive
Interesting.
gas. I think that definitely forces Zach to just Cleffa up instead here now. That really just forces the turn, right?
Yes, I agree.
Confused Poison is just not enough value. So that's going to use the yield on his unknown, and then he's just going to get that fresh 6 here. Dumbbells pick up for Slights. I think it's the Azelf pickup from the Pidgeotto.
Can grab Mewtwo now.
And it's going to be the take.
Forachus does take a knockout here if Slight is able to find it, but
Yeah, we're going to Colress for 6 here, do you think? Could Dumbbell your Pineco as well, maybe? We're going to see energy onto Azelf, so
Oh,
maybe
wait,
just
wait, we
maybe just
can
another Cotton
lock
Guard,
up.
maybe? Maybe we just Cotton Guard again and like have the lockup ready to go.
yeah, that probably makes the most sense. And yeah, I was gonna say I think Looker's drawing one less and saving that chorus for later might be a better play. Could potentially even Looker's away Zach's hand, but not enough value, I don't think, to make that worth it.
Yeah, it's a sneakily good hand because Zach can go level for Clefairy, then Timer Clefable, and then start getting those stage 1 pop-offs. But he is lacking
True.
energy, I guess, until this Wheezing is KO'd where he can Clara stuff back. But the hand's it's not great, but it's not terrible either. It's how much you respect the Clefable, I suppose.
Can attack with Mismagius next turn, potentially.
There's certainly a way to figure that out, yeah. It's like going to be the one with the new hand, I think.
dual ball EV Zigzagoon, so we might actually see the lock up this turn.
Oh, so now we can
along with
lock
the
up with
Zigzagoon.
Zigping, yeah.
Yep.
Are we changing Ziggy for something else instead here? No, it is going to be Zig in the end. There it is. We've dealt with the wheezing, treating Altaria, getting that lock up with that psychic weakness of +20, getting the job done. And now it seems all slight. His board is way better set up. He's finally got a draw engine, which he's been lacking in games 1 and 2.
Yep.
Zach will have somewhat of a bounce back, as we mentioned, but like after this Clara, his hand is once again in a weird spot. Zach might be debating a double gust play here. Maybe that's why the Unknown Y might come into the active at the start of his turn.
Oh, with Clara, Zach is so close to being able to attack with Wheezing, but not quite. Can't evolve both Mischievous and Coughing in the same turn. So we'd need to top deck something like Dimension Valley to make that happen.
Right. The second Wheezing's in the prizes as well. So like you can Clara one back, but then it's stuck in hand.
Yeah,
So it probably is just going to be Miss Magius, but probably just is Miss Magius, honestly. Then that gets locked up as well, and then you're losing, key engine pieces here.
Could hit for 50 with Miss Magius, and then double gust, hit 30, and then 10 on the Azelf, I guess.
So I think with the promotion of Cleffa, that Zach has basically said, I'm not going to double gust this turn, and he's just happy attacking into Azelf here.
Yeah.
That's really what this signifies. It is going to be the Clefairy into Timer Clefable play as expected. There's already the Mischievous in hand, so that can insta-evolve if you want to. The Timer can also get the Dog Trio. So from nowhere to triple stage 1 is not bad. The Clara seems like the best choice as well, so that we can swing more energy around the board. Unknown does its thing as well. You can see why it took a minute to figure out whether or not he wanted to have the fresh hand or not give it to Zach, because with that weird combination, he's actually pieced together an insane board state.
Miss Magius just might be the attack here, as Zach moves the energy over with that Magical Trans. Just poking this Azelf for 30 plus 20 weakness, not getting that secondary effect, unfortunately, but still setting up this Azelf to be cleaned up later. Not a bad thing.
I'm not surprised we didn't see a manual attachment there from Zach. We got 2 back from Clara, but chose not to use one.
That is interesting. Not sure why.
Pass over to Slight, who has Mallow Airmail combo.
Actually choosing the Airmail first, though.
Maybe that just says he's content with lockup. Seems like a good play here.
Yeah.
Just Mallow after the fact. You already have energy for the turn. You already have some evolutions lined up, so gain the information first, knowing your turn's good enough, and then just set up for next turn. There we go. Mallow putting 2 to the top. And this lockup will be doing just the 20, but it is setting up a decent chunk here. Gets the energy onto the Jolteon.
Just 20. Zach draws return into a Cynthia, which is very good. Top deck.
Yeah, we like that. We definitely like that as an option. Now is Double Gust. Another good play here. Double Gust Pineco looks tempting. Double Gust Eevee is tempting. I don't really care about this Azelf. I know it can do a decent... I know 40 is quite scary, but I don't really care for it too much. Here we go. It is going to be a Double Gust from Zach.
Are we choosing the Eevee? Are we choosing the Pineco?
It is going to be
the
the Eevee
Eevee is the
end.
choice. doesn't want Slight to start spreading damage to that unknown Y. The longer you can stall Slight from doing that, the less likely it is that unknown Y becomes a prize at some point in the game.
Uh-huh. We're going to see the Cynthia. We're looking for D-Valley here. We don't hit it. Now we can't just trans to retreat the Clefable.
Well, we can trans and attach for turn, I guess, right?
I'm pretty sure we attached to Weezing here already.
Oh, did we?
So we can just go Miss Magius. Yeah, we're having to
that's
go to
unfortunate.
Miss Magius. It's that missed attachment last turn.
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
quite punishing, I think. You can
Japan
do the
Standard Time
13th.
is getting in Zach's head.
I'm cooked after all this Pokemon. He had a really early start today as well. That's the dedication to
did.
this Champs Cube.
And not only one day of weird middle of the night cubing, it's 2 days, given that
Yeah.
he advanced from day 1.
You know, a Bug Catcher for Slight. Ooh, there's a lot that opens up here. There's Forretress ping damage. There's Jolteon potential ping damage from your attack.
Jolteon is so good right now.
Yes.
It doesn't quite get
Pressurizing
a
the
knockout
unknown.
on Miss
Yeah.
Magius, but yeah, putting damage across the board and setting up potentially Absol for some sweeping
Right.
later.
You'd assume that board space is freed up pretty soon as well, because the Azov's damaged and the Jolteon is also somewhat damaged, so you know that Absol's going to come online pretty soon. Dumbbell's going to try and protect this Jolteon. Has a decent amount of energy on it, so it makes sense. And there we go. We're going to see the 10 off on the active, and then starting to pressurize certainly the unknown Y, as well as some of these other Pokemon. Get Weezing into range seems pretty important here. Giovanni's scheme is picked up from Zach.
Oh, wait. Oh. If you are hoping to draw into Windstorm, I guess you could play the scheme, but you have no draw on board right now, so
This is
maybe
looking
not
better
the
and
best
better
play.
for Slight from this
It
position. They're level on
is.
prizes again, but there is just more relevant damage on the board right now for Zach. That's like scary damage. A lot of the Weezing pieces have been dealt with as well early on. Oh, I guess we Claraed one line back, but the other Weezing being in the prizes is sketch when you've got a damaged Weezing now. You see some Ball Search from the Ball guy coming out. There's not much we need in the imminent future, but just going to thin this card while we can.
So one option is Psychic Pulse to clean up that Azelf on the bench. Another option is retreat into Weezing and confuse the Jolteon and make that less of a good option to attack with.
We're at least shifting energy to Weezing while we can shift our energy. The board's kind of clogged up right now. You'd like to start attaching to this Pineco. We saw how effective Forretress was.
Yeah.
We're just maybe energy swung onto Clefable is relevant, but it's still quite expensive, especially when Miss Magius is getting KO'd next turn. I don't think you can really afford to retreat because the Miss Magius can still be dealt with random ping abilities and such, so you kind of just have to commit to swinging with it. Oh, as I say that.
The
As I say
board,
that.
to be fair,
Oh
the
my
board
goodness.
is locked, so there is no imminent ping happening. But
That's a big
they'll
hand
probably-
and Skyfield's there, don't forget.
That is true.
That's terrifying. Zach with a big gamble. There's a big airmail that could come down here. VS Seeker, that could get us into Bug Catcher. If we want to keep digging for this. It does feel backbreaking. If you can take away the Y Miss Magius combo in the process of taking out this Weezing, perhaps in the best case scenario, it would be crazy. We're retreating into Fortress here.
Yeah, it does take a knockout here.
Yeah, we don't have to overexert ourselves. We can just take all the energy off the board.
I think you're right though. Skyfield plus Absol would hurt quite a bit.
It's going to be good on so many turns. It's just that you could take all energy off the board and then just have no real bounce back from Zach. Now there is potential bounce back of like you can go Y, Miss Magius, turn attached to this Pineco, turn it into Fortress, and you're once again doing Fortress into Fortress. It's going to be a
We
Viesica
are-
Mallow here.
Grabbing Mallow, but we did already airmail for the VS Seeker.
Right.
So we can't punish this Miss Magius yet this turn.
Yeah, I think that's just going to hang around for a bit longer. The board is pretty complex on both sides. A bit more so for Zach, but there is two quite heavily damaged Pokemon now. You know, if Zach can get towards that Windstorm, that would be pretty helpful at this stage.
This Fortress does have Psychic Resistance, which Zach's deck struggles to deal with.
Mm-hmm. I think it would have to be his own Fortress that comes out in response,
Yeah.
probably. But that also has two retreats, so the Fortress into Fortress would still just be like a good prod. Here we go then, slight up in the prizes. We pass things over to Zach. To the Illimer, which is pretty tempting actually. The Giovanni's doesn't get this Fortress to KO anyway, so you may as well just set up the two shots, run away to the bench, probably back into this Dugtrio, you'd think, right? And firing off Illimer when your opponent's just
Yeah.
mallowed and has a big hand seems pretty powerful.
Yeah,
It's a really good draw.
I agree with that play. Maybe
There's enough
put them a little
Psychic
bit
in the deck.
farther from cashing in on this.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I don't know if it was worth it, but one place I could have made was to undevelop the own Jolteon, KO itself, and then knock out the Miss Magius.
I don't know how much I like it. I mean, you're sacrificing quite a few energy to make that play
You are.
happen.
But you would lock out Zach from an attack potentially. We'll see how this
True.
one turns
True.
out.
It would lock out an attack, you're right. Regardless, we have Burst to Fortress. I feel like Illimer has to be the play. You've just seen your opponent Viesica Mallow. Oh wow, still goes Scheme here.
Oh, we're going Scheme.
That is surprising to me. And then we're just going to swing
For
for 60.
60.
We are
Yeah,
setting
that
up the
Mallow is
two-shot this way.
Really scary, I think.
I guess if you're not afraid of Gust, you can make this play and just go Doug here. Yeah, this is going to be Dugtrio. That free retreat, obviously, in zero. So you're doing less. You're taking less from Iron Crash. There's an order pad put to the top from Slights. Can't airmail the other piece now. Here it is, Skyfield to the hand. This unlocks a world of possibilities.
I see the world, but I don't know which is. There's too much going
Let me
on.
show you the world.
Okay. So I think Swoop, put the Zigzagoon out, and then grab it with Super Rod, put Skyfield. You
Yeah.
get to put 10 damage down, and you still get to keep the value from Absol, so you can actually
Yeah.
Cursed Eyes
Could it
something
be-
else.
Can we 3-prize this turn? We can ping the Miss Magius, finish off the Unknown with Absol. But we couldn't deal with a Doug, and we're still not dealing with the Fortress. I am a little bit worried about this spinning blow just constantly getting value if we do find that Defiance band again, but it's at least a 2-prize turn on the table for Slight here.
Is that what Slight wants, though? I think you want to KO the Miss Magius for sure, but after that, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I was
You
thinking
need
if
the
there was
damage elsewhere.
the The other thing that could have been really cool would have been trying to swoop into the like an instant Delcatty, but the Skitty's in hand. I was thinking that was another like great way to utilize this Azov, but
We can Zapdos to take a KO on Dugtrio this turn.
it's still a big investment with that resist.
Oh, it's
though.
resistance. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I think it is still possible, but that's like a lot of your ping pressure.
Yeah, agreed.
So we have 3 spaces open now. We know we want to Zig. We know we want to Absol. We probably want to attach to Absol as well, honestly. Like, maybe we don't take any of these prizes and we just, like, set up Absol for a crazy, like, 3 or 4 prize turn later. That's still probably playing on Slight's mind.
You can't do that now that you've played the Skyfield, though, right? You would have had to hold it.
But you could just, like, Zig ping the Forretress, maybe. Ooh, look at this. Mewtwo. So maybe we're attacking with Absol this turn?
Oh, that I like, I think, but there's no dark energy.
Yeah, that's also true.
We know Zach is down 1 double gust, so you could lock up the Dugtrio, like we were saying last game. You don't really know if Zach has access to that card or not.
You're right. Is there still Marley's Request available for Zach? Yeah, that would be the only way to. Well, the Switch is prized. Yeah, true. So it would
Yeah,
just
so
be the
that's
1 double gust left.
I guess from Slide's perspective, it's 1 switch and 1 double
Yeah.
gust.
All right. So we do see the Mewtwo. Let's see the scheme that Slight's coming with here.
Where are we moving these energies? Are we? Oh, we're going to use Evolving Thunder again, I think.
So yeah, we are going to underdevelop then.
Yes.
Give up a prize in order to utilize this insane attack. The Jolteon, when it comes into play that turn, the Evolving Thunder is so dangerous.
Yes. So you get to pick up the Mismagius for free. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to do 10 spread to the bench as well, and it seems like this is the way.
Oh, it's a hefty 3
Discarding
retreat.
3
Wow.
retreat feels bad, but Slide is saying that this is the play I need to make. Going into the Jolteon with the 2 lightning, this will pick up the Mismagius. This will put pressure onto the unknown, so you can actually.
Yeah, I think what's critical here is the metal resist on Jolteon means that you're taking out this energy engine this turn from Zach, so that like even if this Forretress comes in, it's basically just doing nothing next turn.
Yeah, I didn't even consider the metal resist, but the Zigzagoon is going to be picked up from that Super Rod, which will put 1 damage counter onto the unknown Y.
Yeah.
So now there are
Yeah.
2 Pokemon in range of Jolteon's Evolving Thunder. Absol EX could even come into play to pick up. I guess not quite.
You're just doing
It's
30 into
1
the active
damage
here, but I
off.
think just the bench spread is good enough here. Plus, getting the extra
Yes.
counters means that Absol's at its full power later down the line. You could then like use the Clefable to move it to the Cleffa for a free prize. So he's
Yes.
he's essentially 1 prize away, and there's a heavily damaged Dugtrio right now. And it means the Forretress can't really spin anywhere because there's so much damage around this board. I think Slight's getting over the line here. I think he's set himself up perfectly.
So let's see here what Zach can
There really aren't any
do.
stage 1s we can burst out. There's Bronzor, but we can't insta-revolve that with the
Scatterbomb
Bronzor in
does take
hand.
two prizes.
Yeah, it's probably still the play. In doing that, it means even a Stadium Bounce doesn't open up the space.
If you
So it's basically
bump
it's got to be Illimer. It's got to be Illimer Scatter, right? And that's got to be your play
Yes.
from
If
Zach.
you bump the stadium, Slight will discard one of these damaged Pokemon, which I don't
Yeah,
think
for
you
sure.
can
You
do.
can't. You got to keep the Skyfield around. It literally just has to be Illimer. Hope that's disruptive enough that we can't recover abs. Unless we can do like a counter catch play on something and then devolve the Forretress, maybe that's coming into the thinking as well. With this coming into play for Zach.
Countercatcher could be pretty good. Defiance Band would also put Jolteon in 2-shot range.
Oh, this is cool. Instead of taking the Scatterbomb for prizes, you can wipe your own Cleffa off the board by bouncing now that you've got all these basics down.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So even if you're not
That-
taking the full
yeah,
value, you're
that-
both you're sort of setting the game back a turn for
Right.
both players almost.
That is interesting.
It would lock you out in the immediate future from Absol as well. You do see the sidekick, and it is going to be Illimer here. Really looking for Defiance Band, so we're doing any sort of relevant damage here, and a gusting
Yes.
effect could be reasonable too.
And
No,
it's
that's not what we're
neither.
after.
No Defiance Band, no Gust.
You can evolve immediately into Bronzong now that you've put it back into the deck. At least.
But there's no follow-up attack. No Miss Magius in play means no way to really do any meaningful damage to this Jolteon because of that resistance. So this Jolteon will just keep hitting for 50 at the very least.
Yeah, things are getting pretty rough out here for Zach now. His back is against the wall. It's going to be a Cycler, getting rid of the unknown to grab a metal. Are we going to remove the Skyfield? Or do we have to scatter this turn, risk the Absol?
Yeah, I think you have to.
And yeah,
Otherwise, you
Just
have
for the
no
amount of
real
turns
way to
left,
close out
yeah.
the game. So just
Yeah, I
hope
think
that
we
there's
have to
no
do that.
Absol.
this is an intense final. It was nail biting in game 2, and it's nail biting again in game 3 here. Zach will be leveling up the prize race with this attack. But Slight has the way to win next turn, I believe. Can he win next turn? No, I don't think he can win next turn.
No, not enough damage.
Maybe with Spark he could be able to do it. If he could Spark the Fortress attach and draw into the Absol. That would be a big combo, but... Oh no, because the Fortress is getting KO'd. Yeah. So that's not even open.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any way, but
Here we go
Just
then.
hitting for
2 to the
50.
active thanks to resist. Yeah. And we're doing the 20 spread onto all the rest. 2 big prizes for Zach. We probably have to... Oh, there's Ultra Ball. Off the top. We have
that
access
does
to
get
Absol.
Absol. You might need to just do that now before Skyfield gets bumped.
NL teammates. Sure, is
But
there a way to
does-
win from this teammates? If there's a way to win, we've got to find it. Yeah, Zapdos can deal the 70, so there we go. Zapdos plus Absol. We can shift into the Zapdos, deal the 70, turn
Oh
attach, and
my.
Absol moving 3 from the Doug or the Clefable onto that Cleffer, and Slight's done it. He's going to be a 3-time Champions Cube champ. What a thrilling set we've just seen.
Cube
Unreal.
champion. Zach's deck looked so powerful, but Slight just barely pulling through in games 2 and 3, securing himself as the GOAT of the Cube League server.
He's Jason Klaczynski. He's 3 dubs in 7 champs
Wow.
cubes. That is insane. What an amazing show that we've seen from both our competitors there. Zach making it through day 1 and 2, building 2 insanely strong decks, way above the curve, I think, in both instances. Amazing synergy from both of his lists, but this undeveloped plus spread damage deck where we have the Noivern in there as well. We saw basically all of them highlighted as strong options throughout the entire
Yes.
series here. Literally no card was not useful in Slight's deck at all. They were all so handy in so many ways. The Skyfield being a huge one, I think, as well. That really unlocked this deck, I think, for Slight. What an impressive
So
show.
much synergy that I didn't even realize when I was first looking at Slight's drafts. I mean, I identified as the archetype as something that I thought was really strong, but Slight just drafted it masterfully in a way that really put all the pieces together. Something even as innocuous as that Spark really ties everything.
Yeah, how many times, like, without the Ace Trainer, without the Spark, without the teammates, without the Sinlin, like,
Right.
they all chipped in at the right moments. Great amount of ball search, which again was so helpful with the 2 reload items cards as well to just get your Pokemon back. The Fuji was big. Yeah, just a really well built deck list. It came together beautifully.
If Slight's around, yeah, we may as well chat to him about that final, because I bet he is slumped in his chair with a huge sigh of relief right now. Because he's been put through the ringer there. See if he can come on and chat. But yeah, that was intense.
Starting off the set,
yeah,
0-1.
Yeah, in a really convincing fashion as well.
Grindy 2 games. Super grindy.
And it was like a 3-outer when we were drawing 2 off Spark. I think if we calculated that right in the 11-card deck. Something along those lines anyway. To clutch game 2. Here he comes. He's been added back to the Discord, so...
Yeah, the commentary team, Discord is back.
Thank you.
We're gonna ask you a few questions because, well, first of all, just give us your feelings on that final turn of the game there.
Yeah, I had it in hand before the Ilima, and then after the Ilima, I lost both pieces. I still knew what I needed, and I knew that the Scatterbomb 2 would make the teammates live, so I was kind of hoping that Zach would go for the Scatterbomb and not try and go for like a Spinning Blow and protect the Fortress. Not to say that I think the Scatterbomb was a bad play by any means. I just, it was really close. If I didn't get it that turn, then I was going to be in the significantly worse position than I would have been. Obviously anything is a worse position than winning the game, but my potential to win the game from there would have been definitely a lot worse. If I
he had to cash in on the damage that turn, and then he removes it with his own stadium inevitably next turn, right? So yeah,
definitely.
I was to bump.
He was in a difficult situation just because I don't know if he had the stadium or not in the end there. But if he played the stadium, he could have removed the Cleffa from his board, but he also would have allowed me to remove one of my prizes off of his Scatterbomb from my board. So it wasn't really it wasn't necessarily a strictly beneficial play. He said in the chat that the Absol wasn't something that he was thinking about at that point, which is understandable because it's like 7 a.m. in Japan right now.
So true. And combining it with the Zapdos as well was really, really clever. I really like to play that you did mid-game in that game 3, which was like sacrifice a Jolteon to undevelop and weave in the Evolving Thunder. I think that was one of the coolest plays, I think. But also, like, take us back to game 1, where you get pretty comprehensively just pounded through by an army of Weezing. What were you thinking about the matchup after that game 1?
So I don't necessarily think I was expecting the matchup to be super favorable. I thought it would be pretty close just because we both had strong tools that we could use against each other, which did end up being true, of course, for any of the spectators that saw it. But when I went into that game 1 and like I was a little slow. Well, for most matchups, I would have been a little slow. Against Zach's deck and against the start that he had, I was very slow and basically just lost the game in a few turns. At that point, I knew that if I had another slow start like the one that I had game 1, or even if I had missed what I needed a couple of turns in a row in a different game, then it could very easily turn into a loss just because his deck is just so punishing. It deals so much damage for so little investment.
Yeah, for sure. And like he had the collector into collector games 1 and 2, so he was really flying in both of those games. And you were able to just clutch out a really intricate line in that game 2. So you took a long time on that final supporter choice, and I think it was between Spark and drawing 2 for an out versus I think it was a bug catcher to hit like a combo out to draw 4. Were you really just in the tank thinking about statistics there?
Yeah, so I was thinking really hard about so the out was Spark into Skyfield, and then I would win. Or I could Bug Catcher into exactly Skyfield and Unknown Q. I didn't have any more search cards in the deck, so it had to have been exactly those 2 cards. And then that would also be the win. So I sat there, I started doing some math on it. I'm like, what are the odds of these 2 situations? And I'm like, you know what? I think the Spark is just better. I think having to hit 2 exact 1-ofs in the situation is lower odds even still than just hoping to draw 2 and hit it. And I absolutely lucked out, and I drew 2 and hit it. I think I made
Pretty
some,
awesome.
I made the really, I think it was a really cool play in the second game where I was able to get the double wheezing knockout kind of out of nowhere.
Yes.
But I also made a lot of really bad plays that game, and so the spark hitting the sky field really bailed me out in a way that I maybe didn't deserve, I think. But I lucked out and I got it.
I mean, you put on a show for sure. What could have been a quick 2-0 for Zach slowly turned into a grindy 3-game long fest, resulting in your 3rd Champions League trophy. Congratulations, Slate.
How do you rank this winning deck and just the feeling of winning a 3rd time compared to the other 2 in the past? And which is the strongest deck you think of the 3?
So it's very boring. I would say the strongest deck of the 3 wins was well, let me I guess start from go. I'm of course I feel amazing being able to win again. This season was a little bit challenging for me. I maybe took on some league drafts when I had an uncertain work schedule, and then ended up in meetings while I was drafting league, and didn't always get the best
We love the
result.
commitment.
Yeah, and so there was one that was particularly bad. This was the one where I didn't get any points, where I was actually like running a meeting while I was drafting for league.
It's just no
But
way.
Oh man.
that one did not go well. It went very poorly, actually. But the so this season I barely snuck into the top 4 just because Benjamin Grove was unfortunately not able to play, and so I'm kind of clinging to this idea that I still want to be, if there can be a best cube player, I want to try for that title. I still feel as though I can do it without really straining myself in a like a scheduling way or anything like that. And so this win really, really showed me that, like, even though I haven't won a league in quite some time now, I can still get there in the end and still do well. And I think the draft was really challenging, and put together a deck that I was really questioning throughout the draft, and the last couple of packs really put it together for me in a way that I wasn't expecting. And so ultimately, the deck that I put together was very strong. And I think I remember I hopped in just like at the very tail end after a match was done, and it was still on the delay, like the stream was still playing. And Victor said something to the effect of the Absol and Zigzagoon and Swoop and Fuji and all that ended up being just this incredibly strong combo, maybe even stronger than Slight realized. And yes, that is absolutely true. I did not realize how powerful these cards would be, just being able to reuse them. I actually cut another Fuji from the deck. I might, if I got to build it again, I might put it in just because it was so powerful. But going back to the question as well, so out of the 3 decks, so I would say of the 3 champs wins, I would say it's hard to beat the first one, just because at that point that was champs 4. I'd already gone through 3 champs, and I had been like number 1 on the point standings for each of them, and not ultimately done very well in the big event. And so winning the first time was definitely the best. But I would say this one probably outranks the second one, just because the deck here was really cool. The play was really intricate. I always love playing Zach in cube, and especially in big cube matches. He's probably my single favorite person to play against. And awesome. So just we always have great matches, and it's a great time because we've spent a lot of time together. We're familiar, I guess you could say. No, but Zach and I are good friends, and so it always is really nice to play him in situations like that, or even just regular cubes. So I think that elevated this one even more.
And importantly, it sets you apart. It means you've got 3 and he's only got 1. It could have been level, and then you're fighting for another year. So now you've got bragging rights for at least a whole year, which is awesome.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking about that. I'm like, oh gosh, if Zach beats me here, it'll be 2-2, and that's that's going to be a title that I lose. And so, but in terms of the 3 decks, I would say in a very boring way, I think the the League versus deck was the best of the three. It was just incredibly difficult to play through because it was so aggressive and had such strong top end, extremely consistent. Like it was a very straightforward deck. I was definitely the villain that champs because I had won the previous one, and then in the finals of that one, I was playing against Durant, and everybody wanted Durant to win. Like it was, people didn't believe that it could make it through, and it did. And unfortunately, Durant had an absolutely dreadful matchup into the deck that I had, and so even going into the match, I think people knew that it probably was going to end the way that it did.
Yeah.
So I would say that was probably the strongest deck of the three, even though it's the least exciting, you could say.
Was this the closest win of the three then, with the Durant being pretty easy
Uh,
routine?
Yeah, the Durant was decisive. This one obviously very very close. And then in Delta Mutant, I think I won the finals 2-0 in Delta Mutant. I don't totally remember. Maybe I lost one, but I would say this was the closest match for sure.
Yeah.
Zach is always an excellent player, even when heavily sleep deprived. And we played a great match, and it was extremely close. There were definitely situations where I felt like this is the end, and it's going to be just a quick couple of games, and Zach's going to take the win this time. And so being able to kind of maneuver my way out and take a couple of lines, I think in both of the games that I won, there were a couple of lines that were like really difficult to find, and definitely proud
Right.
of the play that I made in those situations.
Watching your two sets back to back, it did seem like your deck was really strong, but it wasn't the broken deck that carried you. I think the play was also nuts. So well deserved.
Thank you.
So any last thoughts, Slight? Any shout outs to anyone you have before we call it a day on the stream?
Certainly shout out to the stream team. You guys have done an amazing job. I had a great time casting yesterday too. So really grateful that all three of you were able to run the stream and cast, and I think that was really awesome. I think the recording is going to be great as well, just to be able to review indefinitely into the future. Definitely a shout out to Zach for a fantastic final match. Shout out to both of the cube builders this weekend. Both of the cubes that we played were excellent. Really great. I think this is probably the two best cubes in a champs lineup that we've had. At least, out of the champs where we've had multiple cubes. And so I thought this time they were both really well balanced, very interesting, challenging to draft, and rewarding to play well. And so, and then I always got to throw a shout out to my wife because because she's amazing. But other than that, I'm just really happy that the group has continued as well as it has after I've been out of the driver's seat, and really excited to continue to play events. I feel like I still have the same energy and the same fire for Cube that I did when I first got into the server back in 2019, and so I'm just happy to keep on playing.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I think that's everything from us. Yeah, thanks, Slight, for being such a great competitor. And I think that's going to be everything. We're going to wrap up now, guys. Thanks for watching all day, hopefully. Plenty to watch back on if you missed any of it. Definitely the final, but a lot of the games today were very close. So that's it from us, and we're going to be back on the Discord doing more cubes and whatnot. I've definitely been ignited to come back and try and do some myself whenever I have the time. So hopefully I get to play some more
Definitely.
and see you guys all competing as well. So take care, and we're done for the day.
Bye, chat.